Yeah, we find her, the beautiful girl we've been missing. We wanna have her kissing. We find her, now we in love. Say Gosso, the remix.
DMB, 𝐏𝐑𝐄𝐒𝐓𝐈𝆆𝐆 remix.
Now if I had to lose you like a bad phone connection, I'd change my game to get a better reception. Sit back, let's start this interaction. Don't fight the feelings, just a chain reaction. Your heart won't give you the wrong instructions. Like my GPS, yes I got the right direction. We gotta merge together like a road intersection. Last stop is gonna be my love and affection. I ain't like the mother dudes, they wanna call you shorty, but I'ma call you a beautiful girl. I took your picture home, my mama saw it, she's a very, very beautiful girl. I wanna put you in my video, cause you're so beautiful. You're a beautiful girl. So when you hear us in your radio, turn up your stereo. It's beautiful girl.
Gotta find a shorty, what's worth of a lady. It's nice but maybe doesn't look like 40. It's taking a little time. I wasn't saying no signs, any traces of my baby. Who's gonna be my baby? But I thought I'm gonna take my time. Within it took a long fine eye. I saw a shorty passing by. She's got this very pretty smile. It was right at the bus station. I tried to make a conversation, holding her arms, feeling so charmed. I felt this sensation. It's been a while that I've been trying to find a beautiful girl. And now I realize I found me a beautiful girl. She's a model, she's so fine. I just wanna take it by. Beautiful girl. Sparkling eyes, a killing eye. I found me a beautiful girl.
My wish came true when I saw you, girl. God must have blessed me with your beauty, girl. Looking so right from your head to your toe. Shaped like a Coke bottle with a smile of a queen. My queen to be, you my destiny. Got a body of a goddess with your beauty. I'm impressed and I'm never in distress. Come on over and be mine. Been searching for a man and now all the cats keep looking to mine. With a sexy walk and a sexy talk. She must be from a planet called the sexy world. I know I ain't tripping, better yet I'm thinking put a ring on the finger. We look good together. Take your place in my heart. With your beauty I'ma say that I'll never turn away. Who would think I'm in love?
Such the way she smiles at me just really makes me weak. The way she speaks to me just really make me go so weak. Keep tearing in her eyebrows. All I kept on saying is wow. Your beauty shines and breeze at night. All I really want in my life. Oh yeah. It's been a while that I've been trying to find a beautiful girl. Fine brown eyes. I found me a beautiful girl. She's my model, she's so fine. I just wanna take it. Beautiful girl. Sparkling eyes, killing tie. I found me a beautiful girl. Yeah, beautiful girl. What beautiful girl, yeah. Beautiful girl.
Damn. Money. You seen her? Hot Ice. Have you seen her? LP. Have you seen her? I'ma go over to 𝐏𝐑𝐄𝐒𝐓𝐈����𝐆. I know you've probably seen her. He has a lot of beautiful girls with him. Tux, it's DMB, baby. Look.
Beautiful.
I look for a while, but I can't seem to find a beautiful girl so I can make her mine. Time after time, I've been searching for a while, but every girl I meet never seems worthwhile. What can I do? I pray to God for an answer. I feel pains in my heart like cancer, and when I find her, I'm gonna romance her. Lace several presents and gifts. Call me Santa Claus. I make a heartbeat pause. That's my girl, homeboy, not yours. The girl of my dreams, she's more than I ever thought. Show me ass and cut I think I'm getting punked. She's what I really want, so I'ma go get her. Since I'm a go getter, you know I'm gon' get her. And I will give her the world, anything for my beautiful girl.
Psych. Ooh. It's been a while that I've been trying to find a beautiful girl. Fine brown eyes. I found me a beautiful girl. She's my model, she's so fine. I just wanna take it. Beautiful girl. Sparkling eyes, killing
miss your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Make love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.
What's going on? How on a day? Welcome. Wow, it's been a whole week. Wow. Welcome. If you can hear me loud and clear, let me just make sure that my audio is in the right places. All right, good. I can hear. If you can hear me loud and clear, if the background music is not too much, any of that stuff, let me know. Okay. Shout out to you all. Welcome. On your way in, do me a favor, hit that like button as you're coming in. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Miss Adenike Jones. We met yesterday in person. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, sister. Good to see you here today. It looks like she was here mad early too. I hope she's here live right now. Hey, D-Love, welcome. How you doing, D-Love? Good to see you. She said, hello, everyone. Hit that like button as you join. Yes, I have Rebecca here. Rebecca Heels. Shout out to you, madam. Thanks for being here. She said, loud and clear. Good. Let's be honest, okay? Listen, what you give is what you get on this platform. This is YouTube, right? Yeah. So the truth is that something I had to give, right? I was going in heavy. I was dropping live sessions every day, but let's be frank, okay? Let's be honest, okay? It's not sustainable, okay? At least not at the level that we're operating at. Maybe at some point in the future, we'll come back to that, okay? So we have to come up with a way to make it sustainable, to make it in a way that I can afford to keep doing it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to people like D-Love. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for your support. Shout out, literally financial support. Shout out to Auntie B. Shout out to everyone that's ever supported this platform. Life with Natu. Shout out to a lot of people. Gracious Greatness. All those people that have financially supported this platform. But again, like I said, it has to be at a sustainable rate where I can afford to keep doing it at that rate. But we're still dropping videos on a daily basis, right? We're dropping shorts on a daily basis, So those things, I can afford to do those because it doesn't involve my personal time per se, So, but I want to say thank you so much for every one of you that keeps coming back. Even if I'm doing this once a week, we're going to do it once a week. Sunday, Prestige Sundays live. How's that, right? We're going to do it together. We're going to tape together. We're going to engage each other as much as many of you that can catch me, because again, if I'm sleeping on you, I only expect that you will sleep on me too. So it's fair, it's a fair game at the end of the day. But I'm here, and shout out to Fine Girl. She's here. Shout out to you. I appreciate you. For everyone that's here right now, I really appreciate you. Nonetheless, we have some really, really great topics to cover today. And yes, Lola will be joining me in a little bit. We will be covering some topics together as well. Okay. But I'm looking at everything that's going on here. Let me just see. Let's see. YouTube is it's a very, very funny machine. Yeah, YouTube is a very, very funny machine. The truth is that if I'm not here engaging you live, you're watching other videos and then it eventually takes over from the algorithms. But you can do me a favor, okay? Here's what you can do for me. You can hit the like button every time you get a chance. Every time you watch a video, you can share it, okay? You can share it with at least 10 people, every time you watch it. And that goes a long way in terms of helping me as we continue to spread this good word. The politics thing, we did that a little bit. We also talk about power here as much as we talk about relationships, right? So we're here. I just want you to know that we're here. So over here at Man of Prestige, we do talk about relationships. We talk about power, seduction, attraction, emotional intelligence, patience, love. And then if we have time, we'll talk about marriage. And the truth is that, every once a month, my wife will join me as well. So today is that day where she's going to join me, and we're going to have a chat together and discuss some of these things, because just a man's perspective is not good enough. Just a woman's perspective is not good either. It's not good enough either. You need a balanced perspective. Since we're not going anywhere, we need each other. Let me see what D-Love says. She says something. Let's see. She says, Bro, anytime that works for you works for us, but let's keep it consistent so we know exactly what the recurring time is. Yes, we're trying to figure it out exactly. I'm on the same page with you, but the channel is very young, so we're still trying to figure some things out. Right now it's every Sunday. I was trying to do the Wednesday thing, but no catch. Sundays, we're going to do Prestige Sundays live together. Okay, we're going to cover all the topics we're going to cover together. Okay, and then you get a chance to watch them one more time during the course of the week in shorts and all that kind of stuff. You get a chance to watch them. But the title will basically tell you what you're about to watch, all that kind of stuff. But we have to do what we have to do to keep it sustainable. Part of it is we're building the plane as we fly it. Does that make sense? All right. So shout out to you. As you know, I have to. Man must heat, not eat, heat, like H-E-A-T. Anyway, welcome back. Today, we've got a few topics we're covering. There's a lot of stuff over the past weekend in Lagos with the elections and all that kind of stuff. I'm not going to dive into too much deeper into that. What I can tell you is that if you're going to have conversations about politics, not just politics, okay, about any of this stuff, okay, if you're going to have conversation about any of this stuff you're looking at on the screen, either relationships, that includes marriage, right? Power, right? That includes politics, seduction, attract. If you're going to have conversation about it, I'm not talking about you're the subject now that you're in it, because we're all in it, right? But I'm talking about you're going to have a conversation around. Do yourself a favor, Listen, I can't police how you talk. I can't tell you how to talk. Ultimately, you're going to do what you want to do. That's part of it, right? Because we all get caught up in our emotions, right? You're going to do what you're going to do, right? But just maybe there's a chance that I can get across to you. If you're going to have conversation about any of this stuff, you have to constantly check your emotions. Yes, when you're having conversations about emotional intelligence, I would add on social intelligence into that, right? If you're going to have conversation around it and your goal, your mission is to help things become better, to create better results, you have to check your own emotions. In fact, that's the whole point of these conversations. You have to check your own emotions. You bring in your own emotions, it's like, you're just entertainment. Okay? You're not doing anything wrong. Remember, you're not doing anything wrong when it comes to this thing.
You're right.
You're not doing anything wrong. But please don't. You're not solving any problems, okay? You're just helping us get through life. You're a piece of entertainment, if you will, okay? That's what I am seeing across the board on Clubhouse, on YouTube. People having conversation about this. You have grown men fighting each other on a panel because somebody is saying divide up Nigeria. So the other person saying no, it's one Nigeria. They're like, if you can't see from more than one perspective, meaning your perspective, just be clear, you're just another form of entertainment for the rest of us, just so you know, okay? All right, so very, very important to note if you're going to be part of the machine that we're building here, Man of Prestige, okay? Very, very important to note. Hit that like button as you're coming in. If you're going to, the first point today, if you're going to have conversation around politics, you have to check your emotions, okay? Listen, it's a lot of things happening that we're all not happy about, right? But happiness is it's a type of emotion, right? It's an emotional state that you're going through. And we're not happy. All of us, we're not happy, right? So when we get soaked up and we get caught up in that, right? We'll start to create. We'll start creating like very short-term types of solutions. Stuff like just destroy everything, just just scatter everything. You start saying things like that, right? Or you're becoming from a very place of you become from a very hateful place. Lola and I will talk about it when we get here. You will see that this behavior, either you're talking about tribalism or you're talking about race, this same behavior at its core, it shows up in every area of life. Okay, every single area of life, it shows up. So I don't really talk politics. It's not good enough. You do talk the same issues will show up. You need to learn how this works, right? So that when you get tested, you're prepared for it. That you're prepared for it. Very, very important. All right. So today, let me just do a quick recap of some of the topics we're going to cover today. You want to make sure you stick around all the way through the end. Okay. We're talking about being best friends with the opposite gender when you're married. We're talking about plastic surgery. Okay, we're talking about infidelity. We're talking about money, finance, romance, all that kind of stuff. We're talking about that, right? We're also talking about marrying a person or getting together with a person that does not have papers. They don't get Bali. We have to talk about that today. We're talking about the abroad divorce conversation. It's an ongoing thing. We're talking about that. Okay. We're talking about courtship and cohabitation. We'll talk about tribalism and marriage, which are, that's Lola and I. We're going to be talking about that. We're going to talk about, we're going to talk a lot of stuff. We have to talk about a lot of stuff. We're going to talk about the Bible and marriage, okay? Which is why she has the Bible and marriage on the thumbnail, okay? So we're going to talk about that. But before we continue and dive into some of those topics that we have today, let me go ahead and do some more shout outs because I see that I have some more people in his house. All right. We got some more people here. We got that already. Shout out to D Love, my G. So Sundays live at 4 p.m. Yes, Central Time. Correct. Yep. For now. Hopefully it doesn't change. All right. No, but I think I'm going to stick to that. We're going to do Prestige Sundays live. We're going to stick to that. Okay. If I do more, it's just more. But you can rest assured I'll be here on Sundays unless something dramatic changes. But right now I can't do less than, unless I want to kill the channel, I cannot do less than once a week. Okay. And I'm not trying to kill the channel. Okay. Shout out to Brother Patrick. Good to see you, Brother Patrick. Shout out to Temi T, my G. She's here. Good to see you, Temi T. I saw you dragging somebody in the chat earlier with TB. But topic for another day. This politicking is crazy. I don't introspect tire. Hey, voila, sorry. Good to see you, Timmy T. Let's see, who else do we have here? I think we have everybody. Some people are hanging out quietly in the chat. In the gulag. I can appreciate that. Okay. All right, so let's see. Today, the first thing I want to cover today is a question for you, okay? It's a big question for you. Well, let me pay some bills and I'll be right back. All right, so today I'm dropping the link early. Okay, I'm dropping the link early today. I'm going to tag that to the top in a second just to make sure it's always available up there for anybody who wants to come up and chop it up with us. All right. We're going to be having lots of conversation, but if you want to come up and have your chime in on every single segment we're going to be having, the first one today is opposite gender BFF. Is that okay when you're married? Okay. Is that okay when you're married? I'm asking you now. Is that okay when you're married? Brother Patrick, please come up if you have time. I see you. Yeah. Is it okay? Yeah, I just pinned the call in. So if anybody calls in and comes in and they're asking for the call-in link, just tell them it's pinned to the top of the chat. Okay. Is it okay? I want to know your thoughts around this. In your books, your own opinion. Somebody's gonna be like, everybody should do what they like. That's the whole point of the conversation. I want to know what you think. Right? What do you think? What would you do as a person? Right? Let me see. What would you do as a person? Brother Patrick, how are you, sir?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Good to see you, sir. Happy Sunday to you, sir.
Yeah, that topic make me laugh.
Oh yeah, this one right here, the opposite gender.
Yes, sir.
Okay, why does it make you laugh, sir? What are your thoughts around this topic, sir?
It's good, but you have to draw boundaries. You know what I mean?
You have to draw boundaries.
Yes, even at work, I have up to 20 guys working under me.
Okay. So some of them are close, obviously, because you work with them every time.
Some of them are new. You know, I go to other departments to supervise people.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, I don't have a wedding band.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I talk to them.
So you don't use a wedding band?
Yes, I lost my wedding band. So
but Patrick, you can replace it, sir.
I will, but you know, I want something, you know, I know my wife, she wants something that will be good.
Okay.
And buy a new one entirely. So when I talk to them, I put in my family, you know what I mean?
Right.
So this guy doesn't have a wedding band, but he's married.
I hear you. Yep.
You know that there's possibility of crushes, but you have to nip it in the bud, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Yes. Because you know you have to be professional. They know you are good. You know some things that I do that people say, this man, you are smart. How do you know this? Yes.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like my job, I tell them when we have a meeting, I tell you give computer instruction. That's what we call GIGO, garbage in and garbage out.
Right. But
you communicate with people with respect. Are you getting me? You know, people have feelings. I have people working under me that are very
good. They do.
I have people working under me that are very good, but as time they come in, they perform, you know, badly. I'm not a consultant, I'm not an expert. And you know, we have a policy at our place, we have a resource that when you are going through something, there are some people that will take care of you. People don't know, you know, you don't have to tell you what is wrong with you. I'm being a Christian. When I'm, you know, kind of want to talk to them, be nice to them. Some of them look as I like this guy, but you know, I could say, nope, don't take it too far. You understand?
Yeah. People start to banter around. They start to joke around small before you know it.
Yes. I've had exes that are having issues in their marriage that reach out to me. So I draw boundaries.
The X-Files. Them files never close, is it?
Yes, okay. You know, it happens to everybody. I'm not saying I'm better than anybody.
Yes, now.
You know.
That's why I appreciate you, sir, because this is real.
Women, they must. We miss this guy. Oh my God, that would have been the main. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes.
So, but by the time but you don't call them up. You see, maybe once upon a time, but by the time you reach out or they reach out. And they begin to tell you bundles of what they are going through. Yeah. Yes. What I do is to refer them to expert that will take care of that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But when they want to come back and begin to be friendly, you have to quickly
yeah.
Sorry, I'm not for that.
Yeah.
You understand? So everything requires wisdom.
Yes, and a lot of it is not spoken. It's not necessarily spoken. This is what some people mean, and I know some people, they've never been in that situation before. They don't know. They always say, "What do you mean?" Well, some people do. Some people truly fall on the bola, or they fall into the to the other side. They will just find themselves inside, and then people are like, "What do you mean?" It's always a choice. We know it's always a choice, right?
You know, I told you of one case. I saw a lady in my department. That was my first. I'm like, "What? You work here? You are so beautiful." I didn't know. Can you believe?
Maybe nobody has told her in about 10 years that she's beautiful.
Listen, after 7 months, our friend, I happened to go to a department and say, "You are Patrick." He said, "Remember the guy you told the girl went home to fight the husband?" I said, "What?" Just because I just,
Yeah. I think you told that story here before. It's true. It's real, sir. Because again, you never know what people are going through. One little word can be the words of affirmation that they've ever. That could be the only one they've gotten in years, right? And before you know it, you start to spark off certain thoughts in their mind.
So I can't believe that after 7 months, somebody I don't talk to now told me that you are Patrick. I don't work here, but you did so. I said, "What?"
Yeah.
I now, oh my God, I just complimented her.
Yeah.
I don't have anything with her, say yes, but this lady, like these ladies have kids for somebody as girlfriend, but they are not married.
Yeah. Now, but Patrick, right? So we're going to, just because we have so much to get through, right? We're going to the truth is that a lot of people, we're not saying that men can't compliment. I can't. In fact, that's, to me, if you tell me I can't compliment other ladies, that's like putting me in bondage. That's not what we're saying. We're saying this is the reality, and you have to be careful, and you can't just walk around town and be complimented. But how much more calling a person BFF? BFF stands for best friend for life, right?
Yeah.
You're a married person and you're saying this person is a best friend for life. And Rebecca here is saying, I'm not lucky with female friends, right? Because I'm guessing she's a female, right? She's not lucky with, and a lot of women do feel that way. They have a hard time keeping friends that are females, right? Or at least claiming it, right? Have you experienced that too, sir? That most females feel like they can't keep other female friends.
I've experienced one that was even, somebody told me this is my best friend for life. And I said, no, it's female.
Voila.
Ola, no, I don't want to mention name, but I'm just this person was like, what is wrong with this man? It's too spiritual. This person came back to tell me, say, you are right, sir.
Oh, wow.
Yes, you know what happened? Your best friend for life went to town to tell people that she helped you to write the state exam. Which is lie. The lady lied on her. And this girl in the community almost collapsed. I said, because you said this lady is your best friend for life. But no, the Spirit of God in me just told me that I'm sorry. This is not your best friend. They don't talk to each other now.
Wow. But apparently, let me get Timothy's thought on this. Timothy, what's up?
Hello. What's up now?
Hey, accent like water. Yeah.
In here.
What's going on?
Hello, I'm good. Hello, Man of Prestige family. I'm so glad to be here. I made the live
So good to have you.
Yeah. Hello, Brother Patrick.
Yeah, good to hear your voice.
Yes, you've not heard my voice before. Yeah.
Again.
Again. All right. All right. So I just wanted to bring the female perspective there. I heard what Uncle Patrick said, but I think this topic might take more, or probably should give him more time than what it's the allotted time you want to give to it tonight. But I'll just say a few things, right? Just like what Ola would say, human interaction is the key. Sometimes you relate with people that you wouldn't know the extent to which you guys would click or something you share, common interests, common goals, common aspirations, and that might unknowingly bring you guys together, right?
Yeah.
I know Rebecca said in the comment section there that she's not so good with female friends. I can say that's been the same with me, but because of my experiences in the past, I've tried to a few female friends that are good. I've just stuck to them because the men want they've not really worked out. Not like they, it's just more like, yeah, you guys are good, okay, cordial and all of that, but they're probably you're chasing a goal together, and then before you know it, one person is trying to get too close, right?
Yeah.
But I've seen ladies that really have BFF as male and real, nothing, no strings attached. No one is scratching on the other person. Is just strict. I've seen a couple. But for some females like me, it's not worked for us. I don't know, maybe just nature. Some people are just like that. Some matter must happen. One person go they catch it. Something must happen.
Yeah,
right?
somebody will catch feelings, right?
Yeah. Even not even up to the level of BFF, just probably regular person you meet, you probably guys met at work or at a work conference, things like that. And then you just begin sharing ideas, just like what Mr. Patrick said. Some people might just be amazed at you, or maybe one talent that you got. Probably maybe you know how to speak, you know how to bring people together, you know how to bring ideas together. You're quite innovative. Or for some people, like I've noticed for men, and that's why from now, I've said any man telling me their problems, I just don't even listen. I don't even bother listening, because then when you listen, right, and then you help them prefer a solution or just something that you think that you could do it like this and do it like that. They seem too grateful for that. Right, and then they see you like, oh, you're such a strategist and all that. I've heard people tell me, oh, you should make money. You could make money off of this, and you could start, help people build up their life, get them into the plan or something like that. Maybe in the future and this. So the men are too grateful, and then you might just start. I don't know, but
let me give you another angle. Let's say both of you, both BFFs, they didn't catch feelings, but your significant other at home start to feel some type of way about your BFF.
Yeah.
Is that your cue to say he's insecure or understand that?
No. You have to understand your partner, right? So anything you do that will make your partner uncomfortable, right? There's just like what you usually say, there's no hard and fast rule about all these things. You just have to be realistic and just say, if I were to be the person feeling this kind of way, what would I have loved my partner to have done? I wouldn't want to push my partner to do something that he or she doesn't want to do, but I would want my partner to fill the pulse and put me first. Especially in this kind of case, it's not like maybe it's life or death, or maybe it's bars or something like that. Yeah, I would definitely understand. Right. But there's some relationships that yes, you can cut it off. Like my husband would be like, oh no, that like some partners know the kind of men that could be your spec, like or probably you as a guy, the kind of men that could be your partner spec, and then this will go but they might know the one that is like this one.
So let's define this first of all, right? In action, what is a BFF? What is that, right? Because I think, like, I'm looking at Rebecca right now. She says my BFF is male. I know his wife, and he knows my boo, right? What does that look like in real life? Like, how much time are you spending together? Are you on the phone every other day, twice a day? Or no, it doesn't mean that. He's BFF, but we only talk once every 3 months. What is that, Timothy?
Yeah, for me, like my female BFF, right? So we speak every weekend, right? At least we talk every either Saturday or Sunday. So we chat, or in between we just throw a few chats here and there. What's up we do, right? And things like so. Probably that's what Rebecca means. So if she could do it well with him.
Oh, by the way, happy Mother's Day to you. I know you're in the UK.
Thank you.
Completely forgot about that. Happy Mother's Day to everyone in the UK.
My 8-year-old wrote me a nice letter. He kind of designed a very lovely letter. I was really tearful,
Nice.
You wrote nice words. He said, "Mommy, thank you for pushing me. I know even when I'm naughty, you always love me."
Oh wow,
nice.
Yeah. Shout out to gracious greatness. That's nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry for cutting your train of thought there. Go ahead.
No, clearly, yeah. So I do understand what Rebecca is saying, right? So because I've seen people that have actually done it, and I kind of envy them. Like, I'm like, oh my gosh, I know someone that I actually.
Have you seen people doing it where they have to talk once a day and they're in a marriage?
No. She told me that no, they don't really talk once every day, but they talk regularly. And then the guy goes to their house. The guy too is married and all of that. So, and they she actually, she wowed me. I was like, wow, but I've just not. I don't even have that luck. I really would have loved to. I don't know, maybe because most of we women were busy with family and all that, so you don't really get so many women being friends like that. And sometimes, women, I've got some of the alpha male things, so I do more logic. I wanted to go into abstract thinking, astrology. Let's talk about global warming, things like that. Things a bit ahead. Yeah. So I know for my female friends, be like, tell me your own too much, that kind of thing. You do the rest. But for the guys, they don't make such comments. They'd be like, oh, they receive that energy, and then someone is also even, telling me, oh, have you seen this? Have you done? Go check this one out. So I always feel stimulated with that. But clearly, I also understand that I'm in a marriage, and I have to respect my partner, have to create boundaries, and
Here's what we're going to do about this topic, right? If anybody wants us to discuss more about this topic, they need to leave a comment and let me know later on. Then we can expand more on it. My thoughts on it is that it's really, it depends. That's the word that we're mostly afraid of. It depends, The truth is that if, like you said, if it's every weekend, a healthy partner is not really threatened by that, right? If you're just talking on the phone every weekend with quote unquote your BFF, right? But if they're the opposite gender, it may be slightly different. It's maybe not necessarily insecurity now, but every weekend this other dude, like, or this other guy.
His guy.
I'm listen. It doesn't matter. Them people, they will smash you. I'm just saying.
Can I say last word to just run?
Yeah. Give me a 30-second drop there so we can move on, sir.
Yeah. Number one, for you to make somebody your BFF, you must have known that person for a long time. It's very important. The trust has to be there. You must have known him for a long time. And number two, that person must have his own position in your marriage when you are married.
Like at the wedding?
No, you're in your marriage.
So this is not going to be 30 seconds, sir. Because again,
your spouse is number one? That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Your spouse is number one.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Why
is the spouse not BFF, sir?
Say what?
Why is the spouse not the BFF? Because best friend for life, there's only one position for that.
Some people want to relate to other people. Maybe they have your BFF might even be your sister. Might be your cousin.
That's different, sir. I want to stay on topic.
Listen. I've seen a man that a woman would take the advice from the sister rather from the husband.
No. Again, sister is different, sir. We're talking about BFF that is not family member.
Yes,
that's the main core of this topic. Yes.
So if you come to America and just met a lady and you think she's your BFF, you are making a mistake.
Yeah, because the way Temiti just said it, sir, right? Let's flip it, right? If a man comes to you, Temiti, right, and he's like, "This chick is my best friend, BFF. We talk every weekend." Temiti, how's that?
No, definitely his wife won't even allow that thing. That's
don't know how women react.
Clearly, no, like that's not BFF. Really, I've never even been in that kind of I've never put myself in that situation with anybody because it never ends well. Do you understand? So I already know. Yeah. Every weekend, no.
So you saying no to your husband?
No, not to my husband. No.
No, if your
Whoever
husband
is
has a BFF who is a lady.
well, it actually depends, you see. So, and that's why I said it actually depends. You'd actually see some relationships with some two people, and then that, you just feel safe in that space. Do you understand? So you'd actually feel like, oh,
You're still talking about you. What about your partner? Do they feel space? Do they feel safe in that space?
No, for them. So if he or she's being okay, for me now, if hubby's being sincere and says this is just my friend, right, and there's nothing, though he doesn't, he's quite an introverted person, so he's got his guy friends and all of that. But if he has a female that is his friend, of course he has some of his older school colleagues that he talks to, but not every weekend. And so when he talks to them, he knows that I've got loads of friends. And he talks to them. It's fine. So I've not been in that situation where he has someone he calls every weekend as a BFF. But I've seen people that have had such relationships, and they've been platonic. Do you understand? And that's why I don't want to just make that judgment to say, oh no, it can't be, and things like that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like okay. So Nwaka just said, my husband BFF is a female. I know her. She calls my husband every day. Would you be okay with that, Timothy, if that was you?
Well,
never mind that nothing is happening between them. I get that, right? But they're calling every day.
You know what he would? You know what? Hubby wouldn't do that because he knows that I'm trying to shy away from having male friends because I'm respecting him, and I also don't want to just don't want, not like because I can't handle when they start hating on you, but he but of course he knows that if he goes that way, he starts talking to people, then I can start, okay, this person is talking to me. I could just, okay, let me just talk to this. We're just talking. But we know that, so if you just want to be sincere, every day, I don't know. And that's why I said people have different, we have different energies. Uncle Patrick came up with that, but so people have different aura, aura, Sira. Exactly. So we have different auras.
But Patrick, what do you think about this right here? Gracious Greatness says, I hope resentment doesn't develop in the other party. You feel me? Go ahead, sir.
Let me give you an example, a very clear example. On the Christmas 2 years ago, I just called one of my friends. He told us that he's the secretary of Nigeria Association. I said, Happy Christmas, my brother. We were greeting. I said, where is my sister? He said he's here. As soon as the wife picked the phone, he said, yes, Uncle Patrick, God bless you, sir. He said, you called my husband and he asked for the wife. He said, my husband has been calling all the women to say Happy Christmas. the phone.
That's Merry Christmas. You see, this issue is deeper than this. Am I going to be able to move on for this topic right now? Because this issue is deeper than this.
Listen, the way this woman took it, he said, I and my husband be calling all the married women to
just for Christmas. Look at what Nwaka said here. She said, I don't like the calls every day because she wants to know what is going on in our house. This is not just about, we know for a fact they're doing Kiriwa. We know for a fact they're not doing Kiriwa. We're talking about feelings. Majority of these issues are feelings. Yes. That's what we're talking about.
Yes. Look at that one I just gave you. The woman was spitting fire. He said, I can't believe this man will do that. I said, look at Uncle Patrick. He just called my
just Christmas, once a year. Jesus. Kathy says, I think it's all about respect and knowing your boundaries. I don't know what that looks like in everybody's situation. That's why we're having this discussion. To everyone, just like you just said, Timothy, to everyone, boundaries means like if you ask them, what do you mean by boundaries or respect? People will start saying different things, and it's all over the place. That's why we're having the conversation.
Yeah. Another thing I wanted to bring out, Adiwali just put something up here. Some men, I don't know, or most men, or I wouldn't say most men, or a good number of men are sapiosexual, right? Do we agree?
A good what?
They're sapiosexual. They're like
men?
yeah. a good number of men are.
A significant, if not all.
I don't know.
I'm not gonna say all, but a whole lot of people just they don't say it in words, right?
Exactly.
People catch feelings.
Yeah. So you see the spark in their eyes, like, especially probably maybe where we're coming from, a society where they don't really expect maybe women to be that analytical. That's what I would say. Of course, it's not about being book brilliant, but when you're also people smart.
Wow.
They you see that thing in them, like, what? And then maybe you're talking about World War One, talking about World War II, Holocaust, all of that, talking about Russia, and then they just wow, then they'd be like, oh, that kind of thing. And that's why I tell younger people, like younger ladies, educate yourselves. It's not just about the discipline you studied in the uni.
Yeah.
Just know about things generally, because I feel, of course, for people still trying to get spouses, I feel that's also
no, it's a big deal. That's why I call cap on the men all the time when they start talking about, oh, we're just visual, or females will say like, no. Like, listen, at the end of the day, that visual thing only goes so far, right? After if you've been around that person long enough, that whatever you're seeing kind of like diminishes in value. The one thing that sustains its value is how you connect at a mental, emotional level. That's the one thing that tends to stay longer, because every time they speak, because it's so effortless, it sparks off again, right? As opposed to just looks, right? And I understand a lot of men that they haven't had the opportunity to hang around a lot of good-looking females. They feel that way. I get that. But I try to tell them, like, listen, once you take care of yourself and you start attracting good-looking females, you get tired of that. At some point, you will be looking for something else, which is what you're just talking about, like a deeper connection, So a deeper connection is the reason why somebody will say a BFF, right? And it's easy to stay on the sidelines and say, hey, people can do it successfully and no issues. But I'm looking at what Adewale just said. I'm like, Jesus Christ, you can have Adewale around your. Okay, I'm just kidding. He said, I dealt with them when they got boyfriends. Okay, thanks, Adewale. but Jesus Christ. But listen, let's round this topic up in about. Let's round this topic up in another 3 minutes or so. Especially women, okay, gentlemen, okay. Women will catch feelings for you if she deems you fit enough to be a BFF, okay. She's not supposed to be able to tell you that I will catch feelings. That's the whole point, for crying out loud. She doesn't know that's going to come up, okay? But you need to be aware of how the human brain works, right? When people start to get comfortable, especially if some kind of gap or void in their personal life, listen, it's only natural to feel that gap. And then you start hearing things like, they will justify the BS if it comes down to that ever. And they'll be like, oh yeah, but you said once upon a time that would never be you. Exactly, like everybody else does, right? They say that would never be me, right? But everyone's going to get to a point where there's a void or something like that. I personally think it's a thing to be careful about. I'm not saying it's not possible. I think ultimately it depends on what you define as BFF. If I'm taking it almost literally, not literally, BFF means best friends for life. That means best. There's only one position. That person really, in reality, ideally should be your spouse, right? But for some reason, you're like, okay, I'll give you some room for that. I'm just saying it's something to be careful about. Like Adewale just said, and like what's her name? Nwaka just said, she doesn't like the idea. This is obvious. Even if there's nothing happening. So sometimes there's nothing happening, right? But you effectively create a division in your own family, even if nothing is happening. Let me give you some last words here, Brother Patrick and Timothy, on this issue, and then we can move on.
Allah, you said it all. You can catch feeling at any time. That's very perfect. You nailed it on the head.
Mm-hmm.
We are human beings, so we should be very careful, especially when you are feeling a void in their life. Yeah, they want to hear from you. That's how feeling starts now.
Every week, oh.
Yeah, that process.
Every week. Timothy, go ahead.
All right. Thanks so much, Uncle Patrick. Like Ola would say, right? Emotions na your mates. So I'm not gonna go there. All right. Thank you, guys. On to the next.
On to this. Hold on. You're hanging out, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's pay some bills and then we'll move on to the next topic. I'm glad that was a good topic, but Jesus Christ, I didn't know it was gonna have that kind of fire. I don't think we cover it all. We'll have to revisit at some point, and we'll be right back. All right, so let me see this video right here. Let me see if I have the right video. It says plastic surgery create unattractive babies. So some of the weirdest stuff I came across all this week. But let me find the video really quickly and then we can chop it up and talk about it, because listen, everybody's just spewing gibberish out there, but that's why we're here. Let's talk about it. Let me see here. There you go. Okay, found it. Let's just watch this video and then we can talk about it.
Attractive, because his ex-wife had plastic surgery and she wasn't as pretty as he thought.
I think it's disingenuous and it lacks integrity. I would not have married, let alone pay for an IVF fertilization treatment with someone who had an addiction to plastic surgery, like Tanya certainly does. And
did you say that before you all decided to have a sexual relationship?
I made it very clear, Your Honor.
So you said, I want to have a child with you. I'm willing to pay for IVF, but just tell me, have you had any plastic surgery?
Your Honor, I didn't feel the need to ask. I mean, look at her. It's very well done. She looks amazing.
Well done. You acting like somebody baked her in the oven.
With all the surgery she's gotten, which is, by the way, is worth way more than the $10,000, the $9,800 that I'm here seeking to recoup. It is as if, I mean, somebody really went to work on her, and of course, I don't know anything about that. Nothing about that part of her life.
What does this mean? I'm not liking the way you're objectifying.
Your Honor,
how did you be that?
For that, but I offer into evidence a photo here that I found, and please tell me, Your Honor, if that looks like the same person to you.
Actually, she looks a little different, but the shape of her face, the shape of her eyes, her eyebrows, and her nose is different.
May I just say that I am not ashamed of that photo. I did not get those cosmetic procedures because I thought that I was ugly. I got those cosmetic procedures looking in the mirror and being reminded of my mother's face. So it was very devastating for me to find out that he felt like our child was ugly. I did not get those procedures to become this different person. I got those procedures so that I wouldn't be reminded of what had happened in my past.
And why did you say that you're the new Tanya now and the old Tanya is dead and forget about her? I mean,
because the old Tanya died when her parents died.
But you didn't know the old Tanya anyway, right?
I didn't, and I still don't. I don't know the new one either. I had to pull teeth to get
But wait a minute.
This.
So your testimony is you don't know her, but you also decided to pay for IVF treatments to have a baby with her, but you didn't know her. She wouldn't answer questions. She wouldn't tell you anything about her past. She wouldn't let you know about her family. But you know what? This is the girl I want to have a baby with through IVF. Make it make sense, Mr. Lennox. I don't have all day.
She assured me that who she was loved me unconditionally, dearly, and that she was wholly honest with me and that there was no need for me to worry. Now I find out that that entire argument, that entire line, what she allowed me to believe, what I allowed myself to believe, that was a cover story to prevent me from understanding that she hacked at her body to upgrade herself. I mean, her brother apparently used it to try to start a new life. She upgrades her physical form or something.
Your Honor.
Hold on. Why are you being so melodramatic about plastic surgery.
It's the lies.
You say you're suing her for breach of contract. What's the contract? And it better say in this contract, I'm going to pay for this IVF as long as you are the natural, original version of yourself with no plastic surgery. I want to see that contract. Where is that?
Contract. I feel like I have been used. The damage is plain.
She was beautiful before
talking.
the surgery. She's beautiful after the surgery. What is the issue? I want to know what your damages are.
I was lied to, and I can't have that lack of trust in a relationship for the rest of my life.
Okay, so you want to get a divorce?
We have gotten a divorce here.
Okay, so now you're divorced.
Yes,
so
we are.
now what's your issue? You got a divorce. You're not with the liar. You're not married to anybody that had plastic surgery anymore. What is your issue?
My issue is that we did not have a prenuptial engagement going, and I want some measure of honesty from you, Tanya. Some measure of honesty that you understand.
Honesty don't cost $9,800. I want to know, why are you up in here when I could be having my morning tea? Why are you suing?
Because I said I had an ugly baby.
There you go. Wasting my time. Is Jesus baby in the evidence?
Yes, it is. There he is right there.
So you're angry because this baby doesn't look the way you envisioned in your mind. This is insanity. You should be ashamed of yourself for even coming in here with this nonsense.
Your Honor, if I may, I felt I made it very clear. I had a dream when I was young, and it was to
has a dream.
have a disingenuous, lying, deceitful wife, and that is what I found that I've had.
No, what we found is that you are delusional.
Okay.
And guess what? If this is really what you wanted, you didn't have the agreement that reflected what your desires truly were. I don't know if this is because you all have broken up. I really don't know what this is about, but you've stood in this courtroom today and got on my last nerve. I don't have any more time for a judgment for the defendant. Court is adjourned.
Judge Lake has ruled in favor of the defense.
All right, let's talk about this. Timmy T, your thoughts?
Well, I just think, it looks so real to me, though. Like, is he for real? Like, whoa, I'm still trying to grapple with what his grasp really is. He also is not even very good. He's not good looking to start with. I think that baby looks like him for the most part.
The baby looks like him.
Yeah.
Right, I see that. That baby looks mixed, right?
Yeah. I can see his features, so he's not a good-looking white guy. So I don't know what he wants or probably what he envisions in his mind. But coming back to his plastic surgery, does he create unattractive babies? I don't think so. I think the argument though is that I know there was a time, when one of the Kardashian, the Jenner girls. Kylie, I think it was Kylie. She had, of course, when she had that baby online, people were kind of trolling because, with all the plastic surgery, you have like an altered look, right? So whoever sees the person, female or male, would, you think this person, they've got a sharp jaw. Apparently, that's not. They've got a very, very well squared jaw. That's not the original look. So probably in your mind you think, oh, got a very nice, olive, like this kind of lovely oval face, nicely cut, chin, jaws, all of that, nice, this kind of model-like face. So, and then you now have a baby that doesn't have some of those features, and then you're wondering where the features are.
Are you shocked at how many people are just so shallow out there?
A lot of people are deluded, so probably I don't know, maybe that.
So I'm getting with you. I think you're a good-looking woman. I'm now thinking, what is our children going to look like? To the point where I set up a whole expectations around it.
In his head, like, is he gonna do the independent selection of the genetic whatever? Because there you don't even know who the grandparents are, because then you could skip generations when it comes to results.
Yeah, people can look like people 4 generations ugly away. So now you're
I don't know, but I'm just saying that, because I've also seen something like this among the white folk. Typically they don't really have as large lips as we do, right? And most of them do all the lip jobs and
The
all
lips,
that.
right.
Yeah.
Oh my
So
God.
yeah, so there was this issue about that the child didn't have a thick lip. And then, it was like, okay, that for her, it was plastic, it was the job done. It wasn't natural. So, yeah.
Wow.
So coming from, they also, some of them have their own, but I think it's just all delusions. Before you get married to someone, you know what's natural, you know what is not. But some people still don't ask questions, or maybe one night stands. And then
So wait, I'm supposed to ask if you've had a plastic surgery, if I like what you look like today on the face.
Yeah,
Listen,
I think one should ask. I don't know.
at this point,
Yeah, in this world now, I don't know. Things are changing. You need to ask questions, yeah. So I think
Brother Patrick. Oh, thank you, Jerry Intimacy. Brother Patrick.
Yeah, the judge, I like the way she cracked the case. Yeah, the guy is delusional. He's just beating around the bush. I like the final conclusion when the judge said, "What do you really want?"
Right. That's the ultimate question.
The girl doesn't make baby. So how can you be saying the ugly baby? The guy is delusional. The fact that somebody bears on his cheek and he's wearing suit doesn't make him mature. You can see he was just talking. The girl was calm. So the guy is not matured. He wants to collect money for what? They have a baby already. They've divorced. Let him go and sit down. He's just wasting the judge time. He doesn't know what he's saying. I was so pissed off when
he's confused. Thank you so much, sir. My thoughts on this is it goes deeper than the unattractive baby part and the plastic surgery. It's the myopic mindsets that the internet and this idea of textbook and everything you need is all written in the book, black and white somewhere. And that mindset that you can just preset your destiny and determine everything up front, and to exonerate yourself from learning how to deal at an emotional, social level, like in real time. We're seeing more and more product of this coming out. More people talking literally out of their ass, like because they read a book somewhere. I'm like, all right, are you able to deal with life in real time when it's happening to you, or you're gonna go start pulling out paperwork, contract talk? We have people talking about marriage. They think they're talking about marriage when all they're talking about is just paperwork, contract, and license, and that has nothing to do with what is happening inside of marriage. We're seeing more and more of it every day. This guy married a good-looking girl, and he sets up unrealistic expectations around it. She could be natural all you want. You may create a baby that's going to look funny for the next 2 years, and babies have faces, and they would change looks, and they would look like you. Sometimes they would look like your partner. Sometimes, like, if you can't even think that far, it's like no wonder why people are struggling across the board when it comes to romantic, emotionally driven relationships. It's like no wonder. Kathy says, I agree. People need to ask, because some people marry certain people to have their kids look a certain way. I understand why we feel the need to ask because of plastic surgery everywhere and stuff like that. But I really think we should be putting more of our energy in the direction of emotional intelligence. Listen, we know what plastic surgery people look like. At least in 2020, we still know what they look like for the most part. I was just looking at 𝐏𝐑𝐄𝐒𝐓𝐈𝆆's picture today. That's not 𝐏𝐑𝐄𝐒𝐓𝐈����. That's not 𝐏𝐑𝐄𝐒𝐓𝐈����. Okay, am I saying that because I knew what she looked like before? No. You could tell that's the thing is forming, the chin is forming the pentagon already. Like, what that looks like. Now there's someone that do a really, really good job, right? But like I said, you could get with a person that's natural anyway, and you're going to create babies that, like, come on. I know people personally that have insecurities around what their babies look like, and it's just sad. This is in real life. This has nothing to do with plastic surgery, right? This has nothing to do with this kind of guy pulling out people, but it's at the mindset level when you don't want to trust, just understanding that this life is a journey of faith. At the end of the day, people argue with me about that all the time. They say, "Oh, journey of faith, really? So I should just act stupid and just do anything anyhow?" Like, no, you don't have a choice anyway. Go ahead. Oh, were you trying to say something? Timothy, is that you?
No, not me.
Okay. But Patrick, yeah, if you guys have a last word on this, I'm done with it. I think we'll continue in the comment area. You have a last word on this?
Nothing really. I think just like what you said, the guy's deleted. I think he's just after something else. Money in this case. He should just go and rest. Yeah.
Yeah, 𝐏𝐑𝐄𝐒.
Yeah, 𝐏𝐑𝐄𝐒. Yeah.
𝐏𝐑𝐄𝐒. I'm still struggling with that. But anyway. But apparently you have a last word on this. Okay, let's go on the break. We'll be right back. All right, so here's a topic I want to cover next. You can see my 𝐿 there. Let me fix it. We're going to be reacting to the late Kevin Samuels. He's been floating around the place recently because he had his birthday again. He died last year, May. But he was being celebrated and stuff like that. So again, another fleet of a bunch of viral videos came on my scene again. So let's watch this video, and I want to know your thoughts around what he had to say in this video. Let's see here. Nah, Baba, hold on, Baba, hold on. Let's see. All right, there you go.
Expectations are far too high for where you rank. You'd be very well off to get a guy who's earning $45,000 to $50,000 and go off and have a couple of kids. I mean, this is your life.
Oh my God.
I mean, and so hold on. And this is what I need to. I'm talking about a man who's a solid, decent man. I'm not talking about a bum. I'm talking about an average working man who works hard for his money. Okay. A solid, tax-paying, God-fearing, mother-loving, apple pie, hot dog, baseball mother citizen. And you're chuckling like I'm joking. I don't play when I'm talking about the men I respect and advocate for. And you ladies think just because you're making a little bit more money, you can laugh at these men. That's some bullshit. Especially when you're average. And you are below average. And get off my... No. Take a break because I'm going to calm down. Nope, absolutely not.
But Patrick, are you there? Voila. Shout out to Timothy. I know I was wondering too that that's probably very late on your end. But yeah, Brother Patrick, an average earning man, right? Did you get the full gist in the clip, or you want me to play it again?
Yeah, you get it. Kevin Samuels, I listened to him even before he was late.
Oh, really?
Why not? You should know me now. There's some people I don't. I listen to him. I know him very well. He's very blunt.
It's blunt,
the way he plays is what you call military something when it's ending, and he'll just be sipping some whiskey. So he has his own class. So it has to do with the question you bring forth, and he wants to know you. Who are you? What are you looking for?
Right.
Yes. If you don't have a college degree, you want to date somebody that's a millionaire, that's master or professional.
So he calls out the unrealistic expectations, basically.
God bless you. So people hate him for that. So he has his own class as well.
Do they hate him for that, or they hate him for being blunt?
That's what I want to say. For being blunt.
For being blunt, okay.
Yes, yeah. It's like a consultant. You know what I mean? And you
Yeah.
know, he looked at it on a different level. Yes. Like
Yeah.
somebody that has an MBA with and has a long years of experience in that job, he'll be aiming for 6 figures. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And if somebody comes to him and says, I want to hire you, and say, no, what do you mean?
Yeah.
You know, that one of my friends, he has 30 years of experience, a computer program engineer. You know, one time he lost his job. Even people with insurance policy were calling him. He called me and said, Brother Patrick,
Yeah.
you know what is wrong with these people? I don't need insurance. You know, he eventually got another job. So he's being blunt and being realistic.
Yeah. Yeah. He's blunt and very realistic. I wasn't a big fan of Kevin Samuels, not particularly because of him, because of his followers. A lot of people that follow him that completely take him out of context, particularly the men's side of the equation, you know, because it's almost like so let me say it like this. I'm a fan of a lot of see, these are my issues. I have a very hard time describing in what box it falls in for me, because again, it's like many of the content creators today that are men. They will say a lot of things that are actually, as a matter of fact, truth. But then a lot of those things will be disconnected from the reality of how people process information from an emotional standpoint. So I am generally not a fan of people who hang on the coattail of I'm blunt, or I'm just a blunt speaker, or I am just to me it's like, you're rude. You're rude. It's okay. You're rude. Okay. For the most part, there are blunt people that never really feel the need to say they're blunt, but you just know they're straight shooter, but they're also very respectful about how they say it, but I've also seen Kevin Samuels outside of the space of his channel. He's a very, very respectful man. He puts on a show, and there are suckers who falls in for the acts that he puts on, right, which is the blunt thing. It's almost, after seeing him in different places outside of his own platform, I'm convinced that it's an act in terms of the way he pushes the message. He knows that he's going to land better. He's going to create a viral sensation, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just being a good businessman or being a good marketer. But the content of what he's saying, you can't really find anywhere where it's wrong. It's hard to find him that is wrong. But this particular point here is unrealistic expectations being created. For every solution that's been created, a new problem is created, right? So let's unpack that right now. Just in this talking point, what I like to do with Kevin Samuel, what I would have loved to do, as I wish he continued to live on, because I realized that there was a need for application for Kevin Samuels applied. There's the theoretical aspect of things where it's generally not wrong. But in any study of life, there is knowledge, but there's application. How do you apply this in your real life? You're not going to go in front of your partner and start talking at her like Kevin Samuels talked at the average at best lady. It's not going to work. You're going to find yourself in a funk very quickly. Okay? Why? Is it because your wife is disrespectful? No, it's because you're lame. All right, you don't know when somebody is putting on the show and when it's mixed up with truth. And so again, I've seen him on other platform, and he's a respectful guy, so I have that level of respect for him. Most people that have seen him, most people that know of the Kevin Samuel brand, they know him from the viral videos, the blunt ones, the rude ones, right? That's what they know him from, and this is one of them. But again, I want to address the talking point in this particular video. So I'm going to chop it up segment by segment. So stay with me, Brother Patrick.
For where you rank. You'd be very well off to get a guy who's earning $45,000 to $50,000 and go off and have a couple of kids. I mean, this is your life.
Oh my God. So
basically he's suggesting to this young lady, I don't know if he's young or old, probably old enough to be able to understand that there's, they have unrealistic expectations. $40,000 to $45,000 is low. Okay, this is the talking point a lot of time. They will say, how many people make six figures? Well, a lot of people make six figures. It's not, you're right, it's not up to 10% of the population. I get it. I completely get that part, right? But a lot of people do make six figures. And if a lady is making six-figure income and you're actively telling her in 2023 to settle for someone making $45,000 a year, that is unrealistic expectations, especially when we're putting on the show with this.
I mean, and so hold on. And this is why I need to. I'm talking about a man who's a solid, decent man. I'm not talking.
So here we go with, am I good enough if I'm a good man? What do you mean by a good man? Like, that's the first question. Wait, I need to tell you what you mean by a good man. Yeah, you need to tell me what you mean by a good man, because sometimes I've seen narcissists, just off of how they talk. Okay, not narcissist. People with narcissistic traits, okay, literally completely believe that they're the good guy. Literally, right? And they're not doing anything wrong. Just like I said, Kevin Samuels, you can never really catch him saying anything particularly wrong on paper in black and white. But when it comes to application, it depends on who is interpreting what he's saying. I've seen a lot of men take what he's saying across the board and they're like, and if I can go back into his back in the day videos and you can see him checking those type of men, because they in fact, what I found is that a lot of them, much more than the ladies I encounter, because I'm encountering more male content, have unrealistic expectations all over the place of modern women. Modern women is not necessarily good nor bad. It's not relevant. It's just that we live in modern times, right?
Talking about a bum. I'm talking about an average working man who works hard for his money.
Yeah, just because you work hard for your money, that's where the topic came from. Does an average earning man deserve a wife? The problem I have with this is deserve. The word deserve. What do you mean deserve? Based off of what? What standards? Why do you feel like you deserve? Like, exactly, we're talking about earning a wife, right? What is it that makes you earn a wife? Is it just the fact that you're a good guy? Well, again, we're revisiting this topic all over again. It's the same topic in circles, right? So this is where it's coming from. We have a lot of men having unrealistic expectations. They are good guys, but they don't realize there's more to it that will make you attract a wife, right? You could be a good guy, you could be a complete softie, like you're just soft. You're not built for a very competitive world. You see the difference? Like, it's a competitive world, it's a competitive marketplace, and you're a good guy. You're just not going to get much out of it. What do you want me to tell you? Like, that you deserve a wife just because you're a good guy? Like, no. And when Kevin Samuels' most viral videos are this type of videos, it only makes sense that a 19-year-old will start roaming around the internet thinking they deserve a good wife because they're a good guy.
A solid, tax-paying, God-fearing, mother-loving, apple pie, hot dog, baseball mother citizen. And you're chuckling like I'm joking. I don't play when I'm talking about the men I respect and advocate for. And you ladies think just because you're making a little...
There you go. That's bias. You're advocating for them. So now I have to question when you say I'm speaking the truth, right? Because this is advocacy. If you're advocating for people, naturally you have a natural bias somewhere here, right? You don't play with them. And it's showing in how you're having a conversation with this young lady. Again, a part of me really feel like he's putting on an act on his shows, right? But I'm just going to take it as the truth, since they want me to take it as the truth. The only truth is spitting out is not his words right now. It's his conduct, the energies pushing out right now. What an average human being, period, not a man or woman, an average human being, if you're talking to them this way and they don't owe you shingbai or shishi or respect or anything like that, how do you think they're going to respond, right? If some of them are at the rock bottom, if they hit rock bottom, they're willing to respond positively to anything, right? But if some of them are like, I don't have to deal with that, like majority of them, they will either troll you or will pretend for a little while it still won't last, because at the end of the day, they don't live in 1960. They live in 2023. And people do have the illusion of choices. Shout out to Daryl Long. Shout out to you, brother.
A bit more money, you can laugh at these men. That's some bullshit, especially when you're average. and you were below average, and get off my just no.
Yeah. So I still think Kevin Samuel put on an act, a good act, a lot. I think he might have helped a lot of people, but that's not what he's known for. He's known for those viral videos, but I'm speaking more so to the reality of this. What's the reality of this? If you're making $45,000 a year, there's a wife out there for you, okay? But let's not be disconnected from reality. Let's not be stupid. There is classes in life. In real life, there's classes of people. There are people absolutely in your own class, in your own sector, group of people that will absolutely fall in love with you. But I understand the internet may give you some kind of illusion. You might be deluded, thinking that I'm exposed to six figure, I can get a six figure. Yeah, sure you can. Is it probable? Probably not. Okay, you're probably better off anyway with people in your same, a chick that's making $20,000 a year that they're just looking for to settle, to build a family together. They'll support you, but stop asking six-figure making ladies to get with $45,000. It's unrealistic expectations at best. But Patrick, let me get some last word from you on this.
Hey, my brother, you said it all.
I didn't mean to, sir.
Some people may not have gotten what he's saying. Yeah, I'm not trying to boast. At my job, some people have been there forever. Even before I came to US, they have technical experience. They have moved to management position, but they lack management skill.
Yes.
So technical experience is kind of different from management skill.
Completely.
I do have an MBA, and by God's grace, I've opportunity to manage some team. So when I tell them this, just because we're in America, and we keep turning the wheel, having the same issue. Yeah. Because of lack of competence, you know what I mean? Yeah. And they end up being fired. Management, upper management know what is going on. Yeah. When you are put in a position to manage the team and nothing is forthcoming. Yeah. And some of them were being demoted. So, exactly what this man is saying. You want to stay between your range. You know what I mean? Yeah. If you are in 40,000 parameter and you are going for 100,000, 500,000, it can happen.
It can happen. Yeah, sure.
But don't bank on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, now. Exactly.
They could just use you. You know what I mean? Everybody has their own class.
Exactly. Kevin Samuel will just blow up. He will get viral on the internet, make a lot of money, and you that is left in the mud, you could just collect. You collect because it's not realistic, right? It can happen. It does happen. There's exceptions, but most people end up with a person within their same bracket, not just financial, religion, culture, proximity. Most people end up with somebody within the same. It's not just financial. It's literally in any one of these dimensions. Yes, sir. Let's jump into another topic real quick, and shout out to everyone in the chat. Hit that like button. I'll be right back. All right, so let's talk about this really quickly. Will you marry someone without residence papers, without Bali, without green card, without Iwe Gbelu? Would you marry somebody? Ladies in the chat, gentlemen in the chat, let me hear your thoughts on this. If you live in the Obodo Oyinbo, you live overseas, you live in the UK, in the United States, in Canada, in Australia, you're looking for a significant other, right? And you happen to meet someone, and then before you know it, they are, they're proposing or just suggesting that, hey, I don't have papers. But you're in that stage, you're dating intentionally, you're looking to start a family soon with somebody, to do life with somebody, right? Would you consider somebody without resident papers? If yes, I want to know, and tell me why. If no, I want to know. Share your why with me. I think it's a worthwhile conversation. While we're waiting for your chat, let me get what Brother Patrick has to say about this. Would you advise somebody to date somebody without resident papers, sir?
Well, it depends. Yes, I'm a community leader.
Yes.
And a pastor. So I've had a lot of Nigerians that comes, and now as a student, that people become a problem in my community. They come as a student. Nigeria, they have all kind of skills. You know what I mean? Schemes.
Yes.
They come to the church. You know what I mean? Even as a student, but they have their intention.
Yeah.
Some of them, after one semester, they jackpot. This is real, Ola.
They came in as a student visa, but after one semester, they
jackpot. They
disappear.
Their purpose is 𝐏𝐑𝐄𝐒. And I have 3 daughters, so I'm going to advise my daughter to vet. I will even be part of the vetting. Let's be realistic.
Yeah.
So are you marrying because of the 𝐏𝐑𝐄𝐒 or for genuine?
Yeah.
Yes, I had one that came. Meanwhile, nobody knew. He had somebody already in another state. From now, I never told anybody.
Yeah.
Before I know it was.
They have somebody else in another state. Some of them do have other people in Nigeria already. They have a whole family in Nigeria.
The only thing next thing I will see is more on the Facebook say, wow, wait, we start this will happen. I say, Pastor, I'm so sorry. So I'm not talking about that, especially Nigerians.
Right.
Bro, like many people I don't for immigration, I don't support. So I not be baby for this country.
Yeah.
This is real. Yes,
it's real though.
It's real. Ola, you have kids too. So by the time they get to that level, you'll be able to make that decision.
So what you're saying when you say it's real is that it's highly risky.
Yes,
it's a very risky game.
People are not genuine, but you have to lead. That's the line in between genuineness and not. What is this guy up to? You don't want to. You don't want someone to use your daughter. Father, just paper. That's no big deal. You can go and bring somebody from Nigeria.
Yeah.
Why they lie? Are you here for people to have paid some money for schools, some come for masters, and they will say up after one semester they're out of the school. It's serious listening, and they get us involved, Ola.
Yeah.
And mostly people that are doing it are Nigerians.
It makes sense, sir. It makes sense. But let me see what people are saying in the chat. Good points. It's a very risky game. Risk means it's not guaranteed that it will be catastrophic. It's not guaranteed that it's a bad situation, but it's likely, right? There's a chance, not likely, but there's a chance. There's some kind of chance that it's not authentic, that all they want is their papers, their quali. But also we know of people that have done it successfully. So the question comes to, how do we vet? Because this is not just vetting now. This is vetting pro max. because even the Facebook that you mentioned, sir, some of them are wise enough to they don't have any traces on the internet. That may be a red flag. If there's no traces on the internet, right, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're out to get you or do something terrible, but it's just another extra level reason why you have to be careful, right? Because why is it that in 2023 they don't have a simple profile somewhere, even if it's on High Five, even if it was on MySpace, right? Something somewhere that we can find when we Google your name, right? So there's a lot there, Let me see. No, reasons some of them are not honest. Okay, so Rebecca is saying because of some is an absolute no. She wouldn't do it, right? Like Brother Patrick just said, some of us have kids, but some of us are also children of people that did what they had to do to stay, right? So it's a very tricky one. She says, honestly, I don't mind, but they're not always straight. Okay. Now, the other question is that if they're straight, will you get with them? If somebody comes to you and say, hey, I just japa from the Midwest where I am in school, like Brother Patrick said, I finished one semester, but I ran away. And if they told you that truth and say, hey, if they're being honest, right? If they're being honest and say, honestly, I like you. I like you. I think we can do life together. Also, I don't have Bali to stay. In fact, I just almost did not finish a whole semester because I came in as student. If they were 100% honest, now it's your turn to be honest with me. Are you going to be comfortable enough to say, yes, let's do it? Even though you like them. Let's already know that you like them. But are we going to... Can you be honest with me? Would you say yes? If they told you that 2 weeks into the relationship, will you be comfortable with saying yes? Let's move forward and let's get it done. That's a question for you there. Gracious Green said, let's get deported together. How steamy relationship. Hey. Say Ofi concerned about me, Soroni. That's what they'll be asking you. They'll be asking you like, should you be that? That one a real juju. That's a real juju. Dealer said it's a yes and no for me, but leaning towards no because I will have a hard time trusting that person. What if all they want is paper and then japa? Right? The truth is that there are some people, I don't know how much they are, a significant amount of them, right? I don't know what percentage. I don't know if it's minority or majority. I don't have the data. But they know what they want. In fact, they will go as far as having children with you. And they already know that that's part of the deal. They'll have children with you and eventually is divorced at some point. This is a question of survival. We're talking about waju oshelo and yoshe parasi, meaning you can't move forward. You can't go backwards. Like, who are you going to tell to go back into what they perceive as poverty, right? They don't want to go back there. They know that there's chances here. There are some people that will hang around for 15 years, right? With the hope that one day they will have their own papers to stay legally. So it's a matter of survival. So if all it's going to take is for them to have another child with another person, in order for them to survive, that may just be their reality. I see you, open floor. I'll come right to you. What if all they want is paper? Yeah, marriage attached to condition is not love. Original purpose of marriage by God is for companion and procreation, but we human beings versus I've changed the narrative. Blessing people. Shout out to you. Yeah, I don't know. But remember, Ojuloro Jushano, some people will tell you that, right? They're like, yeah, why not? You can like each other. Remember that in certain respects, you can do marriage from duty, responsibility, just because there are people traditionally that came together, right? Because they said that family is rich, our family is rich, they are important person in society, will keep our wealth together, will continue to build the empire. Are you saying to hell with that? Is that what you're saying right now? Because that's almost the same thing. You have papers, I like you, I don't have papers. Let's be a little bit more intentional about this and come together and do life together. That's where I want you to think about it, and we can build love in that process, since I like you anyway. I'm just thinking out loud, let me bring my sister.
Lola, emotions are your mates.
Emotions are your mate. Exactly. Oh God. Hey. Oh my God. You have quite a bit of noise in your background. Can you get to somewhere quiet?
Oh, you know what? No, I can't. Let me get off. I know what it is, and it's not gonna come off anytime soon.
Oh, okay. So sorry. So we can keep it clean.
Okay.
I would have loved to. Oh, you know what? Give me 30 seconds of your thoughts about this before you leave.
So I've done it before in the past. I mean, if I understand the topics that you guys are talking about, you know, I've done that in the past where I brought my ex down here, right? And if I have to do it again, I will do it again because again, I don't know where my next lover is gonna come. You know what I'm saying? And I would never want the paper to be the issue, right? The only thing is, will I reassess? You know what? When you are in love, you are in love, really. When you are in love, but again, it's the last thing that I was thinking when I brought my ex, you know, to me. You know what I mean? Like, you see here for, and to be honest, it wasn't there for the paper. Both of us fell in love with each other. The marriage didn't work, and that was the end of it.
Oh wow, yeah. So it stands. It's risky, but you would do it again.
Yeah, it is. Marriage is risky. Marriage is whether we both of you have paper, whatever the case. Yeah, marriage is risky on its own. But I don't think the paper will stop me. Yeah, if I feel, if both of us feel like we are right for each other.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. I wish your thing was clear. All right.
I'm in somewhere else to do. Thank you.
All right, talk soon. All right. So shout out to, I met Shola last night at a party. I met Miss Adenike Jones last night at a party. I want to appreciate them for not being shy and introducing themselves. And I want to just say thank you to those two people that we met last night. Cool Mama. Shout out to Cool Mama. Do they just want papers or do they want a wholesome life? Not everything though. But again, the idea is you don't know, right? Now, she did say marriage is risky, but you know, there's also, when you assess risk in real life and professional, right? There's also, you have to quantify it, right? Like how much risk are we talking about, right? This is a whole lot of risk, a whole lot more risk than the idea that marriage already has its own risk. So, Brother Patrick, let me get your words on this. Last word on this.
Allah, you know, as we are just talking, something just flashed into my brain. Yeah, when a woman wants marriage, she wants time. That's the way the brain of a woman works. Something she wants it.
Right.
Apart from marriage, if she wants something, I believe my wife is not different from any other woman. If they want something, they want it. God has given them that power to pursue it and get it. And you know, most men, let me just say, most men that are successful on this earth are being backed by their wife.
They're being what?
They are backed by their wife. You know.
They are backed by their wife. Okay.
Yes, most successful men. Yes, Timothy just gave an example, was saying the way the husband was kind of saying, I appreciate you always backing me, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now most men are being pushed by their wife.
Right.
The way they look at their husband, they want them to be successful. Any man that loves you, any woman that loves you, want you to be successful. Yeah, so in that area, like I said, emotion are your mates.
Yes, so.
Yes, even though
that's a good one, sir. That's a good one, sir.
Yeah, even though it's dangerous, some ladies, they might even light the gas.
They don't mind.
Just try, you know. At least this is what I've been praying for. We don't know.
Yes.
So it's risking at the same time, you know. Some men are not genuine.
In fact, when we were discussing this on Clubhouse, one of my boys actually said something very profound. I thought it was profound. He was quite blunt about it. But he said men don't have problem doing it for men. This only become a question mostly when the woman has to file paper for a man, right? But if a man is in a position and he really likes a girl, he kind of already in that position where he knows that he's going to do for his woman anyway. So if the keyword being he really likes the girl, and usually if a woman has baggages like husband and children in Nigeria, you can tell. You're usually not able to. But a man can come over here into the United States at the age of 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, have a whole family in Nigeria, and you can't tell. He can package it well. You know? So the lesson there, sir, is that if you're a man, right? If you can make a woman feel comfortable, if you have game, first of all, you understand that a woman who doesn't want to do it, you just don't worry about it. That's just not the right person to do it for you. Okay? But you can be fully honest and say, I'm here, I'm studying, I'm still looking for my papers, and you just you approach them like a normal relationship, right? Like you're toasting, you're trying to engage that person in a romantic way without bringing up that you need papers. Continue your life as normal, right? If she feels safe and secure long enough, not just in 2 weeks, because 2 weeks is just ridiculous. That also speaks to the fact that you lack game. If you have time, hopefully you have some time, and then if she's safe around you long enough, women will bring it up. And so, what about your papers? I might be able to help. I have papers. Why not? Because they already like you. And especially you're demonstrating that you're a man by being that patient. Now, that level of patience, when we're talking about survivor now, it's a difficult thing, yo. It's not that easy. Because we're talking about survivor, you don't have papers. Every night you're dreaming, and it's very likely that you might not like this person too. You might just be lying, because again, emotions no be your mate. It could just be because you want that paper that bad that you now start. So it's a very tricky thing, and like you said earlier, sir, it's vetting pro max. And because now you have to test you have to test that person's intentions, and beyond just their intentions and what they say, how they move, everything, And I'm not going to manipulate women into saying yes, just say yes. I think women in general, if they feel safe and secure enough, they will bring it up themselves. They will want to do it anyway, And if a woman has had bad experience with it in the past, it makes sense that she won't do it again. Like Chinye is saying a lot here. She said, I won't file for anyone again. That's also to be understood. Yeah. Your last word, sir, so we can move on.
I understand me. She must be truth. It's once beaten, twice shy.
Abi.
And you want to know the person, the family back in Nigeria. If you are come from the same country, there's nothing wrong if you're into a relationship with somebody. If I know your background, it's important.
Yeah.
It's important, as brother.
Yeah.
This is marriage. You want to be together,
Yeah. People are just, it's just that survival thing, sir. It provokes a much more powerful emotion when you just want to survive. I think there's a story, it might be in the Bible, about people start eating their own children when it comes down to survival. When this is a survival issue, sir. So I would say be very careful out there. At least have an elderly person, a man. Ladies, have a man help you vet this situation. Don't just rush into it just because you like. Because again, I know that the best of you, even when you claim you never do something like that, you might end up liking a person enough to, have somebody help you vet. And gentlemen, there's nothing wrong with needing papers and saying you want to marry a person. But if you have family already in Nigeria, I can't judge you, but people pay for this. People pay to have somebody do paperwork for them. If that's what you want to do, do you. Again, we're talking survival, so I really can't afford to come from a place of judgment on this. It's a very risky thing to do, and it's very likely that somebody can have a whole family in Nigeria and lie, and they have no intentions of staying with you forever. And some of them will come and get with you, and they have intentions of going back to their wife, and they never went back to their wife. That also happens. Now, should you now take the risk? No, I didn't say that too. But let's continue the conversation in the comments after the show. I'll be right back, sir. All right, so let's talk about this story. This gentleman shared a story on Clubhouse, and abroad divorce. This abroad divorce topic is a gift that keeps giving. It never ends. There's tons of story. People with extremely terrible experiences, and they are the loudest on the internet right now. And unfortunately, we have to start tackling it because of the experience they've had. They tend to generalize and they tend to assume that the rest of the world is going to go through their very own example. Okay. Oh, by the way, Lola is going to be live with me in about 15 minutes, and then we'll dive into the next segment. So that's gonna be fun. And but anyway, let's go here. She's separated for 4 years now. Okay. They dated for 2 years. They were together for 2 years altogether. Okay. He thinks marriage is a scam in America. You see, they have the same talking points. They never met. It's just that these experiences makes them feel that marriage is a scam in America. When they Google that what happened and they start looking for a solution, guess what they're going to stumble into? They will stumble into this extreme echo chambers on the internet. Okay. Either man or woman, it doesn't matter. Okay. He says, I became a slave because I was trying to get my document. Wait. Screech. He became a slave because he was trying to get his document. At that point, we now have some serious question to ask him. I mean, he was going on and on, and he was basically trying to educate people on what to avoid. Yes, he was trying to educate people on what to avoid. There's more. So he goes, he said, she's 41 and he's 44. The man is telling the story, right? So I just picked some important points out there. And then he told the story of how a Jamaican girl slipped her number. They went to a Jamaican restaurant, and a Jamaican girl, because he's a fine boy, according to him, the way he describes it, he's a fine boy, no pimple, so, kind of like they like him, those American girls, they like him, right? Chocolate, exotic, African, Motombo, Anyway, a Jamaican girl slipped her phone number into his hands, and then when he got home, it looks like, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, there's some argument or something like that, and then he wanted to make a point to his American wife that this is what's happening, and I'm very, this is honesty, right? Honesty is the best policy, right? He said, I'm very faithful to you. Even there's this chick that just slipped a number into my hands, and then when he said that, he got into even more trouble, right? So basically, he ended up marrying this American wife who is not secure, who doesn't feel secure. It's insecure. Okay, we're not gonna blame him for her own insecurities, right? So she ended up placing a tracker on his car. Okay, and then he was also fathering the baby. He was fathering this woman's baby. Like, she had babies from before, so he got with somebody who is a single mother, basically. And then he ended up, I said, the baby said she's in love with a puppy love. The baby said something like she's some kind of puppy love at high school. And then he decided to butt in as a father figure and say, "You are so young. Why? That doesn't make any sense. You don't have time for boyfriends at the age of 15 years old. You don't have any time for that." He decided to butt in. But, the American girl, she showed him pepper. Like, don't you ever put your mouth into my baby stuff again. Okay, so now he claims he hardly trusts women. He said trust is very difficult for him. He says her family came looking for him, that he's a good man. That's why we're talking about the topic, because again, he thinks because the family thinks he's a good man, that means he's competent for that relationship. Competency and being a good person is two different things. I keep telling you. It's supposed to be marriage. It's supposed to be automatic, original competency fall from the sky. No, it is not. And you can see that everywhere. Okay. Anyway, at times I get kicked out of my own bedroom. If you're too good to them, it's a problem. A quote. That's a quote from him. He said they get bored easily and start drama unnecessarily. He said everything is all about her. Like all women. He had it like all women. Ladies. Oh, Barry. He says her and her baby daddy were best of friends. People started to question. I said, maybe she still has something for her ex, right? And then when they asked him, what is it that you could have done better in this whole situation? I just basically crunched about 2-3 hours or even 4 hours of story into about a few minutes for you. When they asked him and said, what would you have done better? He said, no, they said, what do you think you are at fault for? I don't like using the language fault because people get caught up in their emotions when you tell them they are at fault about something as opposed to, an opportunity to take responsibility, right? For the life you want to live, right? So when they asked him, what's your fault? He said, well, honestly, my only fault is that I was too loyal. All right. So then he went on and he said, actually, the girl toasted him. It was a fine boy who didn't have papers. The girl ended up doing papers for him anyway. But they had one baby together. Okay. But he made this point that he was toasted by her. He moved in with her, meaning he actually drove across state lines to go move in with this lady. So I've shared quite a bit there. I want to know what your thoughts are. Brother Patrick, what are your thoughts about what I just shared?
The guy is an hungry lion.
It's an hungry lion. Wala.
I see all his characteristics. You want marry or you want to be fine boy. Which job the guy they do? Let them go put him for work for America.
Yeah.
Yeah, go straight. They collect. Somebody slip his phone number on her hand. What kind of man is that? Right. Doesn't even.
And then he came home to be honest. Say, see, I don't even entertain. I get this kind of numbers all the time.
Baola, it's not as if we are perfect. I have 99.9% to cheat. Anywhere you go, this is America.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But why do we have to do that? They say what is worth doing is worth doing well. That's that's how I live my own life. Yes, so the guy is not a serious guy.
He's not a serious guy. I mean, he said quite a lot of things that, I'm sure people will pick up later on. And
well, they've never kicked him out in the snow. It's good now. Yes, they said you are not taking anything. The lady will have called police. They kick him out.
He said he eventually walked out on the marriage.
He walked out.
Yeah, he said he walked out of the marriage. But they've been separated for 4 years and he's still going through divorce. That was one of the questions that people asked him and said, why is the divorce stalling so hard? Because people were starting to suspect that, you know what? It sounds like he was just there for his papers, just for his papers.
4 years. Why is he still talking about? Let him move on.
But he's not moving on. But he wants to educate a bunch of young men.
What does he do? Is he serious with his life?
Yeah, Kole work.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a law in this country. That's why I love this country.
You
can't eat your cake and have it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He said he became a slave because he wanted documents.
What does it mean by God? Is he working? What does it mean?
Voila.
What do you mean become slave? I saw you know how many people have stood for? Yes, through the immigration. Yes, they have stand for them. So there are people that came in there, even students that came in. My last student, he came in as a master. I met his parents. Very responsible guy.
Yeah.
He went to African America. When they were doing their paper, I was one of the guarantors that stood for him.
Yeah.
I gave him all my documents. Their family. He has his master.
There are families that have families upon families here now today because they've gone through this stuff.
He has gotten a job. So
yeah. All right. Yeah, I have a open floor here. Open floor. I'm just gonna pay some bills and then I'll be right back and then we'll discuss the last topic together before we bring in Lola. Okay.
Sure.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, everyone, please help me hit that like button. Let me hit that like button. Now, here's another favor you want to do for me. We release at least 6 videos and just make it a point to come in and every day and watch the videos and hit the like buttons on those videos so that the algorithms can wake up to majority of the videos we're releasing right now are videos, not live streams. Live stream is only on Sundays now. We'll do Prestige Sundays live just to, so we can make sure we're able to pay the bills. All right. So, shout out to Open Floor. Embassy, Anna, let me just call you your name.
Yes, I'm good. How are you, Ola?
I'm good. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. You made it to your destination.
I did. Is it better now?
Yes, you sound much better. Absolutely.
Okay, yeah. I'm actually out of country. So it's like I was thinking about it. Yeah. I was thinking about it as I was after I get off, right? So for me, it's like, so when I said that paper would not be the issue, I know what I'm talking about when I said that, right? I said that because I feel like I'm more equipped and experienced to pick up the clue. If the paper is going to be the issue or something I'm not able to deal with, then bye-bye. You know what I mean?
Right. So people like you can be of good help to people that's considering it. Like you can pick up. Yeah. All right, good.
Absolutely.
Now let's this topic right here. Should courtship entail cohabitation? Do you advise cohabitation? Let's move in together before marriage. Yes, no, give me your reasons.
That would be absolutely no for me.
Why not?
Yes, spiritually, because of that. I won't want to do that. I don't want any test drive. I don't want any get to know me. I will get to know you on a spiritual level, physical level, and I'm not talking about sexually, right? I just I want to get into your mind and get into mine. Okay, let's have a reason why you are for me, I'm for you. So let's get to know each other on a spiritual level, most importantly, because again, as much as whether we live together before the marriage, it's not gonna. I'm not against it. Whoever wanna do it, please go for it. But personally, it's just for me. It's like, what is it to what do you want me to find out? Whatever it is I cannot find out while I'm still outside, then we find out together when we are together, properly. And if I find enough reason to say yes, then let's do it. And if you find enough reason to say yes, let's do it.
But no moving in together for you before.
No, not for me. Not for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. But Patrick, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, Embassy, I really appreciate you. That lady is very experienced. Yeah, but you know, let me just quickly say, but if you want to go into any relationship, need somebody to watch your blind spot for you.
Yeah.
It's despite your experience. Yeah, I know. I respect you a lot. You're so eloquent. You're full of experience. So let me come to that area, that question. Mr. Lola, you know, marriage is very deep.
Yeah.
And women are very emotional. Yeah, they're emotional being. You know, I'm a Christian. I wouldn't advise somebody to do that. I'm going to give my own life example. I didn't know my wife before we got married. Yes. And even my dad pressurized me. I said, what is wrong with you, Patrick? He said, my dad said, my cousin got married. She had a baby on the day of their wedding. I said, my dad, I love you. You are my dad, but I can't do that. You know?
Yeah.
I know myself. It's not, I knew it. I wasn't a virgin. You know, I knew.
So this was based off of your own faith, faith-based values.
Yes. So, and you know, spiritually as well.
Yeah.
And I respect the woman I was getting married to. I later found out that even my wife was even a virgin. Yes, if at my level at that period, my position in church, if I had messed up, say, let's do it, people will not know. I won't be married to her today. Because she was very strict. People strict. She would never do that. And you know, I take that likewise my daughters, I always advise them. You know, Allah, you know, we are talking about it in our platform, Bodeibo.
Yeah.
Man, I was saying that we need to parent we need to pay attention to our male children. Because the attention is being paid on women, which is women alone, which is very dangerous.
Right.
Yes. Like I said, by God's grace, when I was in university, I was a leader of church, and I had a place where we had a bunch of boys staying with me. So I know men, I know boys. Some of them they lack zero experience about women.
So, Brother Patrick, let me ask you like this, sir. D-Love says cohabitation is a yes for me. You will know if you are compatible, and it also helps financially. More and more people are believing in cohabitation for this particular reason. They feel like they will find out if they are more compatible. But then also, in that same token, more and more divorces are happening. So I don't know how you would want to correlate that.
Compatible in what area? The area of 𝐏𝐑𝐄𝐒, is that what you're talking about?
That's a good question for her, right?
Uncle Patrick, can I ask Lola? Uncle Patrick, can I ask Lola? I want to ask Lola though. Like, go ahead.
Maybe I mean you maybe it might not be you, but most men, I tell you, when they don't see you finish, you lose value. I tell you, some men, that is how their brain works. And it has to do with the way they were brought up. And that's why I brought this up. Our men should be well parented. They need to be well parented. It's the truth. If they don't even talk of having a child or children for them, once they don't see you finish, that's it. You lose value. I'm just saying it that way.
That means compatibility in the poto now.
Yes.
Hey, wala.
That's why it's the truth.
Yeah. I hear the compatibility argument all the time. But in my, again, like you did, Brother Patrick. Sorry, Embassy, you were going to say something to this before I go.
Yes, before I say something. Hi, Lola, how are you?
Oh, hi. Good evening.
I can hear you.
Good evening. Okay, so I was going to ask you, Lola, though, that, and this is for me, okay? I'm talking on my own behalf, right? If I'm good enough to cohabitate, why am I not good enough for marriage, right? Like, because that cohabitation thing for me is like, if we're gonna let's just do it. Again, there's gonna be, and I agree with what Mr. Parky said before. Like,
so hold your thoughts. Hold your thoughts real quick, right?
Okay.
I'm gonna transition to Lola and all our life, and then we'll continue this same topic. Okay, so we can have some extra minutes for it, and then I'll be right back. Basically, okay, I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. All right, so we're switching basically. I have Lola here,
Hi,
my beautiful wife,
everyone.
And she's hanging out. We do have Brother Patrick in the house.
Well, Patrick.
Hey, my sister, God bless you.
Yep,
Amen.
and we have my sister Embassy is here as well.
Hey,
she already said hello. Yep.
Thank you so much. Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
So on this segment, we do have quite a bit of topics to cover, and we're going to start off with this one. This is going to be part 2. Should courtship entail cohabitation? And basically, Miss Embassy was telling us, asking me a question with regards to this. So you could go ahead and reiterate that question again.
No, I was asking that if it's good enough to cohabitate, why is it not good enough to just do the marriage and just start your life from there?
Right. Oh, you're asking me. Well, I did it the traditional way, not the Kerewa part, but everything else. Okay. I did it the traditional way, and I would always recommend that for people, because this whole thing about looking for compatibility, because let me see. I think D Love said compatible in all ways. All those people that did not cohabitate will still have over 50% divorce. Well, the way I would interpret that is that it's increasing with the trend of I too know. Right? I too know. It just makes sense. It makes pragmatic sense. Let's test each other first of all for 6 months. Before we get into this, into this thing called marriage, right? So that makes sense on paper in black and white. And the more we're making sense in that direction, the more we've seen the increased rate of divorces. So even at that, I still won't correlate the two, right? Like you said, that was a very, very valid question. Like, if it's good enough to cohabitate, right? And then if at the end of 6 months, somebody did suggest 6 months, that's why I'm saying that when I was discussing it on Clubhouse. They said 6 months, like at 6 months, who told you that it's going to be easy to just exit that relationship if you find out it's the wrong situation, So that's my answer. What do you have to say to this, babe?
I don't know. For me personally, I don't like cohabitation for so many reasons. Because
can you guys hear her clearly?
Oh, can you hear me? I'm tired.
Yes, we can hear her.
Okay, all right, good.
I don't really like it, again, for me personally, because I feel like women get the short end of the stick. So, a man always wins in that situation.
Oh, beauty.
What? Are you for real?
Okay,
It's all right. She's absolutely right. That's one of the reasons why.
I'm triggered already.
Yeah.
Lola, thank you for your wonderful contribution. Let me tell you my experience. Even up to now, when I'm in the bedroom with my wife and she just take a shower and she's dressing up, she still cover her body. Yes.
Hello there, Bro Patrick. Why?
I would say, what is wrong? He said, no. I know you will touch me.
Oh, that part. Okay. Oh, that part. We have another topic around that coming up.
But even if I'm sleeping, she will stay. And let's be frank, Ola. In church, people may not cohabitate, but they still carry one. Let me tell you from my own experience. When you have people that want to get married and you ask them questions,
Right.
Or when somebody let me just, if somebody told you these brothers are workers and this sister and they are Creole and they are not supposed to. When you ask the brother would deny and say no. But let the ladies ask the sister. The sister will tell them yes. If they give the sister the opportunity, he will even describe the bowl herself. That's why you know that men are very secretive, but women, no, and women are emotional beings. You know what I mean? So, like Pasi said, why don't you marry me instead of cohabitating with me?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. To make sure we're compatible. They said.
That my possibility of getting married it might not be there. At the end of the day,
okay.
Yes, let's just break up.
Yes, and the truth of the matter is the marketplace value, the sexual marketplace value of a woman deteriorates with time in this respect faster than a man's sexual marketplace, right? So ladies in general definitely have to be careful with advocating for this. Like she said, women get the shorter end of that equation. You have something else you were still saying, sorry.
Yeah, and I agree with Miss Ombasi. Like, why, if you're gonna cohabitate with me, you might as well marry me, because I think there's this thing going around that, if you can get the milk for free, why buy the cow? Like, now that woman is being devalued right there, and tomorrow you now say, I'm sorry.
She might end up with 3 babies before it's I'm sorry.
And there are situations like that women have become single women, single mothers with 3 kids, and the guy now left and married somebody else.
Yeah.
So if you want to kerewa, that's okay. Let me go to my father and my mother's house or my house.
Yeah.
When you're ready to do the real deal, we'll do it the way it should be.
Yeah.
And I know it's traditional. I know a lot of people do it differently these days, and I'm not against that, but I just want women to be aware of what can possibly happen when you're too. It's called see finish. Once a man see
you start being taken for granted because
exactly.
I can wait. On paper it makes sense, like compatibility, but this is the part where I say, hey, emotions now your mate. That paper stuff will end up in the mud very quickly. This is the part that most people don't like to talk about. It's a move. It's a journey of faith. I know you don't want to take this big risk called marriage without quote unquote getting to know this person. I get it. I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, but even us, we're gonna be like 16 years this year, and we're still learning each other. Like
before you continue, tell them what happened to your voice. What happened to your voice?
I was having so much fun yesterday.
Yeah.
When I'm at parties, I like to sing. It's not palm wine. I like to sing. I like to hype, and I lost my voice.
Jesus Christ!
Why you have to throw me under the bus?
Okay, continue.
I'm the life of the party. My husband is the, is it the? I don't want to call you moral police, but you're the one that keep.
Yeah, we don't lose ourselves because we're at a party.
Keep us in check.
We pay attention.
Yeah.
But yes, let's get some. A lot of people are saying hello here. Let me make sure we acknowledge them. Cool Mama, Chinye, they were all saying earlier.
Hi. Yeah. Hello, everybody.
So I don't just like it. When will I be free? She's saying she doesn't like it. Chinye says cohabitation to be devalues a woman and brings see finish much quicker. Exactly.
It does.
Right. So a man. The same thing for men. Men actually have other ways of being devalued in this respect. It's a little different. It's not in a sexual market value place thing, right? It's a little bit different because for a man to say he wants to live with you, there's a good chance that he's serious. There's a lot of men repeating this talking point too, that they're looking for compatibility first because they're afraid of taking a risk on a woman, and then they're finding out later. And to them, in their own head, they are being scientific. They want to bring it down to exact sciences. I want to make sure that this person will save us from ending up in the divorce statistics all over again. That's what somebody literally said to me. Like, we won't end up in that statistic. Let's save another person from going to divorce. You're not saving yourself looking at it that way. Okay? You're disconnected from the actual skills that you need to be learning. in terms of moving in discernment, learning how to travel on a journey of faith, right? These are things that will be tested over time. Learning how to engage in real time, meaning you've done enough vetting, more than enough vetting, people, you meet each other's family and stuff like that, and you decided to plant your flag like a grown man, right? This is where I'm going to be at. We're going to put all our efforts into making sure this works, as opposed to, any chances I get, I'll just escape through the left. It's a mindset. And a man who is moving that way is a man who is not sure of himself. How can he truly sustain a marriage if he's moving in a way that he thinks he can exit, right? It's a very, very tricky thing. It's one of the things that actually, you might not remember this, it's one of the things that tested us earlier on in our marriage. This idea that, I will say things like, I don't want to be in a bondage. I don't want, rhetorics like that, like, hey, I don't have a problem exiting if I need to. You're running it makes sense when you're saying it in black and white, but you're literally sowing seeds, yes. Right? Because the way she's receiving that, Ola, you were dumb. You're not supposed to say that in front of her. I know, you're right. But anyway, let's stay on the point, right? The way she's receiving that is not more so because she heard it physically. It shows up in your energy, okay? The first place I lived as living by myself in this country back in, it's a place called Plainfield, New Jersey, back in 98. When I got hit with a little bit of crisis there, what did I do? I packed all my clothes in my bag. I went to class. By the end of the day, I found another roommate. I was remembering that today, It's this idea of you can't handle conflict. You just run for the hills the first chance you get, right? In my head at the time, it was like, I'll find another roommate at the end of the day, as opposed to nurturing and building the conflict handling, conflict resolution skill set that I will need in any relationship I get into, right? The next place I moved to, I found another roommate, Port Amboy, New Jersey, right? I ended up, what happened to that one? I told you the story before. I ended up moving the same way again, right? You're jumping from fire pan to fire. You're dealing with human beings at the end of the day. In fact, this new roommate, this one particular time, I just had to leave because I wasn't sure if he will pull out something on me in the middle of the night. I just couldn't trust him at that level anymore. Why am I saying that? It was basically my habits, right? It was my habit. You used to think, you're the runaway.
I'm a runner.
You didn't think that. Me too, I'm runaway in my own ways. But anyway, it's this runaway mindset. Let's put it in black and white. Let's write it down. No, just like life itself, marriage is a journey of faith, right? Your responsibility is to focus on the things you can build, discernment, your emotional intelligence, being able to pick up your radars, emotional, spiritual radars can pick up the wrong things without having to live with the person. You know that person is not, you can't marry them without living with them. Does that mean when you live with them that there will not be any trouble in the marriage? Of course not. So that's the more reason why you shouldn't be holding yourself hostage, as opposed to, and a man who can leave, who has to cohabitate before he can marry you, is a man who is not sure of himself.
I agree.
Yeah, he can't sustain a marriage eventually. It's a high likelihood that you will run into a roadblock with that. You have any other words before I get some last words from Brother Patrick? Brother Patrick, last words about this topic.
Yeah, very good analysis, Ola. Like I've always been saying, marriage is an institution.
Yeah.
So your high school grade may not sustain your university. The fact that you cohabitate may not sustain your marriage. Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of people that have good grades in high school, by the time they go to university, they end up changing their course. I said, no, I never knew university so hard.
Yeah.
They let me know that, I said, Daddy, it's different in college.
Yeah.
And I told them I went to college too in America.
Yeah.
So you said it on Allah. So if you are running away from your responsibility, by the time you get to marriage, you will know.
When you can't run.
Yeah.
Yeah. It will show you like shocker. You will see another side of that person, even though you cohabitated. But Sister Embassy, what's your words on this?
So in my situation, it's like I've came to learn that I will only give to you from my overflow. I'm not gonna give to you from inside my cup, right? So that way, when we are walking into the marriage, we already, and if the marriage doesn't work, it's not going to be the situation where I'm going to regret for the rest of my life because it doesn't work. Because again, I was only giving you from my overflow, right? And it's something that I came to learn from my experience from walking away from my first marriage, right? Because often in time when you, and one of the reasons why women is always hesitant and afraid to go into relationships, especially marriage, is because, or whether with someone with paper or no paper, is because, like Lola said, women often get the short end of the stick, right?
Of the stick, yeah.
And we, and then we give and give, we forget to give ourselves. Right. And then when it doesn't work, then we become a bitter person, right? I've learned that.
Yeah.
So, and that is where I move now. Like, if ever consider to be in another marriage, I know that it's a choice that I'm making, and I know that I'm gonna give the full self of myself because I'm a full person. Right. But I'm giving from point of overflow, not from empty cup.
Right. Awesome. I'm looking at go ahead, sir.
Ola, please.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. If you are afraid to go into a marriage, that's not a marriage. You shouldn't be afraid.
Yeah. You should be in a place where you feel safe and secure. You can't even wait to do life with this person.
Marriage, something people are looking up to. They want it to happen. You know, women are usually very happy on the day of their wedding. No, please. Anybody that's afraid of in a relationship, you just stop that relationship.
Yeah, just slow down at least. Slow down. I know.
Look at it. Is it gonna work out, please? Thank you.
Yeah. You know, D-Love says, I cohabitate. I'm gonna say this last one thing, and then we'll continue the conversation in the comment areas when it comes out as a video on Lola and Lola. She says, I cohabitated with my ex before marriage. We were together almost 20 years. Our divorce had nothing to do with cohabitation or no cohabitation. Your words on this.
Okay, I have a question. Yeah. My question to D-Love is D-Love American or is she Nigerian?
Oh boy, you
Did she grow up here or did she grow up? Because, I don't know. I think I grew up in Nigeria. Cohabitation is not something that is common there. When I relocated to the US, I found out it's the norm. So sometimes society affects that.
Right.
Even in America, I have a friend at work has been cohabitating with her husband for like almost 10 years. But 2 years ago, they tied a knot. Yeah, I mean, she insisted that she wants to be a wife because when you leave, God forbid if something happens to you.
Yeah.
What's going to happen to me? There are benefits to being married than just cohabitating.
Right.
And that's one of the reasons.
So in this case, let's assume it's a 6-month situation just to make sure we're compatible, like she said earlier. It's not like the intention is not that we're not going to get married. We're going to get married, but just to make sure we're compatible, 6 months. And she's making a point that either you did it or don't do it. It's not a factor. Right, that their divorce had nothing to do with it, right? But she's still, I'm guessing she's still insisting that.
Again, the reason why I don't see, I'm not against cohabitating 100% because, like I said, for me personally, I don't like it because I don't feel completely safe. I feel like I don't know what's gonna happen next. For me, it takes away the mystery effect. Now we're living together. Yeah, I see you. Even it could be me. I could run away and be like, I don't want to marry this dude no more. Is this how he snores in the night all the time?
Right.
Become annoying fast. I feel like
tell them you found out I snore without telling them I snore. Go ahead, continue.
I didn't sleep the whole night. My first night with you. Because you snort the whole night. I'm just saying. And this was one of those nights I had to lie to my mom that I'm going to a party, but I'm spending.
So you found out snore before we did?
Of course I found out. Right. But I was still, for me, the bigger picture was still more beautiful than beyond that snoring. That snoring I can handle. Yeah. When you love someone,
so somebody is right now saying, "Oh, that's not you can do. My old snoring, I can't handle."
And there are levels happens to the snoring. I've learned. But like I'm saying, it takes the mystery effect away. Yeah. I don't like that. I feel unsafe if I feel like I'm giving my 100%, and because women, we give our 100% for the most part to a man. Right. And sometimes when a man sees it all, they don't value it. Right. So for me personally, the cohabitation, I don't know. It might work for some people, but I have seen people that have been burnt terribly from it. Right, so I feel like women, protect yourself. Right. You know, if you say that you have to stay with me to now know to vet me, I'm sorry, it doesn't make sense to me. Because when me and you were dating, we were practically spending almost 10 to 12 hours. It's almost like we might as well cohabitate. Because again, I don't think she realizes that she just agreed with me, but I'll break it down, right? It's almost like we might as well cohabitate. But you went back home. Yes, I did. So, Brother Patrick said faith-based values. He doesn't have. I'm not coming from a faith-based anything, okay? I think what you just said, mystery effect, seduction, attraction. Don't water it down before you do it now. It doesn't make any sense. You water the whole thing down. The idea that she's going home, right? It really, really helped us in that early stages of our relationship. Because it's like, I can't wait so you don't have to go back home again. Right? I had places that you were over at my house virtually almost every time. Right? I just didn't but leave, you went back home. There's this idea that this new generation think they can water down the ceremonial aspect of what we've always valued. For example, marriage, ceremony. You get married in a church before you go to the person's house. Yes, even including virgin. We've already watered down the virginity part. We want to water everything down because on paper it doesn't make sense anyway. Here's the part that we always completely have to make sense for us. We're emotional beings. That attraction part of it is key. The mystery effect part of it is key, right? Having something to look forward to, not just in the beginning, but even forever. But now we're just going to live together just because, right? You just literally agreed with me because honestly, I don't care if you cohabitate or not. My own thing is, don't think that's going to help you build a better marriage. That's all I said. That's all I'm saying, personally. Okay? You can cohabitate all you want. In fact, cohabitating can help you get to this place where now the guy is scared or the woman is scared and you pop the question. You now as a gentleman, you pop the question and she said no because she's seeing the worst and she's really, really afraid to go into it, right? Because she's seen the worst. Somebody said, well, isn't it better? At least we can cut it quick now. Here's the problem. These are emotional matters. They tend not to cut it. Right? They tend to have children in that funk. Yeah. Right? This is what's going on. So I think we're agreeing because you just said has nothing to do. That's my point. Precisely. So why cohabitate if you can just relax, chill, if it's not solving any problems? Why? And
can I just say something really quick? Like, why should, so if you say, oh, let's be for 6 months and see how it goes, it's like, why do you want to put expiration date on a relationship? Because it's like, I'll be so scared. I would like to be on my best behavior. I don't know, like
6 months, that's easy.
No, maybe for men, I don't know, for women that easy. It's like, okay, let's try for 6 months and see if it's gonna work. It's like hand down from me. And I'm talking about me, the way it will make me feel. I will not feel safe, like Lola said. Like it will make me feel so. If you have it as a woman, if that's your mindset, go for it. If that make you comfortable, that's not what we are saying. But I'm saying, but majority of time it's like you put expiration date on a relationship, and a relationship has no expiration date as far as I'm concerned. It's like, it's either you work on it or you don't.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so let's do this. Let's hang that topic there for now. I'm sure we'll revisit it another time, and we'll be right back so we can continue. Let's see. All right. So let's talk about tribalism and Nigerian marriages, right? Babe, I want to talk to you first about this, right? The whole topic about tribalism, people always think that the whole push against tribalism is just all about, they think it's just all about politics. No, it's not just politics. It shows up in every area of our lives. It shows up in marriages too, right?
Yeah.
So I want you to go ahead and share some of your experiences with how this showed up. I'll give you a hint, right? I'm from the United States of Olodumare. It's called Usho. It's between Akure local government and our local government area, okay, in Ondo State, Nigeria. Or you can also say United States of Ondo. She's from Egba by way of Lagos. She's a Lagos girl, right?
My dad.
So
my dad is Abeokuta. My mom is Abeokuta.
Right.
My mom was born and raised in Lagos.
And you're born and raised.
I'm born and raised in Lagos.
Right.
My dad was born and raised in Abeokuta.
Right.
So my dad sometimes he acts like a village boy.
Right.
But my mom balances it out really good.
Right. So now when I decided that you were the person I'm gonna marry,
right,
it was a decision. It wasn't me asking anybody for permission. I don't believe in that. If a man is asking for permission from his family, yeah, it's kind of weird. It's okay if he wants his family to be okay with you, but he kind of has to be strong about the idea of this wife first already. He's basically selling, not necessarily asking for permission, right? That's how I like it, because for a man to be able to sustain a family, he needs to be in that space in his head where he's not asking his mother for permission. A lot of men are like, oh, my mother wasn't happy. I was like, why are you trying to approach marriage in the first place? Why are you trying to do marriage if you're still asking your mother for anyway? That's besides. So when I said that, as a matter of fact, I told them this is my girl. This is the person I'm marrying, right? And there were some rhetorics that I was completely naive about. So imagine that I was very naive at that time. That they didn't say to your face, but I shared with you in the spirit of I'm gisting my girl.
Yeah.
Right? Some of those things has to do with certain things, right?
That they do.
What did that make you feel like?
Well, now, first of all, I wanted to
is that tribalism in your opinion? Is that element of tribalism in that?
To be honest, because we're still one Yoruba, it's so
we're still one Yoruba. So inside of the same Yoruba.
Inside the Yoruba.
Okay.
And this is why I like to say these are human nature issues.
Yeah.
I don't care where you go. There's always stereotype.
Yep.
And the fact that we're both Yoruba and we speak Yoruba, I don't understand Akure when you speak some things, but I guess I can pick a little.
You can pick it. It's just dialect, yes.
But me hearing that Egba women lord over their husbands, like they were silly things. They were things that I've never heard in my life, and I'm like, what does that have to do with anything? And Akure to Abeokuta is how many hours? Wait.
I have no idea.
They say Lagos people are overly exposed.
2.5 hours.
They say we're overly exposed in Lagos. Another issue, babe. To be honest, my family is also Muslim. My dad and my mom are Muslim. But my dad is a liberal Muslim. Like, the guy, I've been going to church as a teenager because my father doesn't care if I'm a Christian or a Muslim.
Right.
He gave us the freedom to do whatever we wanted. And I found my way to Christianity because I could not find myself praying 7 times a day.
Right.
And I still wanted to be connected to God in some way. So my lazy, and I like to say I'm lazy a little bit. My lazy way out was just saying, I'm going to go to church and let me see what they do in church. I went to Redeem. I found out I liked it and I became a Christian. And my dad never ever said, why are you a Christian? He even married me in a church. But I had issues with my in-laws because I wasn't from Akure. I wasn't an SU. I wear jewelry. Maybe the way I dress is a little bit too flashy. So many things that they complained about. I think when my dad gave a list of, how in Nigerian marriages, they give you a list for engagements. So one of the things on our list was Atari, and I think Obi. My in-laws were triggered. They were like, Atari, like Atari is supposed to be something demonic. Like everything was literally picked on. But that comes again from when people don't accept you in a marriage. That's when they pick on everything. And I've heard something. They say, if there is love, right? If there's love between people, 10 people can sleep in one room, operate in one room without being, triggered or anything. But if you don't like somebody, or you feel some type of way about where they're coming from, you will give every excuse to not want to see them at all. Yeah. And I think that was the,
right.
That was the issue we had in the beginning.
That in terms of feeling, something I did not know until 8 years later.
Oh, so you told me everything.
I told you everything. But in terms of how you felt about these things and nursing them inside of you for 8 years.
It was inside of me. And I'm also the type of person that I'm no more a bad communicator, but right. I was a bad communicator. So when Ola told me these things, I put them in my mind. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at these people like, yo, so you don't like me.
You like, didn't feel like they like you.
I didn't do anything to you. Right. Like, wait. And then you say you're Christians? Like, I would say literally, they stood no chance after that because I felt like it's useless.
Like if they don't like you, what's the point?
If they don't like me, they don't like me. Why do
Even though you stayed in it for another 8 years.
I stayed in it because I felt like our relationship, I mean, your loyalty and your love for me would sustain us. Mm. But after a while, we hit a stumbling block.
So when everything has started to break down, you start to pull these things out of the woodworks.
Yes.
Oh, see, that's what this means. Start to correlate in your mind, right?
Yes, it made sense. And this is why sometimes, even though I'm a big advocate of, put your feet down, go for what you like. Mm-hmm. Again, for women, I would love for whatever marriage you're in, for you to be accepted all the way. Because if not, you're going to get the shorter end of the stick, especially when the guys start to misbehave. You might not be lucky enough to find, I was lucky to have you to fight for me and stand for me. After a while, some men, they give in.
Yeah, because if you start to show certain behaviors, right?
Mm-hmm. You say my mother and
it start to rub me off the wrong way too. Yeah. I would start interpreting the same type of interpretation. I would say like, maybe they saw something. Right. They were right all along too.
Forgetting that these things will happen anyway.
Yeah. So the whole point of this for me, before I go to Brother Patrick and Sister Embassy, is this. You have to understand that this shows up in your personal life as well. This whole tribalism. And oftentimes we act like it's people being wicked. It's deeply rooted. Right? When somebody says, I want more bye, it's called stereotypes. Right? I just want to give you an example, even in the same trial, how much more when you're going outside of the same tribe, right? Or you go into another country, or you're going to another religion, right?
It's real.
It's like, I just want you to be aware that if you have a tendency to go in the direction is that somebody is just wicked because they show certain behaviors, you cannot learn anything about life. You will just keep punishing yourself. Because that same behavior you're running away from by blaming people, by pointing fingers, will show up even inside of your own household at some point, and you never really learn how to deal with it. Right? So that's why I wanted to talk about this, that even inside of the same tribe, the same behavior showed up, and it was kept in there as resentment, like inside cooler. It was too hot. When the life events start to happen, and all those things at the back of your mind, you start to align it together. It's now you start to make sense out of something that's not really relevant in the first place. But it becomes real life. It becomes life, right?
It does.
And then it will take over, and it can absolutely destroy your marriage. Absolutely. And no, you were not wrong all along. You were just trying to be a human being. Who wants to not be liked by their in-laws?
Oh, who doesn't want to be
liked? Who wants to be with a wife who is nagging over and over? Who started nagging 8 years later about my mother, right? But when you don't have wisdom, you just be like, no, she's just wicked. Why is she coming up with that stuff from 8 years ago? Or she'll be like, yeah, I know it. These people are, yeah, Awara okay. Awara on those states.
Awara okay.
If you don't calm down and really start to dig in a little bit deeper than your surface level common sense nonsense BS, you will find yourself in the court of law all the time, fighting for your life, you know. But yes, that's what I wanted to bring out of this. What are your thoughts around this, Sister Embassy? Let's go to you first, and then we'll go to Brother Patrick.
So, I am the village girl, okay? I grew up in the BVD village, okay?
Oh, okay. On the east side, right? East side of Nigeria.
Right.
Okay.
Right. My ex is city boy, okay? We are from different states, right? And I remember, like, when I was a student, when I was in school, that I would go, before we met, I would go to his state. I never liked it there. His city, because I'm such a village girl, I don't like when it's crowded. I don't like when it's too much. That mentality of me will not allow me to just relate to that city for whatever reason. But here we were. I end up married to this person from this particular city that I didn't like. So,
you didn't like the city?
I mean, you can imagine. I don't even know what I was doing, right? But you know, my in-laws they were great people. We never had the issue of you are this or that, right? We never. My mother-in-law was superb of a mother, right? But like between me and him, for me, there was discrepancy of our mentality of the way we grew up. Him as a city boy, me as a village girl. That sometimes it would show up as an attack in some way. That I would be so mad and like you don't get it, and he would say I don't get it, and it was just too much. And yeah, that's a real thing. That is a real thing.
Yeah. It's real. It's real. It's deeply rooted. Your best chances of getting through a marriage, because a lot of people are getting together and getting married anyway, across religions, across culture. They're going to do it anyway because Kerewa is nobody's mate, right? Your best chances of surviving it is to don't start pointing fingers like that person is just being wicked. If that's your first angle, you will destroy it. And you're not different from us. It's just you chose to go that route.
Right. And there was there are some things that he would do that I'll be like, what a city boy this boy is. Like, man, this is, and there are some things that I would do
they're they're Agbero. The city people are Agbero, touts.
Something that he would look at me like, like, Omoloke, something like that. Like, which it doesn't bother me because I am Omoloke, right? But,
it bothered me. The first time I heard that, I was triggered.
No,
not from you. It came from her mother. The first time she said it.
She said Ondo people want to sort it. It was Ondo and Lagidi.
I had never heard it before.
He's never heard it before.
I had never heard it before. I was triggered.
He was triggered. He said, "What does mommy mean?" Like, you never heard that before?
What is he talking about? I'm like, what? Anyway, I wish I know what I know now. I wouldn't have taken an offense to it. I was like, Jesus.
Yeah, stereotypes. It's terrible.
Stereotypes.
And it destroyed things. I hate tribalism so much that that's why I don't get into, I'm talking about politics, talking about even between racism, all that stuff, because I know how we human beings are. It's human
It's deeper than getting me and you arguing and then we're now slobbing saliva all over our mouth. We're angry at each other and we can't. It's deeper than that.
It's very, very deep.
The enemies are watching you. They're happy. If you want to look at it that way, when it comes to politics, But Brother Patrick, sir.
Wow, that's a wonderful topic. So I can speak Yoruba too. That's good.
I am Yoruba.
Oh, you're Yoruba? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes. I'm from
my head. I thought you were maybe
Kwara State.
Oh, Kwara State. Oh, fantastic.
I was brought up I was born in Lagos. My dad is Edo and my mom is Igbo.
Wow.
It's that type.
You're the poster poster child of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
No, she's a dental Igbo, but she's school in interior Igbo, so she speaks Igbo fluently. All those hard Igbo. So even like I was saying during the Civil War, yeah, when the Igbos were living, they used we kept all their belongings there. After the war, they came back, and my mother is known as Mama Igbo. You know, even though I was born in Lagos, I grew up in Lagos. You know the way they would throw it at your face, or my put a mom on me. Yes, and they would tell you, yes, these people they eat people.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Yes, the Yoruba don't know the difference between Edo and Igbos. Yes, and you know, eventually I got married to a Yoruba. She's from Ekiti. Through the church, and you know the way God orchestrated everything. I think I've said it. You know, the first church I was posted to as a pastor, I had my letter with me. So when I got to the church, everybody was outside. They were using 5-star hotel. Like what? On a Tuesday. Thank God we have a pastor. They said, you know, it's a new church that we are not leaving this place because they were away in 6 months. And they locked the auditorium. So one of them said, my mother has a big building. They have a parking lot that we can use. That's okay. So as a young minister, I approached the senior pastor. They went to meet the landlady. The landlady said, well, she's a Christian. She's going to talk to the tenants if they will allow her to host us. So eventually the mama said, okay, we are going to host them. But she said, please, on Sunday, we should do our service. They will pull out their car, very big parking lot.
Right. You told that story. Yeah.
But we shouldn't make noise. And the mama said we can use our living room for our vigils on Friday. Yeah, today the woman is my mother-in-law. Let me put it out, let me shorten it. Right. I didn't know my wife from anywhere. She goes to Okote's church.
Yes. It's Okote. Yes.
Yes.
Christ Embassy, is that?
No.
Which one is that?
That's Oyakilome. I don't remember. Okotie, we know Okotie though. Okotie with the Jericho. This used to be singer, right?
Yes, he goes there, and I was the pastor in Redeem. You know, you can see, you know, and she's the Jim. You know, even me, I'm Jim too, but you know, at a certain level. So what I'm trying to bring out from there, even the brother, the senior brother was even a member of my church. They loved me, they like me, they know who I am.
So you have a special type of experience.
You know what
with
I want to bring out from there? You know, my wife, even when she was in Polytechnic, she has a car with a driver. She came from a silver spoon, so to speak. Yes, so there are some things you would do and say, what are you even talking about? We don't do that. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm going to give an example. It took me 15 years of marriage before I knew that my wife doesn't eat bread and beans.
But Patrick, you're poor deal.
Listen, I'm serious. Because my wife knew that I like bread, I like beans. So she, even in America, she cook when they bring beans, honey
beans. Yeah.
Yes. When I'm in the store, I say, my wife, I'm just coming back from work. I'm in the store. I say, I just cooked there. Can you buy bread? Bro, I never had an idea until one day. My wife said, can you buy plantain for me? I said, yes. I said, what? The thing just occurred to me. What is? He said, don't you know I don't eat better? He said, it's for carpenter. I said, thank God Jesus. Jesus' father was a carpenter.
Carpenter be Tibawo.
How juju be that? I'm just telling you, you know, that the way she was brought up, you know what I mean? Love, you know, the way they doing their art. My own set table, my whole life wasn't like that. So it depends on understanding. The challenges.
If you understand these differences are there, maybe you can move a little bit differently.
Yes, like Lola said, she knew that Ola loves him, loves her, right? You know, understand that will go a long way to help them. That commitment is there. You know, despite my status of my wife, she loves me. Yes, for her to have said yes. My brother, it's not easy for a woman to say yes.
All right. Yeah.
Let me just.
That's words.
Can I ask something?
Let me get the last word from you, so we can move on to the next topic. Go ahead.
Okay, actually, this is gonna be a question from Lola's experience, right? When it's come to the in-law, right? It might, because I'm trying to figure out, like, either way, like, you want to have the best of the both world. You want you want to have the best with your husband, and you want to have the best with your in-laws, right? In my situation, my in-law are the best, right? But my ex is an asshole. I don't want to, you know what I mean? Like, then it's like. At the end of the day, I just get tired of it. Even though I have the best in-law, and I think they play a big role of how far we went in our relationship, right? But at the end of the day, it's like, I'm not dealing with all these in-laws, no matter how much you guys been nice, right? And I appreciate them, but the person that I'm dealing with is just so that was it for me,
right?
So it's like, but I like what Lola said, like. In her situation, you protected her. She feels safe with you, right? I feel like it's the opposite for me. I felt safe with my in-law than the person that I married to. Like, what is going on here? You know what I mean? It was a mess.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, the in-laws is a powerful ball of energy that comes with your husband, right? So it's helpful, but ultimately you need the husband to be a husband.
Yeah.
Right. You need that there. My parents they're still together after, I don't know, 45 years or so, but they're still together too. But again, when they're just normal human being like the rest of us, then there's only so much they know, right? Especially when they're not the husband. You can't ask them to be taking full responsibility of the understanding that's required to be a husband. They can help you. There were things they said to me, but need to have my own head, my own ideas and stuff. Like, there were times I didn't listen because I couldn't connect with how far they could see things, right? So, but particularly, I want people to understand that it's not always these issues, for the most part, in my opinion, is not from a place of wickedness. They are coming from places of weaknesses as human beings. We have tribalistic views. You're not supposed to admit to it. There are certain little things you say. It could be you fighting for your own tribe, and before you know it, you're tribalistic and you didn't realize it. Just in defense, because defense is the same thing as offense. It's just polar opposite, right? But at some point, somebody has to catch themselves and say, this is not helping any one of us. It's not, and it's going to take somebody higher, somebody that's thinking higher than the people fighting tit for tat with each other. It's going to take, and sometimes in a relationship, you're going to need one of those people to do that. To say, she said that karaoke thing. It's not just karaoke. She's moving that way. It's really starting to affect me. But I know that human beings have these tendencies. When they can tag on to something that can be easy to point fingers at, they do that. Because it's easier to point fingers than to stand in front of a mirror and hold yourself accountable. To reflect, right? Or I say, what role am I playing in this? All I have to do is stop the role I'm playing in this, and then there will be an automatic reset, and then we can start building things back up. Because after all, you're not going anywhere. You're stuck with this person,
I really think that.
Let me quickly say this. There's a proverb that says, "Omo buruku shefe, but ano buruku no."
Yes.
Maybe Lola can help us with that. With him, question. Yes.
Yeah, Brother Patrick. Yeah, that is real. Omoburuku fair, because over time, someone can, that Omoburuku can evolve to Omodada. Like, you can grow. But Anoburuku, they are stuck in their way. They can also change
because they are not they are not the husband, right? And they're
usually Anoburuku is already older. You know how they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
New tricks, yeah.
It's something of that nature. Yeah. So I feel like it's so hard to change somebody's mind. But young people, they're always open to an extent, right? They tend to be open. Unlike old people, like whatever our kids know today, They probably got some of that from us.
Right.
If they have any stereotype, it's because we've said some things to them, which is not right. So that's where that always coming from.
Yeah.
But respective to what Ola said about, somebody in the relationship should take charge. Sometimes you have to weak people. And you might not
most
be
of
able
the time,
to.
that's what we end up with.
Exactly. 2 weak people.
Yeah.
What I try to encourage people is when you're married, move with people that are married like you. In the sense that you look up to. How's their relationship? How do they treat each other outside? Sometimes people will tell you it's all fake. But to be honest with you, I know a good number of consistent people who are married, they are happily married. Doesn't mean they don't have challenges, but who can help you balance your own relationship up. Like, for a good example is our pastor. He and his wife, the way they roll with each other,
it's just obvious.
Are madly in love. They touch each other, they talk about each other. The husband does not talk to women without the wife. The wife does not relate to other without the husband. They have respect for each other. So if you're having issues, those are some of the people you can go to and say, you know what, I'm stuck. They won't attack your marriage. Right. Because they want you to win.
Like an in-law might attack
your marriage.
Because they're like a big ball of pride walking around. Because again, they're not in the marriage. So what they see is what they see.
Yes.
Especially if their own child is complaining. Especially.
Yes, they'll take their child's
right.
side.
So
especially if they don't even like you. How about that?
Yeah.
So try to find
you already don't feel like they like you. They're moving in a way that's indicating that they don't like you. Right. Yeah. So it's multiple things that I'm saying at the same time. I'm saying in-laws in general is a real life walking live pride. Meaning they don't owe
Sister Umbasi, she has a good in-law.
Right.
Like that is great for her. But the fact that she had a husband that I bet he doesn't even listen to his mom, because I'm sure the mom tried to interject like, what's going on with
you? He doesn't listen to anybody.
He didn't listen. Exactly. That's another thing. I'm going to tell you one thing. So I tried men that don't. So I don't like mommy's boy per se, but also respect men who respect their mothers. Because I feel like if you treat your mom well, you're probably going to treat me very well.
Yeah.
So, because I do have someone else that doesn't like the mother and ended up treating his wife even worse. So there's always small
yeah, it's case by case. It's layers to it. In one respect, they don't like their mother. That's a red flag. In the other respect, he can't stay out of his mother's wings. Like, okay, that's a mommy's boy. That's a red flag. It's case by case. It really just depends.
It's a balance that is needed, to be honest with you. There's no perfect.
And can I just add something really quick? Like at the end of the breaking down of the marriage, right? And as much as I love my in-law and they love me, at the end of it, of course, this is the breaking down of what we thought it was gonna be forever thing, right? Of course, they have to pick him because that is their son, right? That is their brother. And I understand that because my people had to pick me too. You know, it's like, come home, honey. So that's just the way it is. Like, but I don't think I have any bad thing to say about them, really.
No, that's a beautiful thing.
That's good. That's good. And you got kids, so that's even better. Yeah, you have that, you know. So it's very tricky. I guess in about 10 seconds, tribalism and Nigerian marriages, they're like 5 and 6. There's stuff you need to understand. It's not just in politics.
Do you think it's tribalism and Nigerian marriages alone? This thing is all over the world.
No. I didn't. This is just a title.
Oh yeah, be specific.
Tribalism, tribalism at its core, racism at its core. Faith, like religious stuff. If you're crossing these dimensional lines, right? Those things at their core and marriage are like 5 and 6. They will show up. You need to understand how to handle these things when they do show up. You know, sometimes it's just somebody being outrightly wicked, like an outrightly wicked in-law, right?
Yeah.
A lot of times It's just a matter of you understanding that these are human behavior, and you don't want to, because whatever you focus on expands. If you focus on it, it will expand. You were going to say something.
For me, I'm a little sensitive when it comes to tribalism, actually, because tribalism is very destructive. It kills. It goes from something small like this to something big. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Hotel Rwanda. This is a real life situation of something that happened in Rwanda, you know, between two tribes. Look at how so many people were killed. That's how bad tribalism is. And it's something that needs to be shut down. I don't even want to hear it. To me, we're all Nigerians. We're one. I don't care where you're from. You're my brother.
Here's the issue/question for you.
Sister.
What are the chances that it will be shut down?
Well, it starts from one person to another.
What are the chances?
For me right now, I'm all for we're all one. I don't care where you come from.
Right.
Love is love. Right. That's me.
So are you saying we have a better chance of the way you just express it, right? Are you saying we have a better chance of educating people why we must see ourselves as one than trying to shut down? Because again, when you say shut down tribalism, what it means to people is different from people to people. Some people say Yoruba nation, the other person say one Nigeria. And to them is both, you know, this is just how they express it.
No, Yoruba nation is also tribalism. I'm sorry to say. If you're thinking that way, then you're not a Nigerian.
Some people say, we could never walk. We can't walk. Will they walk? Stop acting. And this is their reasons why they want that. Like, we've seen enough to say it's not going to work.
It breeds war. And what does war bring?
What breeds war?
Tribalism.
Which one? Which type of it? The one that says Yoruba nation or the...
No more. From the small one, it can get big and it can get so big that you can't control it. And it becomes a disaster. And that's what we don't want.
Which one? The one that says one Nigeria? And continue Ashwaju? Or Yoruba nation?
I'm always a one Nigerian person. How about that? Regardless of who is there. I might not like who's there, but I'm still in favor of us being united as a nation.
Are you aware that somebody's interpreting that as tribalism?
That's not tribalism. They need to explain themselves.
Your opinion?
In my opinion, it's not.
All right.
You try to throw me under the bus.
I refuse to talk about politics today, but the point I made is basically me trying to explain like how people interpret these things is different from people to people, right?
I understand that.
As much as you're on one side, the other person is on the other side, offense, defense, they think and they're like effectively they're doing what we're trying to avoid, right? As opposed to one conversation at a time like this. I am always actively looking for a way where we can align, right? Some people in this conversation, yes. Like I'm searching. Like there's something you're saying that I agree with, right? Some people are more inclined once they hear something that triggers them, they fire right back and they say, "No, you're wrong." Right? They shut down.
You know what I call them? I'm sorry to say, they are walking time bombs. There's nothing you can say. They'll be triggered anyway.
So it doesn't matter what side they're on. They're just
it doesn't matter.
Thank you.
It doesn't matter.
Anyway, let's move on to the next one. Let's move on to the next one. Shout out to Brother Patrick and Sister Embassy hanging out with us there, making the conversations a lot more sweeter. All right, we'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everyone. Shout out to everybody listening in the background. I know everybody's in their hibernation mode.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I could tell when they slow down on the chat, but you can see that they're still hanging out.
They're chilling.
Yeah. Okay. But that's why I appreciate Brother Patrick and Sister Embassy.
All right. Wait, Sister Embassy, you have to tell me about your name. How is that? Because that's where I got confused. I thought you were Igbo because...
Oh no, I'm not evil. Embassy is the initial of my children's names. I just combine them.
Interesting.
Oh, how cute. Okay.
All right. Nice. All right. So I'm gonna go to you first, and then I'll go to Sister Embassy, then we'll go to Bob Patrick, and I'll say my words on this. Once a cheat, always a cheat. Somebody came into backstory. Somebody came into Lola and Ola's comment, and we have a popular video called 10 signs that she slept with someone else. You go check out the videos up there. 10 signs that your wife or your girlfriend has slept with someone else. So a lot of men tend to get triggered by this video.
Of course.
Right? And the way how I know they're triggered is when they respond as, never accept her back. Like, it's a comment, but I could literally see the person's face in the comment. Like, I didn't see your face in this comment. It's just a text.
Veins.
The text has veins. Okay, easy. I'm sorry you went through that. I mean, tell me you went through that without telling me you went through that. But well. But this is one of their talking points. They say once a cheat, always a cheat. To be fair, it's not just them that say it. I see a lot of ladies, they will say once a cheat, always a cheat. Right? I want to know your opinion about this. Is this, in your opinion,
is it 100% accurate?
Is this accurate?
In my own opinion, no, I don't agree. I don't agree because, not that I want to condone cheating, but
that's what it sounds like when you say that.
Yeah.
To some people, like, wait, you
let's just throw that out there.
Justifying cheating now?
If I can say that, I'm asking for permission. If I can say that, I don't believe in absolutes. I believe that, you can give a person multiple chances. Mm-hmm. And now if they're consistently cheating, now it's in their blood. It's a cheat. This person will never stop cheating. But if it's a one-time thing and this person has proven themselves to, it was something. Like we're all human beings again.
That just sounds like justifying it again.
Yeah. Look, if someone cheats on you, for me, the way I see it is they are even cheating on themselves.
Facts.
Why would for you to do that, you're in a low point in your life.
Yep, it's a low vibrational behavior.
Off. There's a void. I don't see myself as a victim if you cheat on me. It's your freaking loss. Now if I want to move on with you, then
will it hurt still though?
It will hurt. But the thing is, if I'm gonna move on with you, I have to be okay with the consequences of what may happen from moving on with you.
Okay.
Because I feel like sometimes people sometimes are delusional with that. Okay, if you tell me you're not going to cheat anymore, and I take that and say, okay, I forgive him. I have this high expectation that he's not going to cheat anymore. Now I'm watching you, and then you cheat again, and I'm completely broken. I should know that there are chances that you might end up cheating again.
Right.
Now, what am I going to do when you cheat on me again? That's the point where I have to make a decision. It falls on my shoulder. What do I want to do? Do I want to forgive this person without rehashing it? Most people don't forgive without rehashing. This is what people do. They forgive and then they remind you.
Right.
Oh, you're going out.
That's the easy thing to do.
Just make sure you don't go and cheat again, no. You're not helping.
Or even better, they put a tracker on your car.
I might as well just do it again.
Or even better, they put a tracker on your car.
You're not accusing me of the same thing all over again. And I'm not even thinking of it. Yeah. So you have to forgive without reaction, of which you have to properly heal.
Yeah.
That means give yourself time before you take this person back. But I don't believe in the word, in the sentence, once a cheat, always a cheat. I will never believe in that.
Okay. All right. Sister Embassy, what's your take on this? Are you still there with us?
I'm thinking as well. I was talking,
Is it too deep for you?
You sound muffled though. She sound muffled, right?
A little bit.
Yeah, let's make sure your mic is open. Yeah, better.
Yeah.
Okay, better. So it's like now that at the stage that I am right now, I don't believe once you are cheat, you're a cheater. Let me put that out, okay? I'm with Lola on that, okay? But for me, at the stage that I am right now, If you cheat on me and I find out, you gone.
Yeah, you're not condoning it.
You are it's as simple. It's very simple for me. It's not even complicated. There's no perhaps, no maybe.
No
and
if,
the
no
reason, no, mama. And the reason for that is because if you do that, for me, it's like I cannot put my life in the hand of somebody who does not even trust themselves enough or does not even care about their own safety.
Yes.
It's safety for me. It's safety for me. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. Yeah. Brother Patrick, what about you, sir?
You guys are putting me on spot. You know, when I did my MBA, I was made to understand that if you fail a course, a class, they will kick you out. That's the policy. You can't retake it. Yes, if you fail a class, they're going to kick you out. Yes. I know if you get a C, they warn you, you can't get a C. It's so vast. So, you know, like, once a cheat, always a cheater. It's a cheat or whatever. It's true to some extent. And, you know, once somebody is found cheating or cheated, that person needs some. It doesn't. You can't take it for light. Yes, I'm not saying the person should go pay for it, but if that person needs therapy, let him know the consequence of what he has done to the partner.
Right.
It's very important. Don't take it as light.
Right.
Yes. It might even be the fault of the partner. Let him see the partner or sit a partner down. Yeah, you know, they give me kerewa. I went to sit. Yes. There is possibility of you doing it again. You need to learn from that. You need therapy.
Yeah.
If I can come to, if you really love me.
Yes, absolutely.
You go for what you love now. Lola, you know, if you love somebody, you do everything. But no, I can't lose Lola. No.
Right.
God forbid. You know, some women will want to even go to. We don't want it to go to the. We don't want people to hear. We take care of it. Church, but you must do this for me. If it involves me not caring for 2 years, we'll see what you are going to do then. But you must go through this.
Yeah.
Because it's not even the cheating, it has affected me emotionally. You know, people in America, that's why I like America. I'm going to give you an example. I met one guy, one of my colleagues. He just said he was with his cousin. He said, "This is my cousin." The guy has tattoo all over his body. The guy has tattoo all over. This is my cousin. He was in prison for 19 years.
Wow.
If he's a Nigerian person, you say, "This is my cousin." He's a makeup artist. Nigeria will not tell you the truth. I'm just giving an example. And people will say, this guy, don't allow Kole to play with this boy. He has been he's been in prison for 19 years. We cover this a lot. You know what? You know what the cousin did? He got a job for him at my place. The guy is working now.
He's working now.
Yes.
Yeah.
He did his time. He started his time when he shot somebody when he was a teenager.
Right.
Wow.
So he has 19 years in prison. Nigerians will cover it or they will sugarcoat it. They will run away from that person.
Yes.
There's
another stereotype right there.
Yes, let the person learn. You know, this we are going to marry. It might not if they have kids. This might even when the kids are grown, it might even affect the kids when they say, "Daddy, are you kidding me? You did that?" So it's going to affect your family.
It does. It affects the kids.
Yes, we are looking about the multiplier effect. Let the person go. Let me round up with one thing. One person I know from one state when he left military, he carried the niece.
Jesus.
That's terrible.
So the man, he left, come back to another city where I was. He was my colleague. He even trained me at my job. The man retired. I even ate the cake. Ola, you know what happened? The man was carrying the grandkids. He's now in prison. He's going to 70 years.
Oh my God.
He just bought a car. He just retired. He's in prison now.
Nobody juju be that.
Yeah, now real juju be that one. Officially.
The African American not be juju. This is more than 30 years ago that I did the.
It's Juju Pro Max, sir. It's Juju Pro Max.
That's crazy. That's so
Jesus. Now on a Juju Pro Max.
I say even the people at the company didn't believe it. They first said no until one of our colleagues went there talk. They got a lawyer. Yeah.
All right. So once a cheat, always a cheat. I hear you very clearly, sir. Once a cheat, always a cheat. That statement by itself is false, just on an absolute level. Since it's presented as an absolute, it's a false absolute. Yes, the truth is that people remain the same at the core of their personality. However, when it comes to behavior, people can evolve.
Yeah.
People grow. People change, right? However, there's always a need for a purpose to why they should change. People don't change unless there's a gravitation towards pleasure, relief, or gravitation away from pain. If it's pleasurable to continue to cheat, they will continue to do that. All right. So if it's a painful thing for them to continue to cheat, they will gravitate away from it, right? So there is usually a reason why people cheat, right? Beyond the fact that it is a choice. It's always a choice. That's a given, right? When you tell me it's a choice, we all know that, okay?
Everybody has a choice.
Yeah, we all know that. But what are the deeply rooted reasons why they cheat? We could start from obviously they're trying to fill a void. It doesn't mean they're not wrong, right? They're trying to fill some kind of void, right? Is it still bad behavior? You're right. That's why it's cheating. Cheating, stealing, lying. Bad behavior, right? But you don't get stuck right there and say, that's the end of it, right? No, it's not the end of it, because you too, you might end up cheating. Maybe not cheating in terms of romantic relationships, but maybe you took hours that you're not supposed to take at work, right? Usually they will give you some kind of warning or stuff like that. Should you do the same thing in relationship? Not necessarily. You can't. In fact, I don't agree that we can't manipulate people into forgiveness.
Right? It
Doesn't
work.
Because we're talking about emotions of, we're talking about matters of the heart now, emotional matters. So it's not as simple as just forgive. It's not that simple. In fact, the more you say that, the worse it gets.
It's annoying when the older Nigerian women do that.
Yes. Yeah.
Just forgive him. Like, what? Excuse me? Get out of my
You
face.
forgive. Come and marry him. But anyway, but so I think, but in terms of the absolute of, it's not true. It's not true. But however, that's not me giving you an excuse to not do the work, right? The question you should be asking next is that, so how do we make sure that I'm not in a situation where this is one of those cases where this guy is always a cheat? It's always going to be a cheat, right? We want to make sure, because there are some people like that they're not going to change that behavior.
They will never change.
Yeah, so the question is that, how do I know? Well, first of all, like Sister Embassy said, that behavior, there's got to be consequences for that behavior, right? What is the consequence? What consequences am I suggesting? I don't know. First of all, back off of that relationship. It doesn't have to be a permanent decision. You back off of it first, because if you backing off from them and they don't feel anything, they continue. That's your cue. It's probably you probably shouldn't be in that situation. On. They don't care about you. They don't love you. However way you want to interpret that, but that's telling you something. You backed off. You said, "Hey, you're caught red-handed. You cheated." I don't know. So what do we do now? I don't know. I don't want to be a part of this, right? And then you back off completely, right? But can there be, is there such a thing as infidelity recovery? The answer is yes, okay? There are tons of studies. There's tons of material. There are tons of professionals around it. Just think about it like this. Somebody is willing to come to the table with you on a consistent basis, work for a whole year through an infidelity recovery. They're willing to do that. There's a good chance that, they're not going to keep doing that. Because honestly, if they want to keep doing that, they will keep doing that. Okay? We have stories upon stories of people that you catch them red-handed. They'll say, this is my girlfriend. It doesn't bother you. Just take care of your kids. Leave me alone. Let me live my life. Right? This is a perpetual thing. They keep. It's not even. You can't even call it cheating anymore because now it's in your face. Because cheating means to do it behind you. Right? Now it's in your face. But they say whatever you want to do, do. But they are saying take care of your kids. I will continue to feed you, but I'm not. Leave me alone on what I do with my life outside. In that kind of situation, that's disconnected from this. The situation we're talking about is a cheating where somebody got caught in that position where you almost want to say, if you didn't get caught, would you stop? Well, good question. Nonetheless, why are you still here having a conversation? That means you have something you want from this person too. Maybe they're the father of your kids, the mother of your kids, whatever reason, you're still finding yourself stuck in a conversation with a person that ideally you would like to leave, but you're not able to leave them, right? So, the answer to the question is that no, there is such a thing as a fidelity recovery, right? And when it works, okay? And part of the process of the program is they will detect if this person is always going to be a cheat, right? It will be able to tell you that, no, don't waste your time on this. Or it will be able to tell you, well, there's a chance here. There's a way we can rebuild trust back. It's a matter of rebuilding trust. There's been a betrayal. You have to rebuild trust again. It's a matter of putting yourself in a position where you can start from a clean slate. You mentioned earlier, right? Because if you're saying you're forgiving or you want to stay in it, but you're bringing this up every other day, will it work, right? That one is just as bad as the person who keeps cheating. Why would you stay in it if you're going to keep bringing it up, So the statement by itself is absolutely wrong. It's people that have been pained, that never go through the healing, that say things like this, and they make it an absolute, right? And they, sometimes because they've been consuming too much content around this, maybe they're not personally pained, but they can somehow relate with the idea that somebody cheat, I can't stand it. So
I feel like it's also people that maybe they've been cheated on multiple times.
Yes, so that's true.
If you've been cheated on and you also don't go through
it's
the
hard
therapy,
to believe.
the healing, and then you jump into another relationship, you think you'll be 100% with that person. You'll be watching that person now. You'll be looking at you. That person will never stood a chance.
Yeah.
Because you're watching their every move because you've been cheated on.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It becomes very, very hard. I understand it. It becomes, if you've been cheated on multiple times, it becomes very, very hard for you to believe that somebody is just going to change, because your world, in your belief system, your experience says it's just that your natural brain just cast it like that. Like, since I went through this, it must be true all across the board. And that's very difficult. Let's get to
can I just say?
Yeah, sure.
I was gonna say that what you guys just said for the last part of like, if you be cheated on over, you might be coming from that space, right?
Right.
And I might be coming from that space. However, though, at the end of my situation, because even though I know what's going on, and I know the amount of whatever extracurricular activity that was going on, right? And I was still willing, and I tried, and
right.
And then when it hit for me was when my safety was in question. You see?
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, now this is getting dangerous here, right? And there's no way that I'm gonna just sit down in my house and somebody just come and kill me in my house. Like, tie me in my house. That's not gonna work. So I mean, I've been healing from that. And I think probably I'm gonna be forever a student of healing. The process.
And that's the key. You stay a student of that forever, because remember, we're just talking about trust, right? Trust can absolutely be rebuilt back, but the way you do that is you replace that experience. You keep having new experiences on a consistent basis, right? Naturally, because you're still here living new experiences, there's only so much energy that you have. It would clean out everything. It not completely, but it would almost like it would drown it.
Right.
It would drown that belief system that's always achieved, because now you are in front of a person that continue to make you feel comfortable, that's showing up consistently with a new change behavior. If it's the same person, a change behavior on a consistent basis. If it's a new person, that's going to be difficult, because if you're looking over your shoulder, this is why sometimes in rare occasions it's better to work with the person that still want to work with you. If a person has cheated on you and they have zero remorse about it, that's a no. Don't stay in that situation. Like don't stay. You're helping yourself. You're helping the other person by cut. In fact, they don't have to be remorseful or not. When you discover that somebody has cheated, the first thing you do is you cut that cord. Because clearly you can't build on top of that space. You can't build on that foundation. You need to cut it first before we determine if we're going to stay together forever or not. Right. We need to destroy that relationship all the way to its core, right? Even if you're going to rebuild a new relationship, even if it's with the same person, it needs to be a brand new relationship all over.
Yeah, with the same person. Yeah, true.
Potentially with the same person. But what a lot of people do is patch, right? They say somebody come and they call a meeting. They say, please forgive him. And then,
I don't like those meetings at all.
And then you're building on top of that foundation. Will it work? Yeah. It's not going to work, So to me, it doesn't matter if it's the same person or not. If you're building a new one, you have to build a better foundation. You have to be in a place where you heal and you build a better foundation. Because if you don't, even if it's a new person, you will continue to punish that new person with the transgressions of the past person.
The past person, yeah.
Effectively punishing yourself too.
And it's not on purpose too. It's not, you don't mean to.
Yeah, exactly. It's just natural order of things when you don't get very intentional with your emotional intelligence in this respect. But Patrick, sir.
Analysis, what really came to mind was the case of Tiger Woods.
Tiger Woods.
That was a hell of a case.
That's community.
Yes, and Mbasi was talking about our safety. We're able talking about the health issue.
Right.
When somebody has gone wide, and and Sister B is always talking about that. What is he going to bring on? You don't want somebody that will infect with something that will pie somebody in life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's
because diseases are everywhere. They're everywhere.
Yeah. So you have to guide yourself. It goes beyond just, hey. So it's a serious issue. That's what we're saying. Mm-hmm. You don't want to, because of somebody's foolishness, lose yourself and your children are there without their mom, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So it's a serious issue.
Yeah.
Yes. And
like Mbasi said, if they don't even care about themselves enough, you're probably the last thing on their mind.
Yeah, somebody that has done it, that did it once, is okay. But somebody that has go sporadically several times, I beg that person.
No, that one is proving already that the statement is true for that person, right? Yeah. That person has proven, because you've caught them red-handed a few times, they're proving that this statement is true for them. The problem becomes when you take this statement and say it's for everybody that's ever done this. It can't be true, because
we have like I already said, some cases that person can change, but that's all.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Lola. I really appreciate you guys. Lola.
Yes, sir. You have to exit, sir.
Yes.
Okay. No, Lola. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
God bless you.
All right. Yes, sir.
Thanks.
All right. Yes, sir. All right. Good. I still have her here. Okay, good. Mbasi, let me know if you have to anytime, but we're loving your company. So
absolutely, I'm here.
All right, good. Let's move on to the next one. We'll be right back. All right, so this one was another comment that came on. So anytime you comment, we'll make it a topic, right? Continue the conversation, right? Mm-hmm. So the person says, the other man was nothing special to me.
So what's the story?
The other man was nothing special to me. Anyway. Let me find the story. I think the story is here somewhere. So it was a comment. The person said, he said that he could never take me back. He broke up with me 7 months ago. He was my first, and I never slept around before. I never cheated or thought of another man, but I slept with someone 7 months later. The gentlemen are getting triggered in that comment now. I think it was a comment on the same video, which is about signs that she slept with someone else. 10 signs. It's on LolaandLola.com if you're looking for it. It's on Lola and Lola, the YouTube channel. He says I cheated. Wait, he just admitted he cheated. But anyway, it seems he wanted me back. But I didn't know he did. I know I need to move forward, but he means a lot to me. The other man was nothing special.
The one she cheated with.
Yes, was nothing special.
Oh, okay.
Your thoughts, babe?
I mean, she said it's nothing special. She cheated. She's gonna have to prove that. Wait, look. She will have to.
Okay.
Look, hey. I'm sorry. The thing is, this is the thing, okay? She said the other man was nothing special to her.
Okay, granted. What is he?
She doesn't want him to focus
we get
on
it.
the
Nothing
other
special.
man.
What is he?
Is she willing to do the work? Does he want her back? Those are the questions I want to know.
Okay.
If he wants her back, then it's up to him. She will have to be consistent with her behavior for him to know that, yeah, she's not going to cheat on him again. But the lady, what happened? What's the backstory?
We don't have the backstory. That's the only comment she left.
But the fact that she's saying that he says I cheated, there's no accountability in that.
No, she said, well, she admitted eventually the last line, the other man was nothing special. Wait. He said that he could never take me back. He broke up with me 7 months ago. He was my first. And I never slept around before. Okay, what do you mean before? Are you sleeping around now? Okay.
It doesn't matter if you slept around 10,000 times or you did it once.
Once.
That person doesn't want you back. They don't want you back. It is what it is.
So she says, I never cheated or thought of another man, but I slept with someone 7 months later. After he was my first, never slept around. I never cheated or thought of another, but I slept around with someone 7 months later. He says I cheated. It seems he wanted me back. Is it that they broke up or something?
I think so.
Okay, they broke up, and then 7 months later she slept with someone else. But he says I cheated. It seems he wanted me back, but I didn't know.
Now that's complicated. Mm-hmm. If you break up with someone, okay?
Yeah.
And they slept with someone else after you broke up, who the hell are you to say they cheated? Is that what the story is talking about?
If I am the person to you that you're still confused if you want back, that's who I am. I'm now saying you cheated. I don't want to deal with you. You get it? It's because you still
want me. How is that cheating though? How is that cheating though?
Thank you.
Not
it's
a
double standards for me. I'm sorry.
No,
and you
that was what triggered me that I had to enter the studio.
Wait, what?
Let's meet Natu. This is Natu.
Hi, Natu. Oh my God.
My leader's leader. I'm loyal.
How you did?
Like, are you for real?
All right, so it's not cheating. So wait, I'm not getting clear cuts, dry cuts here.
That guy's trying to play her. That guy's trying to play her. He's trying to guilt trip her.
Yep.
How are we sure that he didn't do it when they were
move forward, but he means a lot to me. Okay, but she says it means a lot to me. The other man was nothing special. He says I cheated. It seems he wanted me back. Okay, it looks like they broke up, right?
They broke up and this girl went to do her own thing. How many girls did he sleep with? I've been now.
7 months later.
Conjuno be your mate.
Nah. You know me, I don't like double standard. Once you pull that,
double standard is reality.
No, I'm sorry.
No, but they're broken up. Why is he trying? He's just trying to guilt trip her. Honestly speaking, they are not together. How many?
Why is she being guilt tripped? What does she want with him?
No, I feel like she has a new love for him. Go ahead.
No, so can I? Okay, can I just say?
No, let's do it like this. Let's do it like this, right? Finish your thoughts.
I already finished my thoughts.
Okay, then let's go to Natu.
It's not double standard for me. It's a no.
Okay, so it's double standard. You're detecting double standard.
Yes.
Why is this double standard?
After we have broken up, is not of your business.
Okay, granted. I agree with that. Let's go to Natu. I just don't see why it's double standard.
No,
because when men do that, nobody says anything.
Huh?
A man can do that and people will be like, okay, that's fine. But the minute a woman do that...
acting like he didn't hear you. Or acting like he didn't hear you say, huh? I got you heard her.
All of a sudden, can't hear anything.
Okay, a man, it's true. If a man agrees to breaking up with you, he's sleeping with something else in the next few days when they get a chance. If he has the option. Okay, the question is that does he have the option? But anyway, let's go to Sister Embassy.
Does who have the option, the man or the woman?
Typically, a man is not presented with such option, but if he has the option, he will sleep with somebody else within a few days after breaking up.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, let's talk about double standard here now. Yes.
Yeah, sure.
But again, let's hang that. Let's hang that for a minute, okay?
I feel being jumped right now, but go ahead.
You feel attacked?
No, let me come to your side, Lola. Okay, since Natu and Lola, we let's say 2-2. Okay, so here's for the woman. Here's for the woman.
You're gonna do us like that? You're gonna do us like that?
Like I can't handle myself, but continue.
No, I'm with you for real. I'm with you. So right. here is for the woman, right? So for her to remember what was the reason why they broke up in the first place. Okay.
Right.
And you broke up, you went ahead and do your own thing, continue to do your own thing. Don't even bother. I don't care. Oh, he meant a lot to me. Absolutely not. It doesn't matter anymore. You broke up. You already broke up. Let him go, because what is going to end up happening is if she go back there, she's going to just go back and she's not going to like it.
She's going to be mistreated.
She's not going to like it. So just let her. Yeah, But you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, I agree. She needs to move forward.
Let that dude go.
No. We're not supporting her going back. The only thing that is triggering me and Lola is him saying she cheated. Like how?
How now?
Well, he's accused. So he's accusing her of cheating, right? Here's the lesson.
She didn't cheat.
We don't know that.
Wait,
she said I never cheated. Oh, am I here? Can you hear me?
They broke up. Yeah, they broke up.
Okay, she didn't cheat. Okay, the definition is still off. Okay, all right. So yes, she didn't cheat, but he's claiming he feels he's accusing her of cheating, right? So that's where we are right now. Not to let me hear your thoughts, then I'll share mine.
The audacity, bro. You walk out and you left the stuff outside, and you have the audacity to call me a thief. Can you imagine? The nerve? Nah. Like, I feel like she's probably one of her first, or they had a good time.
Right.
She still have that attachment to him, and probably he probably did the breaking up, so she didn't want to let go. After 7 months, she was presented with the opportunity, and she had carried her with someone else, and now he's feeling bad about it. But no, you left me, you didn't say anything. I don't know if you're coming back to me or not. So let's just assume that wasn't even K1. Let's assume that person was coming for a serious relationship. So do you mean that I shouldn't talk to the person because we're broken up? I should sit down and wait for you to want to come, since you are the only person after Adam that existed. So I should not go anywhere. I should wait for you. You understand? So now, because she has refused to wait, he's trying to make her feel bad for not waiting. But why should I wait 7? We're not even married. If we are married and we decide to say, okay, we are giving ourselves a break to go sort things out and come back, that's different. But we're not married. See, that's the reason why in my network there's no welcome back. You understand? Once you are gone, sir, your number is gonna be changed. Network is gonna be changed. There's no welcome back on my system. I'm very sorry.
Me too.
What if you're just as confused as her? What if I'm just as confused as her and you want him back too?
Let me tell you something.
And you are begging now.
I can count in my life how many.
And you're not busy telling me that the other man was not special.
No, 7 months. 7 months. Please, that special has gone into the potopoto with you as your.
That's not how she feels.
No,
she feels that guy was not special. She wants this dude.
Because she was waiting for this one and he didn't show up. And now she decided to do this. After she's done this, he decided to show up now. And now she's feeling bad. If she had gone on with her life, if she had a life with herself, this special 𝐏𝐑𝐄𝐒 was not going to come up. That Baba probably doing something for her. But the other person is not doing. Now she's saying he needs to ponder.
Natu, let me tell you this. So this guy is the, for me, it's like gonna be the typical guy you don't want to be with, okay? Because so he cannot differentiate what a breakup is, okay? Now he want to come now and make you feel like you have done the worst of the worst, like you have gone for 7. Like Natu said, if you work out 7 months, honey, I don't know you. Who is you?
New number.
Say the one meaning.
Yes, leave us.
Let me say this. I actually agree with all of you. Here's why. Okay. Particularly that part that Sister Embassy was just talking about just now. If you're not doing, don't do that to yourself. If a person is actively accusing you, okay, of transgressions, nothing good will come out of it. Okay. She says, I know I need to move forward, but it means a lot to me. Yeah. That is a question of self-esteem, self-love, and self-respect.
100%.
Why would anybody that's actively accusing you, let me even tell you the extreme of this. This is actually extreme, okay? Even if you did it, if he's not in a position where he's confused because he's in love with you, right? He's trying to figure things out too, right? He knows that he doesn't want to do it anymore. If he's not in a position where he's saying, no, I think we're just better separate for now, at least, that means he lacks self-love too. If he's actively spending his time, his own time, his life, accusing a woman he's engaged with of cheating, even if she cheated, he doesn't value his time, okay? He's still hanging around, okay? It's just like trauma bonding right now, right?
Yep.
Nothing good will come out of it. In this situation, okay, at least even if it's temporary, everybody needs to move forward, right? He needs to go and find healing to the point where he doesn't feel the need to be doing this. Say, you cheated, right? Now, if he's saying you cheated, it's because he's moving forward. He can do whatever he wants. He has that right? But let's focus on you, that you are saying he's so special to you, right? Let's assume in your wildest dream, whatever your desire is, he says, come in, let's just work on it, right? And then he's waking up every other week to be crying and sobbing and looking and putting trackers on your car, like, that's not going to work out.
Crazy.
You know? So when you hear people pie each other, this is where it starts. I know I'm going extreme a little bit, but I'm saying learn, at least practice little letting go, right? Because you're going to need it even in relationships. Little letting go can go a long way in this situation. The other man was nothing special. It's not relevant. He was special enough for you to give him
able to have that.
It's so unfair.
Even if it's 7 months later, it's not relevant. So if you give your body to someone, they were special. They may not be as special as whoever you're fantasizing about right now, but this issue is actually a self-love, self-respect, self-esteem issue. And this is a person that thinks one relationship ended and that's the end of their life. They're not saying it out loud. They're not admitting it out loud, but their action,
the energy.
Yeah.
Wow.
So has anybody wanted to add on to that?
So deep.
You know, it's really sad. Leave us alone.
I wonder.
You know, that's my favorite thing of all this. You know what's really sad? I think you remember we were talking the other day. I think there was that last Sunday that sister called and all of us were trying to talk to her.
Right.
And you know, practicing self-love, right? It's supposed to be a skill that every human being should have.
It's a skill, yes.
You understand? And it's very I did not understand the importance of that until I started practicing that. And I've shared before, I said I didn't know, and I never believed I was beautiful till I was in my mid-20s.
Wow.
Yes. So I've always worked with that belief that whatever you say, sometimes people say this is beautiful, you're looking fine. I'll be like, what does this one want?
Will you keep quiet?
No joke. I am not joking. I'm telling you, that's why.
I believe you. I can't tell you how many pretty girls I've met that don't truly believe they are pretty. In fact, it irks them when you
give them compliments.
When you're
yes.
It's like it's either they interpret as you're telling the obvious or you're thinking I'm less than.
Yes.
Or you're trying to get something from them.
Right. That's what that's the idea I used to have, especially when it comes from guys. So I'm a twin. My twin sister is more fleshier than my twin sister is more fleshier than me. So my idea of beauty then used to be like a lady that is full in the front, in the back, like in the hips. Like that's what I believe. So when I think I was 19 when my grandfather passed, was it 19 or 20? One of my auntie's friends came and I think I wore a clothes and she was like, see model. And in my mind, I'm like, what's this woman talking about? But like after she said it, I was feeling myself a little bit. And then I used to laugh at people that are skinny. And then one day I went to my auntie's house and there was a standing mirror. I passed in front of that mirror. Nobody's allowed to laugh now. When I passed in front of that mirror and I saw myself, I didn't look at the full mirror for 2 years.
Like wow. You didn't look at yourself for 2 years.
Yes.
It's I didn't look at the
full mirror. No, the full mirror. I only look at the top. Maybe I have to look at my head tie or something. That's it. Yeah. I was like, I call people skinny, so this is me. Oh no, it was scary when I saw myself. I'm like, Lord, what is this? But when I turned around 25, 26, I was working in Abuja. I had a phone and I took a selfie. When I took that selfie, when they see somebody's obsessed with their self, you can't tell me shishi. You cannot tell me anything. You understand? So that was where, even though in between I had my insecurities, but that moment started helping. That
moment it's a moment of importance for you.
Yeah. So at that time, like I was seeing somebody, and I think the person made one statement, something. I said, "Don't lie to yourself." I said, "Guy, it took me 25 years to know I'm fine. If you want to go. I know I'm fine." You understand? So that moment kind of like liberated me to some certain extent. You understand?
Yes. You found yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this one that she's saying that, that one is nothing. This one means everything to you. When you say means, what does it mean? What do you mean by that? What is the guy doing for you before?
What does that mean?
Yes, like we women should be able to do some certain things for us. Is it the career that you're talking about? Another person that knows how to do career will come. Do you understand? If you say, he's probably doing something for her, maybe giving her money, taking care of her. And the other, after he left that 7 months, she didn't find anybody that could do that. And now she's like saying, and I need him to come back. Because anybody that would do that, you just ghost somebody for 7 months. Bro, 7 months? Nah, I'm not going to pick your call again. I'm very sorry. I'm just going to like ignore. And when I mean ignore in caps.
So what would make you pick up someone's calls after 7 months or even entertain what they have to say? What that would be low self-esteem.
Yeah, nothing.
Right?
I'll never listen.
The idea that you don't feel like you deserve better, or it's a lack of abundance mindset.
Let me tell you one quick story, right? So I remember there's a guy I dated, like most of the relationships that I had while I was here, like the relationship was in Nigeria. So there was this guy that I was saying, we started having issues back to back one time, and I went to Nigeria specifically for us to go talk. So imagine buying a ticket, not telling somebody you're coming and you just show up. And this guy went for a wedding, yes. And he said, "Oh, I think we need a break." I said, "We don't need a break. We just need to talk and iron things out." And he said, "Even this my friend that's getting married, he had to break up with his wife for a year before they come back." And I said, "That's your friend. That's not us. It's not gonna work for us." So for this guy insisting, I said, "No problem." I said, "Can you just drop me at home?" And that was it. The guy did not believe himself. He did not. I came to Nigeria.
That's the right move.
Yeah, he came to Nigeria. He tried calling, sending me message. Even when we had Hurricane Sandy, he saw it on TV. He was calling, "I hope you're okay." I kept seeing the message. I'm like, "What's this one's problem?" "Oh, you are checking. I see it. That's fine." And I went to Nigeria for something, and this was like, "Oh, I want us to talk." No, I didn't have that time. And I'm gonna tell you something that had happened. I was in this lady's situation, right? So when this guy was trying to come to talk to me, my sister was getting married. I went to my sister's wedding. At that time, my husband was just my friend. I didn't welcome my husband into the relationship space. So because that person came now to that wedding and showed himself and did rubbish and left, my husband took it personal. And my husband stepped up that night and was a boyfriend for that night, took us out after party club, made sure we went home. And then the next day, I went to wash my uncle's car because I used my uncle's car. Somebody that doesn't have a car called you where you are at the car wash, paid for your car wash, put gas in your car for you. You understand what I'm saying? So imagine if that guy was at the wedding, was trying to talk to me, and I entertained him.
Yeah.
And then ignore, I probably would not be with my husband by now. Do you understand what I'm saying? But, yes. But because I've had that mindset, like whatever you come here to say, I'm not listening. Yeah, okay, you want to be here as a friend, and go. But me and you, I'm not giving you that chance. And I'm so glad I made that decision because it will have affected me today. I don't know what will have happened. But...
Wow.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. Yeah, that's Thank you for sharing. Thank you.
Oh, Bro Patrick is a twin too. We're going to have twins meeting.
Wow.
We'll have twins meeting, Bro Patrick.
Twins meeting, bah. Oh God.
We'll have twins meeting though.
Do you have any twins?
She's a twin.
No, not yet. No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm hoping because I don't have kids. I'm trying still, but my twin sister has 3. So she doesn't have twins. No, 3 kids, not twins.
Oh, she doesn't have twins. Okay.
So,
I'm like, what?
We're not believing that. Okay, since you didn't have the twins, they're gonna come to me. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
Oh. Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah. Keep that twins to your side over there. We're done over here. Thank you.
I will send you twins fairy. I don't play with you.
We'll be right back. Let's move on to the next topic. All right. This one is another response to another comment. By the way, Natu, where is Natu? Where did she go? She disappeared.
It was her story and she was out.
I know, right?
She's like pissed.
Oh, okay. She's back. She's probably dropped off by mistake. Oh. Natu, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I said if you send me a twin fairy, it will go to my kids. That's called Oyo.
So let me tell you what you said. That we have a friend that lives in New Jersey. I forgot his name. I met him through a friend though. So he has a kid, and he did what do you call it? Is it vasectomy?
Yeah. Vasectomy.
Yeah. So he did that, and then one pastor in Nigeria kept eating his mom's money and telling him that your son is going to have a child. It will be a boy. He said to us, "Wallah, if any get sure with pregnancy, I will sue the doctor."
Don't try me.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Don't try me. But
how many do you guys have?
Oh, we have 4
kids.
We got 4 together. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's enough. Okay, that's enough. I agree.
That's more than enough.
That's enough.
We don't need any more kids.
So I'm looking at let's see. Okay, there's a couple of comments that just came on. I'm looking to find it right now. This particular topic, he says, "I can't keep tolerating my wife." Let me dig it up. Let me find it. It said I can't. Let me see. It's here somewhere. I can't keep tolerating my wife. People
so everything today is women on the wrong side.
Listen, my sister, listen. This EU.
Say go to collect today, eh? Let me see.
We'll give you guys back.
Okay. So he says, I get very little respect from my wife and daughter. I'm fed up. I won't keep tolerating it. So I don't have any backstory.
You should have given us the story.
The only thing I can tell you is that this was on a video that we did a while back. This video is a while back. The title of the video is what does the hold on 1 second. The title of that video is what does the Bible say about a disrespectful wife? Okay. So he has a disrespectful wife. He can't keep tolerating. The question that we asked this person is that what's the next move? But they never came back. This was about 2 weeks ago. So go ahead and share your backstory with us.
So let me tell you, situations like this, right? When people begin to fall out of love, this is one statement like this start pumping up. You understand? So this is the way. Hold on a second. But Patrick, 4 twins. Jesus. All right, let me continue my comment.
Your mom is a superwoman, no? I beg. Yeah.
Let's just leave our Patrick alone, JJ, and consider.
When couples start to fall out of love, right? This is what usually happens. That's one. And then 2, when you start hearing statements like this, it's a situation where you don't put anything and you want an output. You understand? And then 3, sometimes I've said it a lot of times, like as a man, you have to set the tone.
Yes.
So if you give your wife space to disrespect you, she will.
Yep.
If you don't, she will not. So you just have to, like, what's the groundwork that you laid? You're saying that. And this is our 6 years in.
So now you're blaming the man for being disrespectful.
Hey, he's not giving us the story, man.
I'm not blaming him, right? I'm not blaming him 100%, but he has not laid the groundwork.
Okay.
You can't go on farm and not put fertilizer and be expecting somebody that put fertilizer to get the same thing with that person.
True.
But you have to do the work now. You have to. If you want to get that return that you want, you have to put something into it.
Yeah.
So when you don't put that work, then people always come up with statements like this, and just throw a vague statement and just say this, and they're like, this is the backstory. You didn't do the work. Let's just forget. We have instances where we have few disrespectful women that's their own way of life. They are brought up like that.
Yeah.
We have few. But in most, and let me tell you something that men don't understand. You see, a woman that loves you, a woman that, not a woman that loves you, a woman that you show love. That is our mumu, but you can have her do anything.
Just by loving
her.
Don't
understand it.
And that's scriptural.
Yes. If you like and tell her don't come out of the house just because you are showing her that love.
Yeah.
Do you understand? It's a big deal for us. But when you want to act like you want to act the macho man, like I don't care about you, I don't want to talk about you, I'm upset with you, you want to prove macho, that's when we pull our own. And we pull it harder. You understand? So him saying that, and the wife is doing it, the daughter is looking. And sometimes what some women do that don't help, they keep telling the kids like, oh, your father did this, your father did that. There are some things that is supposed to be between the husband and wife and let it stay there. You understand? But when you keep going and try to tell your kids everything, and they start looking at your father as a bad person. They start looking at your father as a bad person, not knowing that your mom has her own side of the story. She has her own contribution that she has made to this. And like our people will say, water no dey sour, something must be inside.
I've never heard that before. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Water.
Oh really? Oh wow.
She spits fire.
But so if you put water inside bottle and keep it there and go to Nigeria for 4 weeks and come back, it's still going to be there. But just try to put 1 or 2 grain inside and come back. If you enter your house, you have to open all the windows.
It's another way of saying there's no smoke without fire, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yes, that's what it is. So our people now don't want to just put in the work. I'm just gonna say that, and I say that with no reservations. Like people just feel like marriage is magic, but it's not.
Fairy tale.
Yeah.
Marriage is magic.
Sister Embassy, you still there with us?
I'm still here. So
Your thoughts,
I
my
think
sister.
Not to have said a lot of it, but I'm just gonna add to what she already said. Like, we talk about emotional intelligence, right, of a man and a woman, right? But a man who wants to lead the house, right? Your emotional intelligence, you better be on point. You better know what you're doing. You better be on it. You better lay it out and be consistent with it. You better know what you're doing. Because again, you are setting the tone, self-management, emotional awareness, right? Yes, you are setting the tone. You are the leader of the house. If you're gonna lead me, you better know what you are doing, And for some men, like, and apology for saying this, there are men that just walking around empty-headed and just feel like, oh, I want to be the head of my house, okay? And then what?
Continue.
Yeah.
Because
they feel like they're entitled
if I'm wrong, a lot of women
no, you're right.
We know what emotional, stable, intelligent of a man looks like, feels like, okay?
Yeah.
Every woman, can you hear me still?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Uh-oh. Can you
hear her?
I could hear her.
Yeah.
But she disappeared. I guess she will join us. What do you have any other thoughts that stimulated you?
No, they've said everything
that
I could possibly say. They've said it all.
Okay.
It's not too cute.
Yeah, because if you go to that story and ask the man to give you, like, why did he say that? And tell him he's gonna lay like all the complaints, and out of all the complaints, he's not gonna tell you his own side. You understand what I'm saying?
I think you guys have said something, but I just want to beam a light on it even more so, right? A man carries the seed. He's always sowing the seeds. It's not stuff you argue with. You can just argue with your destiny if you think you want to bring everything down to exact science. Because they work anyway. We're talking about romantic relationships. People are spiritual beings. They're emotional beings. So there's a lot going on always behind the scenes. Effectively, even with this statement, you're sowing a seed. If this statement is a seed you're sowing as a man, right? I can't keep tolerating my wife. What does she do? She's an incubator. She receives, she multiplies for you, right? The multiplying effect, the multiplication effect. Her children believe her more.
Yes, sir.
It's not because they decide to believe her. It's just the way things work.
That's just
She's
how
the
it
mother.
is.
You provide. They respect you as daddy. But in terms of connection, they connect with her more.
Yeah.
She'll continue to, that seed will transplant into your child. It multiplies out, right? So I can't keep tolerating my wife. What does that look like when it multiplies? This as a mindset, as an attitude of life. What does that look like when it multiplies out?
Your wife is a reflection. Your wife is a reflection of you.
Facts.
So now, Ola, stop the cap. Address the actual issue. Okay, I hear you, bro. Okay, I hear you. Okay, you're frustrated because your wife, your daughter is disrespectful to you. People don't create disrespect to you. They mimic the level of self-respect you have for yourself. Even if it's as simple as being able to walk away and mean it, right? If a person is, let's say they're just evil. Let's assume you're one extreme of this situation and she's just being evil, modern woman, right? At least you retain the autonomy, the agency of walking away. Are you able to do that? Or you stand there, you're nagging that you can't tolerate. Is that what you're doing? Because again, if you stay there, that level of lack of self-respect that you have, they will continue to mimic it, right? And it just, so what do you do? What do you do in this kind of situation? Disengage. If somebody is being disrespectful to you, disengage. That's the first step. Don't try to convince them that they're supposed to be respectful. Clearly, they're not in that space. They don't want to be respectful, right? And you are also demonstrating that you lack self-respect by asking for respect. It's a perpetual, it's a vicious cycle.
Right, and it comes naturally. Like, there are some things that you don't even have to ask for. It comes naturally. You understand? But it depends on the energy that you're giving. But there's one example that I had, right? When we were growing up, there's this guy by my house.
I'm hearing you, just so you know. It's because you don't have the thumbnail. Yeah. Continue.
He's Hausa. He's a Hausa person. So you know they are entitled to marry 4 wives, right? So
I didn't know that.
As Muslims.
Yeah, the Muslims.
Oh, yeah, Muslims. Okay.
So he was he was talking to this girl that he wanted to marry, and everybody was against it. They said the girl is very rude. This is not wife material. She's very disrespectful. Like in the area where they live, she fights with everybody. She will beat married women. She will fight with married women, old women. And the guy said that he wants the girl. So everybody was like, let me tell you, you know when you're getting married, all this sadaki that they do, you buy this, buy that. Her parents didn't want him to do anything. I think for her sadaki that he paid, I think he paid like 500 naira or something that he took from him. He should just take the girl because they are tired.
Wow.
So when he got married to her, she was a third wife.
Yeah.
This man showed this girl one kind of love. She can't even exchange words with her co-wives.
Wow.
Yeah.
He just changed her. Like they could not believe. They said her father started sending him gifts, money, like giving him contract, like because the father wanted the girl to just live there because nobody could handle her. If you report her to her father, in front of her father, she will insult you and leave. It was that bad. You understand? But when she came to his house, the guy said, "This is my house. I'll not tell you how to live in my house. I'll tell you what you can say in my house and what you can do." And he stayed. And he stayed. Very amazed. When I went to Nigeria the last time, I went to where we used to stay before. I saw her. Her kids are all gone. She's still beautiful, very calm now. That's why I used to fight everybody. So that's what I'm saying about love. Yeah. And then when she came, he said the tone. That's who you are. Yeah, but he said he likes her. She has a great personality, even though she fights everybody. But and she's intelligent too. And she's intelligent. So that was why.
Serious love.
But when he changed her, and because he set the tone. He set the tone for
her. This is the moment where they come back and say, but not to love is not enough.
You think so they're wise?
Anyway, let's leave that topic alone, Jai. Let's move on.
This is where my people will say thunder.
Hey, now wow.
We'll be right back.
Crazy.
Let's move on to the next topic. So okay, this is sweet. Thank you so much, Nat. All right, we're back. So again, that infamous video, 10 size, apparently got a bunch of comments since the last time.
Wow.
So this person is now saying she did it with someone else during our separation. I'm going to read the actual backstory, if it's enough backstory for you. Let's say, so he's asking a question actually. Very rarely do you get men ask questions.
Hold on. I'm sorry a lot. I'm sorry. Yeah. Now, do you understand that this takes us back to the story of Will Smith, his wife, and the entanglement story?
Yes, now. Yeah, very similar. Yeah.
People were mad at him that he didn't take action, but he said we were separated at that time.
They were separated. That's how dumb the internet is.
Exactly.
But I don't engage in trying to remind people of that because the internet is slow. Not people.
When they had that conversation, he said they were not together, and that's why
they were not. They were definitely not together, and it was a clear part of what they said in. But anyway, let me play this one for you, right? So he says, he's asking a question. It's very rarely that men don't ask questions because there's this level of arrogance that men have. They figured it all out. Everything is exact science. 1 + 1 = 2 to them. It's logical. It's like, why ask questions? Like, yeah. Precisely what powerful people do is ask questions. That's how they generate the wisdom that they have to take over the world. That's precisely what they do. But I yield, to each his own. But anyway, this person said, "Is it okay?" So I'm saying kudos to this person. Shout out to this person. He said, "Is it okay if y'all separated for a whole year, 1 year, and she had sex with somebody else while y'all were not together, and y'all got back together?" All right. So before I give the answer I gave, this is a question that he asked.
Okay.
Then I want to know your thoughts. Then I did reply the person in the comments.
I don't get the question though.
Oh, you didn't get it. Let me ask it ask it again. He says, is it okay if you all separated for a whole year? That means both of them. They separated for a whole year, and she, his partner, had sex with somebody else while they were not together, but then they got back together. He's saying, is that okay? He's looking for our opinion on that.
So if he was the one that did it, is he okay? What's he asking us?
Okay.
Sign language.
No, I'm just checking. I'm checking.
I'm on that. Look, I agree with you.
No, yeah, leave over here alone. If he did this, was that okay?
No damn question is
that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question. The question is that I'm a man. Do you agree that men and women are different? Do you agree with that?
Men and women are what?
Are different.
Yeah, of course.
So this question is me as a man. Is it okay if I get back with my partner? We separated for 1 year. She had 𝐏𝐑𝐄𝐒 with somebody else, but we're back together. Is that okay in your opinion? Not if it was the same around.
No. That's the answer now.
That's the answer.
No, that's not the answer, because you're saying men and women are the same thing essentially.
No.
Of course, most women are easily okay with that.
No.
If they chose to come back together.
Okay, so why are the guys not okay with it?
Let me ask you, why would you, let's say God bless you in the future, why would you, as a typical woman of a mother to a son, potentially will not be okay with your son getting back with this chick if you find out these details in the future?
I would never do that. I'm never gonna do that. Because I will ask my son, and when you were not together, why didn't you do it? Yes, now.
This is called sign. This is what the gentleman calls sign language.
Because let's not get this on.
You're deflecting small.
They're not married though.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're not married, we're separated for a whole year. So you want me to be waiting till thy kingdom come? Maybe you come back, maybe you not.
No, that's not what we said. He actually accepted her back. But
so why is he still asking the question?
That's a good question. Why is he asking this question?
He is unsure.
If he's already accepted her back.
Yeah, he's fighting with himself because he can't deal with
it. Thank you.
That's pride right there.
Thank you. But why would I would actually need him to have a healthy dose of pride. He's lacking some of it. But why would a typical woman be okay with this and not question it if they already decided, like, that's what I like, I'm getting back with them, right? But a man will continue to question himself inside his heart. Why?
I think it's an ego thing. It's an ego thing.
Yeah, it's ego.
Yeah, because they feel like if it's mine, like somebody cannot have it. If I keep
and it's probably worried about the size.
Yeah, if I keep it here, nobody's supposed to steal it. And then maybe she has experienced something better than me. What did he do different when she did it out there? Mm-hmm. So he's gonna start having complex issues.
Yeah. It's insecurity, right?
But hold on, how did he even? Who told himself? Who is the basket mouth that told him?
Probably her.
Maybe she opened up.
She was being honest.
This is why I don't like when people say, we're just being honest. Some things are better left alone.
She said thunder.
Yeah, which stupid honesty is that?
Thunder. Anyway, I need that sound effect. I need something that says thunder.
Don't start what you can't finish.
You know, thank you for saying that, Lola.
Sister Eva, are you back? Thank you.
Yes.
We lost you. Can you hear us now?
Vacation. Yes.
I know you're on vacation. Stop rubbing it in, okay? Thank you.
I'm gonna get off, in a little bit, but so it's like I like what Lola said about. There are some things you don't say, but again, things come with experience. I guess you lived, you learned, right? Mm-hmm. We lived, we learned, and And then this man, again, it comes to the fact that these are the men that you want to really be careful before you go into the marriage with them, because when you are causing confusion and conflict and bad feelings, like, who wants that?
Yeah.
Okay, we were separated. I went somewhere else. You went somewhere else. You came back. I gave you a chance. Let's build from that and let's move on. If you're going to cause me confusion and conflict and bad feelings, sir, go away.
Just keep moving.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, keep it moving. I absolutely agree with that. This is the law number 12 of 48 laws of power. Use selective honesty and generosity to disarm your victim. There's somebody listening to me right now. I can feel it in my spirit. So Ola is telling people to just lie. I know. I can feel it in my spirit right now. You see, you collect. But
what do you call it? What do you call it again, Ola? Selective what?
It's called selective honesty and generosity to discern your proverbial victim, not an actual victim, but the person you're trying to seduce. Yeah.
You know what? English. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So it's very, very. Listen, we're here. We're talking. My wife and I, sister, not to embassy. We're just trying to, we're just trying to have a conversation, right? But if your spirits told you that, Allah told you that you must lie in the relationship, right? First of all, I know that you're probably not going to lie because your spirit don't tell you, say, don't listen to what those ones are saying, but you will collect. But it's okay. It's okay. Listen, we believe in honesty, okay? But we believe that your emotional intelligence is much more of a powerful tool than your own idea of honesty, because a lot of time when you say honesty, it's just pride.
It is.
You just feel like you're much more holier than other people. That's what that is. Forget wisdom. Who needs wisdom? Just tell them the truth. The truth shall set you free. Oh my God. There's no way I can't save you. I can't even save you. I can tell, my spirit is telling me right now, but it's okay. I just pray that God will save you. You'll come back. You'll gather wisdom. You will get it, But yes, back to the topic before we deflect too much. This issue is a insecurity issue. This is something he needs to deal with, right? Yes, it's still his sense of happiness is still attached to life ideologies, like, this was never supposed to happen. My wife was never supposed to sleep with another man ever. In fact, women are not supposed to love Kerewa. Right? So now that has been tampered with, I continue to question myself, even though me and this other adult, right? We decided to do life together. Right? We're doing it together. We're together now. That confidence should come. She's with me now, right? That there's a certain level of confidence and pride I was saying earlier that needs to come with, she's with me right now, but he's completely disengaged from that. He's much more attached to, he's attached and he's obsessed with the past. When you're obsessed with the past or you're obsessed with the future, it's kind of hard. It becomes a lot harder to live in the present, to enjoy the experience of the present, right? And you're missing out on life effectively, right? So this is an insecurity issue. It's going to take a lot of work for this kind of person. The response I gave them, I can't give direct response too much unless we're doing a show like this. I said, well, that's up to you, because he's asking, is it okay? Right? I don't know if it's okay. Right? I said, that's up to you. Can you deal with this knowledge for the rest of your life without bringing it up from time to time, even when you might be triggered to do so? Can you start on a clean slate? It's possible, but depending on who you are, it can be very hard. It's up to you. What do you want? Here's what he said. He responded.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he said, LOL. Shout out to this brother. He responded. He said, LOL, you're right. I'm going back to Florida, breaking up literally today. And we have 2 kids.
Wow.
But I can't deal with that.
What did you say? Goat.
But I can't deal with that in the back.
Did he start dating her as a virgin?
Hold on. He said, and we have 2 kids, but I can't deal with that in the back of my head. You are absolutely right. I didn't tell him anything. He said I'm right, but he said, I appreciate your feedback. I said, well, sorry to hear that. Best of luck, right? He said, thank you.
But you know what? I kind of applaud him for doing that because again, we are adults. Everybody have a choice in life. Right. You know,
that's
it's better
the point.
To walk off. I applaud him for doing that. It's better to walk off than to punish that woman for the rest of her life without even, good luck with that.
I agree.
That's even better.
I agree.
That's the point I'm making. Because again, I could easily say, no, stay there, have confidence. I can't manipulate you to have confidence.
It's just going to treat her badly, period.
Because listen, think about the person that's having this question at the back of their mind, right? Is feeling less than, right? He will just maltreat the other person. That's, he might not do it from a place of intentionality, but when you don't feel good about yourself, right? You can't give what you don't have to other people, right? So it has nothing to do with the fact that woman did anything wrong. It has nothing to do with right and wrong. It has a lot to do with I've decided I want to do this, but I'm not settled inside of myself, right? Even if, like, the decision for him to move on right now, that one still doesn't have to be a permanent decision. But for now, at least, they need to cut that cord. They're building something on a terrible foundation. Call it work.
And you know what? Who make it okay? Who in the world make it okay that as a woman, because, as a woman, we stuck in there, we try and do it over again and what, and, who make it okay for a woman to say, and because I know a man cannot take one bit of it. Not all men, like, they can't take it, and they right. They can't take a bit of it.
He tried to take
it.
It's
like,
I blame it on religion.
culture or something. I don't know,
Try to take it, yeah. But the answer is it depends on people to people, from cases to cases. The absolute of this is that if we don't feel good, if you can't start on a clean slate and build a brand new foundation, don't do it. You will punish yourself for a lifetime.
But that's not what the churches are preaching, okay? The reason why women get stuck in relationships like this is because somebody is saying, stay there.
That is good.
They say a wise woman built her home, even though the home is chaotic. I mean,
thank you, Lola.
I can't. I'm a rebel and I'm a Christian, but it is what it is.
You know what? I'm a Muslim and I can't either. I cannot,
You see?
Yeah.
They will say, for the Muslims, they say, Meloluawi. What?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
No way.
But I'll say this. Like I said, it depends. It's almost impossible to do, but it's possible. Right. But you have to get to a place where as 2 partners, you've worked that you can break things down all the way and you'll build it. And it's almost like that person is a brand new person. Almost like that person is a brand new person. If you still see them as you can reflect back to how they hurt you or anything like that, either you're a man or woman.
I just feel like both parties have to be willing. If both parties are willing and they want it that bad, it can work. But as soon as one person is not interested, I'm gonna let go.
Yeah.
I'll be by force now.
Yeah, take it easy. So let me see. I think he said, thank you, man. There are much better women out there. Now, this part he's wrong about that.
No, he's getting it wrong.
He's getting it wrong. At that point I left him alone. I said we'll do a video about it. I can't be coaching people inside of inside of the comment area.
Offer him your program, Ola, please.
They see it now. It's on the screen. Everybody see it now. It's lola.com/coaching. But here's the thing. If you make it about the person, you will end up attracting that same person, just in a different human being.
Yes, sir.
It is still you. Your shadow follows you everywhere you go because there's always a light beaming on you.
You can't run.
You can't run. You can't hide. It's still you. There's something about you that attracted this situation. We're not blaming you for the atrocities of another person. We're telling you that it's deeper.
They were separated.
Somebody else. The issues, see, they make it about the kerewa, right? That happened when you were separated. The truth is that if you disconnect yourself from that experience and you say, this is a good woman for me, this is the mother of my kids, if you can get into that space, right? It's almost impossible because you're a human being. You're feeling betrayed. You're feeling maybe betrayed. You're feeling like you can't see her the same way. I can respect that. But you also have to move on in a way that you engage proper healing. If you keep thinking there's a better woman, Oma collect.
They will collect.
Oma collect. Now, am I saying there are no women that will absolutely not do that? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if there's a woman that will absolutely not do that, she has another flaw somewhere else, right? That will show up in a different way that will provoke the same feeling. And you won't be able to see her the same way. It might not be a carrier matter. It might be something else entirely. But to walk around life and think that some women are better somewhere than the other women, and this is how you're going to attract romantic, healthy romance, it's not going to work. Because if you attract healthy romance, it's about you. It's not about the other person. It's because you've done the work on yourself, right? There's something about you that attract. People tell me I'm lucky all the time. So you think I'm lucky? Okay, thank you. I'm blessed. You're right.
They don't know what
attracted, feminine, beautiful, and fit. Okay, you're right. You're right. But you're wrong, actually. Okay? There's a way that you move as a man, okay, that attracts your situation to an extremely large extent than all of the effect of all the modern women in the Western world collected together. Okay? You can't, like she said, you can't run from yourself. Right? You can't run from yourself. You can't keep thinking, is this other person's fault? This is the pointing this finger. There's 4 pointing at you every single time. But you don't realize it because you're focused on that one. Right? All your energy is going in that one. That's what's going to happen. So no, there's no better women out there, okay, than your wife. Not in that mindset. As a mindset, particularly, that's a complete wrong mindset to have. Is there a better woman than your woman? Yes, there's always a better person than you yourself. Forget just that woman, right? But also, you're also better than a whole ton of other people, right? Let's just be guided. Baby, say something to this.
Wow, Rebecca said, was he a saint throughout this 1 year? He didn't tell us, okay? They don't tell. But they'll be talking about the other person.
I'm gonna
what we're talking about right now. But anyway,
I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna get off here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your vacation.
Please, Ola, bring Lola back every time, please. Okay.
Once we exhaust this,
bring my sister back, please. Thank you so much. It's really enjoyable. All right, then. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye. All right, Brother Patrick, you came back, sir.
Brother Patrick has to come back.
Are you there? Brother Patrick, we don't hear you.
It's like, I gotta say something about this guy.
Let's see. You're muted. It's not connected well. Maybe drop back in again.
Yeah.
Know. Let's see. Some people are still here. Chia is still here. Chia. When are you going to call in Chia? She hasn't called in a long time. What about him? Was he... is that what you saw?
Yeah. This man.
Rebecca, why are you like this?
He'll be running around talking nonsense.
Why are you
Tell
like
us what happened. You were separated, bro.
Why are you like this now?
I agree with Lola on this one. You should tell us.
Tell us now. Painting the girl all bad, like she did something crazy.
All right, so let's do this. Patrick, I can't hear you for some reason, so you might have to drop back and come back in. Let's move on to the last but the best topic of the day. I'll be right back. So the Bible and marriage, honestly,
triggers everywhere.
The Bible and marriage. You know what? There's this. Wait, we didn't do this. How come I thought we did this? We have one more topic after this. Actually.
Which one? Do.
Yeah, but we'll finish with the best. Okay. The Bible and marriage. What are your thoughts about the marriage? The Bible and the marriage in terms of see, a lot of people try to bring in the Bible into marriage. Thank God we have Brother Patrick here. I'm not sure if he can still hear us. Let me kick him out so I can force him to come back. Okay. Because we can't hear him. There you go. Pop him back out. All right. So the Bible. Do you think the Bible is a good guide to marriage?
I think the Bible is a good guide. Marriage is from, marriage is from religion, right?
Right.
I think the Bible is a good guide.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just feel like people choose where they want to pull out words from and manipulate other people. That's where I got a problem.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Brother Patrick, can you hear us now?
Yeah,
okay.
I just have to come in.
You have to come back in, right? Because of the last topic.
Yes. you know.
Let's do it like this. Sir. I want you to maintain your thoughts. We're going to make this very short, right? Let's get to, since we're already tied to this segment, right? And then we'll address that. Is that okay, sir?
Okay.
All right, good. But this one is a topic that I feel like you can chime in on too.
Yeah, I'll wait.
Yeah. So this topic is called the Bible and marriage. Here's the backstory. Okay. Remember that story I shared with you earlier?
Rebecca is dropping some things here.
I'll come back to Rebecca's story. Remember that story that I shared? The guy who moved in with African American woman for Bali and then ending up blaming all of women. Oh, you weren't here. Oh,
no.
That was on the previous. That was for Men of Prestige. Okay.
Oh, I
all right.
Hear about
okay,
it.
Since it wasn't on Lola, let me go back and get through
know.
it real quickly, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm just gonna read this. It's separated for 4 years now.
Okay.
Dated for 2 years. They were together for 2 years. He thinks marriage is a scam in America now. He said he became a slave because he was trying to get document, Bali, right? Green card.
Became a slave.
And that person is 41. He's 44.
Okay.
He once upon a time he received a Jamaican girl at a restaurant sleep number in his pocket, and then he took the number. He didn't realize it was a number, but when he was in an argument with his girl later on, to prove that he's a good guy,
he pulled the number.
He told the wife that I look at this. This is the kind of experience that I have. I'm always faithful to you. I would never do anything.
Why did they keep the number?
He didn't realize it was number.
Oh,
anyway, that's part of his story. I'm paraphrasing small, right? She placed a tracker on his car because bottom line is that she doesn't trust him, right? She's a single mother, so she ended up fathering her baby,
right.
And then that's all one time. Like the girl came home, 15-year-old girl came home one day and said she's in love with she had a puppy love. Some kid, and then he brought in Nigeria, say
parenting.
15 years of age. Why you don't listen to your mom? You don't have time for that. You can't be having boyfriend. What do you know about love, right? And then eventually, Madam America
reminded him,
"Don't
you
talk
are not
to my
the father."
Thank you. Okay, you get it. So now he says he hardly trusts women.
Yeah,
trust is a difficult thing for him. Family came looking for her family. The other lady's family and say he's a good man. He thinks because the family thinks he's a good man, somehow he's supposed to be good enough for her. At times, he gets kicked out of his own bedroom.
For what?
When they were together.
Okay.
Once she's angry, she kicked out of the bedroom. Before they separated, right? If you are too good to them, he's generalizing now. This is exact statements he dished out. All right. So if you are too good to them, it's a problem. He says they get bored easily. Women get bored easily and start drama. Everything is all about her. Like all women, literally added that onto it. And then he said, her and her baby daddy were best of friends. He said his only fault when they asked him and said, what do you think you might have done wrong or anything like that? He said, well, my only fault is that I was too loyal. Yeah. So, and then he said she toasted her. Right?
She toasted him.
Him, rather. He was toasted by her. Right? And then he moved in with her. across street lines. Okay, so that's the backstory of where some girl just unmuted out of nowhere. This was on Clubhouse. She unmuted and said, "Let me ask you a question." And then she goes, "Are you a Christian?" And then she goes, "How close were you to God when all of this were happening?" So then this topic was born, right? The Bible and marriage.
Wow.
If you are a Christian, right, you as an individual, is this a guaranteed that
your marriage
you will have a good marriage? That's where this is coming from.
It doesn't guarantee anything. What?
Wait, hold on. Let me get her thought. Why do you say no? And then we'll go
because you're a Christian, your marriage will work? No, not always.
Not always, right?
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Because
you just say no.
It's a no. There are people that are not Christians or Muslims or whatever that their marriages work. It has nothing to do with that.
Okay.
This guy is an overly
shout out to Nadine Devore.
He's a sanctimonious, traumatized man walking on the streets, and women need to be careful. He cannot put his experience in one box and say, "This is what I went through with this woman." He had to generalize women in one box, put us all in there.
Yeah, he did that quite a few times, right?
No one told him to be a Captain Save a Hoe and try to raise somebody else's child.
Jesus.
You know, when you're helping someone raise their child, you got to watch the way you speak to their child. That is not your child. And she reminded you. Yeah. This is the kind of man, if he was with a Nigerian woman, he would treat her worse.
Well, he said, I would never, one of the things he said is that, I didn't write that down. He said, I would never go back and go and find a girl in the village. He was trying to get into that story too, but then I think I had to leave or something like that.
He has a problem. In general, he has a problem. It's not even about this woman. It's about him.
All right.
I'm sorry. It's the way he moves. And being a Christian, yes, marriage is from Christianity, right? No, it's from religion in general, not just Christianity. Right?
You know, the
not
Bible.
From the Bible.
The Bible, when I say
it was ordained by God.
By God.
Yes. Yes.
Because
the Bible in this context means Christianity. It means the faith of Christianity, right? And which is guided by the Bible, right? That's what it means. You know. So using the Bible as a guide in marriage, like this is our book of rules, right? Or no, let me take that back. This is my book of rules, right? If you, as an individual, you say, "This is my book of rules," is that a guaranteed successful marriage? Is the question.
If you have maturity and wisdom,
you're adding to it.
I have to add to it because
I agree, but like I said it depends. I said it depends because if you follow the principle, there's a high possibility that it might work for you. You understand?
Okay.
Very high possibility. It's just like you going to school and they tell you this is the method that you use to study to pass. And you say, "No, I know better." People that have experience now are telling you. Then you refuse and you now go and do it your own way. But in this guy's situation, he is a problem. Okay?
Period.
Marriage is ordained by God. God has given us the principle. He has given us the code. Woman, if you want to understand your husband, choke him with respect.
Right.
Man, if you want to understand your wife's mumu button, will press that love button. It is finished.
Now so keep in mind. Hold on, Natu. Keep in mind that the young lady that unmuted her mic to ask that question is the person I'm actually addressing this time around, right? That person is asking that question like, how close are you to God? How,
that you didn't have God. That's why.
She was insinuating that you didn't have God. That's what created all of this.
Let me say why. The reason why she asked. She probably asking because she's a religious person, right?
Right.
Yes.
Right.
And maybe she has thought about that. It has worked for her. If I were in that position, I would kind of ask the same question. Let me tell you why.
Why?
I remember I shared one time, I said, there are instances where we try to see what the other person is doing, but we don't try to see what we are doing that is contributing to what the other person is doing. That person might be wrong. It might be doing something that is pissing us off, but we might decide to change how we receive it and how we react to it. And that it might either fuel the thing up or it might kill it and pipe it down.
Right.
So, and I said, when I decided to do mine, I decided to pray. God gave me instruction about my marriage. That was true. And the two instructions were pray for your husband and don't say anything bad about him. Those were the two instructions I got. When I used those two instructions, did it work? Yes, it worked.
Oh, that's wisdom right there.
Yes, it worked.
Wisdom.
Yes, it worked. And I prayed. And I'm telling you, I prayed to God and I asked God to help me to control my mouth. Yes. And then, no, I'm not lying. And there are times that stuff will happen. No, there are times that stuff will happen, right? And I want to say something. The spirit will say nothing, say nothing, say nothing, say nothing, say nothing, say nothing, say nothing. And I go in the room around like, Carly. But the days that the spirit says say nothing, and I decide to say something, do I deal with the consequences? Yes, I do.
Yes.
Because I was warned already. 2 wrongs don't make it right. That word that they say 2 wrongs don't make it right, it goes a long way. That guy is a Nigerian guy. He came and made a lady here. See, this is two cultural clash. It's not even anything. They're having cultural clash already. And African man has an idea of marriage. And when you come here, it's not the same. It's just like somebody moving from Nigeria here with his wife. In his house, his wife come back from work, she cook and do everything. When they come here, see people doing the different things, you're like, God forbid. I can't do that.
Yeah.
So it's a different thing. So they haven't, like, there's a cultural clash already.
Right.
But the issue of is a Bible marriage.
Do you think the lady who asked that question is aware that even though you could be a Christian, you could be all of that stuff, based off of that lining of that question, right? Do you think she's aware that there's more to it than just
no. And let me tell you why I said no. You see the way she threw that question, right? The way she just threw only that question.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Shows you that there are all those SU people that believe that everything you just use God, go to the hospital, God will heal me. Do this, God will do it. Do this, God will do it.
Exactly.
But we forgot that even when God gave the children of Israel manna, they had to go out to go and pick it. They had to do the work.
Yeah, they had to do the work.
They were not just food. They had to do the work. So, like, if you don't do the work, it's going to suffer. And another thing that people don't understand about marriage is that the wisdom is not equal. There's God. See, when God is giving, He gives. We have 2 types of grace. There's one in the marriage that has more strength than the other person. It might be the wife, might be the husband.
That's true.
So God will put it up on that person to do the work because you have the more grace, you have the more patience, you have the more.
Right. You have a different set of grace that creates the synergy in that relationship.
That's right. So it doesn't matter who has it at this point. It might be the wife, it might be the husband. You have to take the lead at that point.
Right.
Yeah, but people sometimes feel cheated. Like, why do I have to be the one to do this all the time?
Right.
I'm tired of being the one to do this.
That's where the question of not the question. That's where the statement of you working hand in hand with the Spirit comes from. You feel like in all the story of the Bible, the people that were leaders, the people that were leading suffered the most. And they didn't stay. You understand? So you have to just. I said it one time, right? I said, like, in our house, I like driving. My husband does not like driving. So if you want to go for a long ride, I might decide to say I want to drive. Or my husband say, I will escort you if you drive. I will like, no problem, I'll drive. He knows that I love to drive. You understand? And I said it. And in my house, you know, in some situations where they say, husband, the wife is always good with money. In my house, my husband is the person that is good with money. My husband is bad. No, he's a bad-ass good with money. I'm not joking. And I give that to him 100%.
That's a practical representation of what you just said. Different graces. People have different graces. And being able to identify that is inside of the Bible itself. But if what you mean by Bible is just because your Holy Spirit Coco, and we're not going to go into that Bible where it's teaching you about that. It's not going to work, right? And then also the other side of things, right? I will talk about that. Let me get Brother Patrick. Brother Patrick, what's your thought? What are your thoughts around this topic? I really need your thoughts around this topic.
His wisdom.
Yeah, the Bible and marriage.
Especially as a pastor.
Yes, you know, the grace that God gave me is the grace of being patient. And I took it from my mom.
Wow.
You know, as a twins, when we were coming from school, my mom would just be making our food. And my mom cooks very well. She's a very good cook. If my mom uses okra to cook, you will say, oh my God, who made this food? But she takes time to cook. And I discovered that when we were younger, whenever we got home, we would see like 2 women waiting for my mom. She was a counselor, we didn't know.
Oh, wow.
They would be talking. It was when I grew up, I said, Mom, what are these? You don't know what is happening. Even our uncle's wife would come, one after the other. My mom would talk to them, you know, people that are having marriage issue, and they would go. This has always been my mom's routine. Women will line up, will be coming after the other. You know? So we will be patient, but no, God just give us wisdom.
Yeah.
As a kid, now when we are coming, we'll stop in one of my uncle's house. The wives, as it starts, any beji, clear my jet. We'll eat. So by the time we go, when my mom is busy talking to people, we don't even care because we have eaten. She didn't know.
Yeah.
So I'm just using that humorously, that patience is the key.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about Bible and marriage, why are some pipes so divorcing? Why do we have Geo that divorce?
Good question.
They're everywhere. And they're everywhere, sir.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's
everywhere.
all wisdom.
Yeah.
Natu was able to, this is to 10. All what we are doing now, we are learning.
Yeah.
It's not every time I talk, I listen. I'm learning from Lola, learning from...
We're learning from you, sir.
From everybody. We are having Natu as a family. Everybody's awake. We are learning. Some people would prefer to watch Netflix to their marriage. That's what they do. They don't even do anything at home. The husband, they come from work, they're watching Netflix. They will go and eat your food. I don't care. So, Lola, you know, I've always been saying that marriage is an institution.
Yeah.
And I wrote
it is.
Your maturity is built from the experience you have in your relationship.
Yeah.
You know, Lola, it was what you guys went through that gave birth to this, your platform and the books you wrote.
Yeah.
Those are experiences that you are able to learn from.
Yeah.
Some pastors take everything spiritually. We are still human beings.
Thank you, Pastor. It's true. I try to tell people.
We are still human beings. You know, I remember, you know, we had our wedding household. That's 𝐏𝐑𝐄𝐒 Church. This is household of God. You know, we plan everything. You know, when we got there, the man said no. He said they should just give us one small place that they're having their political rally. I said, what? I know, being who I am, and people stayed outside. One small room for a wedding.
Wow.
The man does not. Well, I just thank God. Let's just do it. Our reception is all set. If the man had valued marriage, he wouldn't just throw us in the bus. This is my first time of saying. Is he the president of Nigeria now? No. He said they have one political this thing that when you gave us this, I will printed our card and do this. What does the person that said no? What does she say? The man will go to church, will leave her at home. She's human being. Women are different from men. All I've always been saying, they have their own space.
Yes, sir.
They want love.
We're different.
Yes, sir.
If we don't show them that love, preach from tomorrow till we begin to raise dead.
It's the same grace talk, sir. The grace that God gave women is different from the grace that God gave men.
Yes. One of the preacher, I forgot his name. Say what? This lady said he will make heaven with his family. Because he was not there for his children and family. He said God told him, say you better choose your family or me or else I'll buy you.
Wow.
They have sent you. Yes, they have sent you to go and preach the word. But he said it to the wife. This is what is happening to my life. And this man said, he said, me and my children will be in heaven. He said, my wife is my rock. The woman didn't leave her. Yes, the woman didn't leave her. And let her to know. Me and my wife, we go to marriage seminar. We've gone more than 5 times. We'll pay for hotel for 3 days.
Nice.
It might be only one thing that we'll learn. We'll spend about 1,000. Special hotel for 3 days, eat good food. It might be only one thing I will learn. We've gone more than 5 times now. That we go every year. We didn't go this year. We go every year. We'll just scramble. Let's just go. We'll have time for ourselves.
Bro, Patrick, where is that?
Family Life Today. I will send this thing to you. Yes, Family Life Today. Do it.
Okay. You can send it to the group.
Yeah, getaway. They call it marriage getaway. So we do it. My wife would tell him to my face, will accuse me, you are this, that I'll just be looking like zombie. We have our space. She would tell me, Patrick, so. My wife has told me, I know you love other people than me. I said, okay, I agree.
Halfway.
To tell you something, if you love one, your wife is the only person that can talk to you and you take the, what's it called, whatever.
So you go collect.
He's the only person that can talk to you and you collect. Lola can talk to Lola and say, you will collect. You know how many times I don't collect from my wife?
When
you don't, your first ministry is your home.
Yes. Marriage is your first ministry. Oh my God.
Patrick, before you go too far, Patrick, let me hold you a second. So one time our pastor gave us this quick story, right? He called his daughter on a Saturday. We live in New York. She schools in DC. And then I think his daughter was having a really bad day about school, so she broke down. She was crying. He was supposed to preach the next day. He told his wife, "You are preaching tomorrow. I'm going to my main ministry, and my family is my main ministry. My family falls. I'm telling you, he drove to DC to go see his daughter, sort everything out before. And when he came back the next Sunday, he told us, he said, "I'm sorry, I have to leave him promptu, but my daughter needed my attention. I had to."
That's right.
It's called priority. That's something that men must understand. It's called priority. Some things come before the other.
Yes.
In order for the greater good of everything. But Patrick, that thing you were trying to share with us on the last topic.
Yeah, very good. Like I said, patience is my ministry. I was dating one girl in my early 20s. The father is in Nigeria, but the mother is a Jamaican, British Jamaican. So she's the last born. All the parents, all the brothers are in Obodo. I will not mention it. So we're dating. I helped her a lot. She liked me. So we had one issue. We broke up. Meanwhile, she was a tenant in my sister. They were both tenants. So my sister told me, your girlfriend is now going out with anybody, somebody. I said, okay. And me, I don't easily rush into any relationship. Like I said, I'm very patient. Right. So they said she did a lot for the guy. This girl they buy the guy, she helped him to equip his house. I just say, okay, I don't really care. So after about 7 months, I just got to, they said somebody is waiting for me. So what? I just opened my room. She was sleeping on my bed. I said, what is wrong with you? You can't just come to my house like that. Do you know if I have somebody? I said, I'm sorry. So she begged me, will reconcile.
Wow.
I just me. But it didn't last. You know what I want to bring her up to now? She should be in her late 50s. She's in Obodo, no husband, no pikin. I wish I can even see her because, this... not that I've just talked to her. I said, what is going on? You know what I mean? No. So, she had the attitude, let me tell you, the way we are brought up affects us.
Yes, absolutely.
She's the last born, and they give her everything. She's spoiled. She thinks she can get away with anything she wants. And it's not when it comes to relationship, but all men will not tolerate that.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So
it's a tough one.
Yes, we're supposed to, especially when it comes to relationship, we need to be matured. You are no more with your parents. You are with a man from a different background. You are from, so there's something. Yeah. So like me, the fact that I can tolerate whatever you want to do, it's not everybody that can tolerate it.
Yes.
I see, I still want to see and talk what is going on with this. It's not as if there's anything, but I just feel I can't believe at this age,
Yeah.
Nobody, no kids, she's on her own. I'm a man like Gideon, let me put it that way.
Wow.
You're a very stubborn girl, but that's what I want to say when I heard that.
Thanks for sharing, sir.
The guy that was saying this thing, it's not big. If you still love the girl, you can still be together. And you guys
right.
So
right. But he has to be strong enough so that he doesn't touch her.
Maturity.
So he doesn't touch her themselves for no reason. There's
yeah.
Anyway. You're still hanging out with us. I'm very happy that you came back for this very last one because you actually touched it earlier and I almost missed it. So let's just do that and then we'll round up really quickly, okay?
Yeah. I'm here. Right.
Yes. So I'm gonna play this video, right? And then we'll talk about it. But Patrick, you actually said something with something similar to this, but I think we should just end with some laugh.
Yeah.
Let's start from the beginning, baby.
That's the beginning.
What's up, babe?
Oh, that's the beginning. Let me play it again.
What's up, babe?
What is wrong if I spank your ass like that?
It's painful. Yes. Flo. Don't you say sorry? Tell me sorry, Joe. Oh, I'm crying.
Okay, sorry. Sorry in Jesus' name. I'm so sorry from the best part of my heart. I will not spank your nyash again. I will not spank your buttocks again. You don't like it? Alright, it's fine.
Cause if I can be close to you,
oh, beauty.
I miss you more than
let's see how much she can keep up with that.
Talk to me. What's happening?
You shine, I'm in chains. You're in chains too. I wear uniforms.
Oh, beauty.
I wanted to interrupt the music.
I said it. You said what? Look, I said you are cheating on me. You are cheating on me.
How? That's an accusation.
Jesus!
I'm not cheating, am I? I'm not.
You passed it, no one else.
Oh, beauty.
I don't understand.
Oh, beauty.
I passed it, not to pass your ass. But you warned me not to. Come on.
Baby, I was not feeling fine the other time.
You're not feeling fine a few hours ago.
Yes.
You're not serious.
No!
Okay, fine. What do you really want?
Spank my nyash.
Okay, talk for me.
No. Baby, do it with affection.
With affection?
Should you be that?
Can I go now?
Baby, back me.
Enter.
You still the one I run to.
Well, Patrick, since you mentioned earlier that Madame doesn't want to go naked sometime because she knows.
Yes, so.
Wala. Hey,
you have to hide in the bathroom to change sometimes. If not, something will happen.
Yeah, you know, if you guys are into each other, you know, the affection will always show now. Voila.
Abby, it's not our fault, right, sir?
It's not our fault. If you guys love each other, the way we do it now is almost dagba. The kids are grown. Let's get out of the house, do some vacation.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes you say my hands are hard.
Your hands are hard, bro.
But the thing is that the only difference between me and this guy on this on that video is that I never stopped.
Are you comparing me to that girl?
The only difference is you see that guy stopped, right? The only way that guy stopped. You know, yeah, I'm not that disciplined. I don't think I can stop. If I see I'm smacking, not smack, I'm spanking. You know.
I don't have enough adipose fat for that. Please take it easy.
Well, yeah, can you? Thank
Lola,
you so much, sir.
Lola, like my wife, they take the. He said I make my hands soft because he buy me hand soft hand lotion.
Hand lotion just because of this wahala.
Hey. You can smell, but not like like you want to.
Like
I bet.
Remember that other video? Some guys like. And the chick came back with a slap.
That was too much. You can't
that was too much. That was too much. But the other point in the video is that yes, women can be in a space where they don't know what they want. That's a fact. In other aspects of life, that's why
the room.
That's why we are men.
The room.
That's why the grace that men have is different from the same grace that women have. If she's in a space and she's a little confused, she doesn't know what's going on, you know, maybe you should, like you said, read the room, learn how to listen, be patient with yourself first, and then maybe you can give some patience to her while she processes that, you know. Rebecca says he married another wife in US and visited Nigeria to see the first wife and the kids.
Wala. Wait, this same man we were talking about?
Yeah, she's talking about the same man, I think.
Oh my God.
These people, this abroad marriage, wala. Brother Patrick, thank you so much, sir. Drama. Oh my God, we took your time. Shout out to you. Shout out to Natu. Shout out to Sister Embassy. You guys made the conversation that much better.
It was sweet.
Yeah, thank you so much. Sweet and help us say hello to the madam.
No, I made the mistake of calling out to Ice.
Oh, no be Ice. I haven't seen Ice. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
I doing prayer when I posted that my mother had twins 4 times.
Wow.
You said that, oh.
Your mom is a superwoman.
Yeah, she's a superwoman.
And she kept getting pregnant.
God bless her.
I'll be scared.
Look at Chinye. See, look at Chinye. This is why we need Chinye. She says, spark my nyash all day. Me, I like to grab. No.
Me too, I like to grab nyash. But this one,
here. Nyash,
yeah.
Okay, to buy nyash.
This guy right here. His reaction when I first grabbed his nyash, you should have seen him.
Yeah. Take it easy.
You would think it was Abacha.
Take it easy.
He was like, "Why did you do that?" I'm like,
Why
now?
Why you do that? Like, why? Like, why you do that?
You have to tell Lola before you do anything, or you might get a punch in the head.
Hey, when the Lord passes the wrong angle, let me know before you touch anything. Thank you so much, sir.
Allah take care easy,
Akure, correct country boy.
You'll be grabbing anything anyhow, you know. Yeah, my dad
I call Yahweh all the time.
You got it from my dad. My dad calls everybody Yahweh.
Yeah, I'm always like, hey, Yahweh. It's like Yahweh is supposed to be for someone younger than you.
It's friendly, but you can say it to somebody that's older than you.
You're just 1 year older, bro. Okay. Chill.
Allah.
Ekiti wo le so yẹn sir. Ijero, let's say. My pastor from way back, one of our biggest pastors, Pastor Dr. Olufarati, he was an Ijero Ekiti person.
I'm yeah.
You're taking us back home, sir.
Wow.
All right, Ekiti, Akure is a form of Ekiti. My dad said the other day, right? Akure, it's a form of Ekiti.
See you later, brother.
Yeah.
All right, sir. Thank you so much, Brother Patrick. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for everybody that came by. This was so much fun.
Someone said, not to said, typical African man. Yes, so.
Yeah, don't be tell me before you grab my nyash.
Don't
go near areas.
Can you believe that? Tell me before
you stay in the front.
Smack my own nyash.
Stay in the front, so I can see you, so you don't get backhand or necessary.
Yes, so you can get
reflex backhand. Don't get reflex backhand. Reflex backhand. Yeah.
I don't want backhand. I beg.
D-Love, went quiet on me. How are you? I know you're in the background. I trust she was in the background. Shout out to D-Love. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you so much for your support. Gentlemen, gracious greatness, everybody that you were here today. Thank you so much. This makes it easier. If you can enjoy this, let's keep doing it like this. Let's come together, proceed Sundays live. Let's interact
D-Love
together.
was answering, I didn't get
she
that
said,
answer.
what did she? No, it just came up. 10:05.
Oh, okay.
She said, Lola, I dropped for a few minutes, but I want to answer your last questions about cohabitation and my ethnicity. I am Yoruba, but my ex was Oyibo.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an experience.
But that's the lifestyle here is different.
Yeah,
that's
it's
not
quite
a big
different.
deal here.
Yeah, it's quite different.
Is okay.
And like I said earlier, I don't know if you dropped off before I said that. We don't have a problem with cohabitation. The only problem I have is trying to use it as a fixer to building marriage the right way. It's going to help us. No, you're not going to discover anything. You're not going to discover anything during cohabitation. You might as well just go ahead and get married. And no, you're not saving you're not saving the divorce numbers either. Wow. Chinye says what?
He said, Ola, what should you be told?
It's so that you don't receive
because it's a typical African man.
You don't want to. I don't want to have to buy. I don't want to have to explain myself like, oh no, it wasn't DV. I don't want to do that. What? Reflex backhand. To touch the wrong area.
You give me backhand.
Minimum more. It's called reflex.
You too. You get reflex back of the head,
Where is the fault? If I have to, okay. I said you don't have to inform me in the front here. If I can see you while you're doing it, you don't have to inform me. But if it's from blind spots, yes, and not informed verbally, but she was doing this in the mall.
But that defeats the purpose, baby. That does.
No, but you were grabbing my butt in the mall.
Yeah, you're my man. I can grab you if I want to.
It was in the mall. There's 2,000 people around us.
I was marking my territory. What is wrong with you?
No, it wasn't anything. It was just a one-time thing. It was just kind of weird. It was like, why? Why you do that?
Your reaction was hella funny.
It was like,
why
did you do that?
Why did you do that? I was like, oh my God, he's so uptight.
But I also think I was also moody that day. I think I was in some weird
mood. You moody?
I think so. I think I might have been something. All right. She is not Ola, you need to relax. It's an act of love. She said, voila. We only question how our men get their papers. What about our women? Yeah, we talked about that, right? Yeah.
It's not easy. Paper issues are
now they're calling you Bushman. You see what you've caused. This is what happens when I bring Lola on the platform, eh?
You're my own Bushman. How about that?
I know.
Isn't that cute?
I'll take it, baby.
Yes, you're my Bushman. I love it.
I'll take it.
Another Bushman is a counterfeit.
I'll be your Bushman.
Even my dad is a Bushman. I love that much.
I'll be your Bushman. Listen, we run 5 hours today, but it will save us. Yeah, because but this is not every Sunday. Prestige Hour is going to be 2 hours every Sunday. 2 hours every Sunday. But once a month, we will run like this, okay? Right. Because she'll be hanging out with us once a month. Just so we can, like Chiye said earlier, killing multiple stones, literally, with one
multiple
birds with multiple.
One
bird. wait. Multiple birds with. I'm confused.
With one stone.
Killing two birds with one stone. So multiple birds with one stone.
Oh my God.
Exactly. So shout out to everybody that's here. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. This was a lot of fun, but I think it will give us some things to work with for the next week or so, for the next month for Lola and Lola. So expect to see this content. I want to see your there'll be thoughts coming through your brain as you're watching the videos again. I want you to share them in the comment. Let me know so we can also continue to cook the topics, So Brother Patty say I'm not alone. She says my wife calls me Bushman every time. Lola, please, we want to see more of you.
Thank you, Brother Patrick. Yeah. This was fun. I had fun.
Yeah.
Except for my raspy voice,
Yeah. So on your way out, do me a favor, hit that like button. All right. I appreciate you. Hopefully, you've been enlightened and educated. We'll see you on the next one.
Peace.
Your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Make love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One loving up, we done enough.